person.
I just spoke at Dartmouth on healthcare at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were right there. I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP, yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to just foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Ronnie Parker's campaign, pick up your phones. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330, 30330, or 303330. Or POO, wait. You got it. It's out the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQT people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30th. 1/30th. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed for the Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case? You worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number of uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. But President Trump and the demagogues around the world, Donald Trump is re-elected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London to speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting, I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists. This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. Now we have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law.
But I never thought that I'd see what I saw in Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school.
Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go boom, boom, boom.
If we just were to reinstitute the cafe standards.
And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't the press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Rock and I talked about in the beginning.
Couldn't get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea.
Right.
He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault.
I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls.
Donald Trump does pose an excellent threat to this. It's not hypothetical. We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that? I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they'd say, "Take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." So have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues related to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO, the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity. Stop trying to keep your workers organized. About all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts, we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad votes, folks. But guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings.
There's things that are worth doing with China.
What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being vice president.
High-quality options. The public option will be available in my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable.
Not the end in themselves. This characterizes my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1 trillion, 640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained? We choose truth over facts. You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of power, but the example. We are out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country.
That triumph of democracy and liberalism over fascism and autocracy.
When I got out of school, that when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love them. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s.
Hello, everyone. I'm just chilling in Hassan's house. I think this is his house. I searched Hassan Piker house, and this is the first one in the images. How are you all doing? We're back. I have my computer was supposed to come tomorrow. Use the Trudeau background. Oh shit, I forgot to do that. Fuck. Well, that's not a background. That's the foreground, right? I think I had a filter actually to make it less
All cops are
Get
bad
Up Kid.
cops.
Thank you for the 3 months. And other people subscribe. You and Pavi, thank you for the 17. Nikki, thank you for the 2 months. And Buns ×5. Thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, 7 months. Let me see if I can unp this filter. Is that they changed nothing? Okay. I tried everything and I'm all out of. I tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas already. Yes, of course we gotta watch the fucking Canadian debates. I haven't watched any of them. It's in French, isn't it? Oh no, I'm gonna have to try to translate, which is gonna be tough. I think they might have live translations as well. Because yeah, that's one of the official languages of Canada. Yeah, I'm finally, my computer came a day early, which is really good. Because I was gonna, I thought I had to miss a class tomorrow to like make sure that I was here when I came, but I don't. UK colony but speaking French. Well, the Québécois, there was, it was literally called New France, right? Wasn't that it was French and then Britain won and conquered it, and then they had a bunch of French people in their colony, Nouvelle France. So yeah, they then ever since there have been just a bunch of French people in Canada. You have some React content? Yes, we love to see it. We can watch I also don't have a mic stand yet because I didn't want it. My other mic stand is not going to work with this new desk I have, so I have to just get a new one. Same with the lighting. So yeah, I literally real live heads remember the vous parlez français peut-être. Real live heads remember when I used to have a P filter on the like a long time ago, and I only have that light. I still have it because it was in Kingston before, and so it's back. There's also a lot of natural light in this house, so it's not as bad. Which the natural light like is a pain. I have a bunch of sunroofs in my studio apartment. It's sort of a pain in the morning because it's bright, but it looks really nice. Like it's I'm quite a fan. We just have to deal with that P filter. Anyways, yeah, the P filter is back. We're live from Hassan's house, which is of course the place I moved into, obviously, as we know. It's the president of girls. Oh yeah, Keffel's ratioed me. I can't believe it. I'm never tweeting again. What is this? First few minutes of this? What is it? Black White, episode 1. Is that I'm worried about copyright. There's a shit ton. We still have a shit ton we can watch as well. Let's start with the first Canadian debate. I have to type with one hand because I'm holding this microphone. Hassan watched it all? Oh, okay. First, I want to watch this first. I want to watch these. Is this good? Yes. Let's see.
The first debate.
I don't want an analysis. I want like.
Well, let's start right now with the federal election campaign, which is now in its second half, and 4 party leaders, well, last night took part in their first debate. It was in French, hoping to influence votes in Quebec.
Oh, also, actually, first thing we need to watch, because O'Toole is actually good at French. He's a conservative. The conservatives, like there's debates for the leadership for the parties, obviously, just like Republican Democrat debates, and they also have to be in French and English because those are the 2 official languages. And the Conservative Party is very Anglo. There's only a couple, like they have very low support in Quebec. And the Conservative French debate was so funny. We gotta watch that first. Like, you don't need to know any French to understand what's going on here. It's not good. We've already watched this. I believe you need to be bilingual if you're a politician. At some level, it's mandatory. Which you could also say is like richer people have more opportunities to learn both languages. Because, particularly Anglo-Canadians are not particularly English people in general, like Britain as well, because of how dominant English is, don't like learning new languages. I'm trying to work out the lighting here, make it look better. Maybe I'll so you could argue like there's a class issue there. Let's see if I change that's probably too bright. Hold on, I'll just play this. Let's put this on.
They aspire to lead the Conservatives and the
All
country.
cops are bad.
But
Buzzy
tonight,
face.
they mainly hoped
Thank you for the
to
months.
speak decent French. Results were mixed.
Ce soir, je vais faire des erreurs.
Malgré mon petit accent.
Je me présente.
Comme Premier ministre, j'empêcherai.
The party.
Yes, dude. Holy fuck. This is this is Sloan. Yeah, that's. Oh no, that isn't Sloan.
Accent.
Wait, no, here we go.
Comme
Here we go. Sloan is so conservative. Like, he's like our Trump. O'Toole kicked him out of the party because he was too conservative. He's an independent now. So that's so funny. Look at that.
Malgré mon petit accent.
Je me présente.
Comme Premier ministre, j'empêcherai.
The party says the candidates only knew the subjects in advance. Some leaned on their notes heavily.
Malgré interférence.
The 2 heaviest hitters in the race clashed repeatedly.
Monsieur McKay, j'ai une question pour vous, monsieur.
J'ai une question pour vous. Est-ce que
J'ai une question pour vous.
Not so much over policy
C'est
Oui,
inacceptable,
j'ai
Monsieur
beaucoup de...
McKay.
as personality.
Monsieur
Pourquoi
McKay,
est-ce que
en
vous êtes
2013,
toujours fâché?
en
Oui,
2013,
j'ai
vous avez
voté, c'est le
voté
même
contre.
vote de M. Kenny, votre ami.
Peter MacKay even threw in a swipe at Alberta's premier, which might play well for a Quebec audience, along with this attack on social conservative Derek Sloan.
Oh
Allez,
shit.
Sloan, d'être gay,
Mr. Sloan, being gay is not a
c'est
choice.
nécessaire de comprendre ça.
Wow, so woke.
Afterwards, Aaron O'Toole spelled out his position on abortion.
It is a right for women to make that decision.
MacKay accused O'Toole of still dodging, refusing to say the phrase, I am pro-choice.
Il ne pas utiliser le mot « je suis pro-choix ».
But MacKay is facing confusion around the issue, too, about whether or not he'd dictate how cabinet ministers vote on any abortion legislation.
That falls into this category, this very special category where the party took the position that conscience rights have to be respected and should be respected.
Oh, does the
I'm fine with
Kitchener
that.
The
NDP
dynamics will-
candidate have a chance of doing well? Liberal candidate there. was forced to resign for sexual harassment, but the camera plays. Oh, that rocks.
Will undoubtedly change tomorrow night when they debate in English.
Yeah, but that's hilarious. That's the standard, you know. Why is this not? Where the fuck? Sorry, I'm trying to alter my. No, that's the opposite. Is this better? I should have messed with this before I. That's probably fine. Okay, sorry. Let's watch the new one now. Let's watch, or at least a highlight. Oh, this is my homepage. I guess you've seen it. This isn't that bad. I'm not embarrassed about any of these. I guess Hoi 4 is sort of cringe.
So for more on what took place, let's go to Ottawa right now. Janice McGregor, watching that debate, joins us live right now. So how did they do, Janice?
Well, it's important to remember here, Michael, that the TVA debate is always very laser focused on the province of Quebec and that audience. The Bloc's Yves-François Blanchet, he does have a natural advantage here in that he never has to govern. So he goes into all these debates with a totally free hand just to spray criticism around in every direction. His goal, of course, is always to win enough seats to deny the Liberals or the Conservatives any chance of a majority government, therefore have maximum leverage to lobby for Quebec's interests. There's some question whether his caucus might be shrinking in this election. I don't think he was.
Don't you hate it when your caucus shrinks? I'm sorry.
Quite as dominant as he was 2 years ago in this debate. Nevertheless, he was a very effective sniper. But Justin Trudeau, for his part, did not sit back and play defense. He was very aggressive, leaned right in, going after those Quebec seats that he needs. He was using very
In time to vote, yes. I'm writing in Hillary Clinton.
Formal language, and it was interesting, you know, you could tell which exchanges his partisans felt really went over
I think it's her turn.
I'm just going to play you a snippet here of one between him and Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole about two-tier health care.
J'ai dit que je vais toujours respecter la Chambre des compétences. Vous avez un problème avec ça.
On parle
tout
pas de
le
chambre de
temps.
compétences.
Vous
On
allez
parle d'un système de santé à deux vitesses. C'est ce que vous proposez, que les riches aient plus de choix. Oui ou non, Monsieur O'Toole?
It's about health. It's about healthcare choice. Because the Conservatives keep saying, "We want." I don't want to cut back on any healthcare. Which this is hellish, by the way. Like, I don't want to cut back on any public health care, but I think that people should have more choice in the private, which is fucking terrifying. There was a poll I saw that said 40% of Canadians are fine with an increase in choice with healthcare. Terrifying. How fucking cucked. And this is the thing. A lot of that propaganda is like American. It's not even the Canadian propaganda mills. It's like Canadian conservatives tune into American shows where they're like, "That's right, brother. We have freedom of choice to healthcare," and they're like, "Oh, I want that." 80% of Canadians want pharmacare. Yeah, that's true. It's incoherent because, you know. Yeah.
I think you can get a handle on kind of what he was very.
Because they don't think that those two things are antithetical, right? 90%. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks.
Dramatically.
Because why would you not, right? Why the fuck would you not why would you not want to have to not pay for things like your medication? Like, who's like, no, I want to pay for them. You know, no, fuck that.
Going for. There was another exchange late in the debate that Liberal partisans were also very keen on about gun control. Trudeau had memorized the page in the Conservative platform. He wanted to go after O'Toole on, of course, gun control really plays in a kind of unique way in Quebec. O'Toole's team, on the other hand, they were really talking up some blows that he landed on Trudeau when they were talking about the government's treatment of women in the military. I have to say, though, because there was so much incoming fire at O'Toole from both Blanchet and Trudeau, his biggest victory probably was his ability to absorb those blows and not look lost in the face of attacks the way Andrew Scheer did 2 years ago. As for Jagmeet Singh, he
redeemed the P-filter. I mean, Don't know what else to give you.
Did get off some good one-liners. He went on a real tear against Blanchet on the issue of racism. But generally, they laid off of him a little bit, which is probably not a good thing.
Look at the fucking power stance.
It may mean that you Democrats aren't really seen as a threat in Quebec.
Now, there are 2 more debates coming up in this campaign, one on September the 8th, the other on September the 9th.
What's the date for it?
Did what we see...
sorry, not the date. What is the time? When did it start?
In TVA's debate, give us a preview of some of the key issues that will emerge in the next 2 debates.
Well, it's really interesting, Michael. You know, here we are past the halfway point in this campaign, and the issue of why we're having this election at all kept coming up. One very early when they were talking about the pandemic and vaccine mandates.
It's 80s. Oh,
and again in the middle of the debate, when all the other opposition leaders insisted that they could work together in this parliament, and it was up to Justin Trudeau to say, no, minority government doesn't work. We did have good exchanges on climate change.
I want more.
Well, 4 of the federal party leaders went toe-to-toe last night in the first French-language debate of this election campaign. Here's some of the highlights.
80% de tous les Canadiens ont fait leur job.
Now, 80% of Canadians did their job, they got vaccinated, and now people are saying that because 20% did not get vaccinated in the middle of a 4th wave, there's no more democracy and no room for an election. What we're hearing here, it's all the same thing. Both of them voted for a private system. You know, the reasoning of the Liberals is that they're going to invest in Trans Mountain, take the money from Trans Mountain in order to lower emissions. That's ridiculous. You don't say to someone, listen, we're going to fix your broken leg by breaking the other one. Your approach is always...
Pop off. That's block. Yeah, pop off. That's correct. I mean, that is one of the most ridiculous things ever. That literally we're going to make money off of oil, and then we're going to invest that money after this oil investment into clean
knows
energy.
Best. The provinces need a partner, not father knows best.
The debate.
Did he say papa for father?
Broken leg by breaking the other one. Your approach is always that Ottawa knows best. The provinces need a partner, not father knows best.
The debate was broadcast live in Quebec. Now, Quebec really is a province that could well decide who is Canada's next prime minister. A lot of seats in that province. CBC's poll tracker still has Trudeau and the Liberals ahead of other parties in Quebec, but the margin is certainly narrowed. Zita de Koning is a professor emeritus in languages and applied linguistics at Université
Why will they not let the Western Party in to debate? That's such a good question.
Laval, and she is in Quebec City this evening.
How's Indigenous rights played? A majority of the settler Canadian population do not care. So not enough is probably the answer.
Evening. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining the program.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I wanted to start just to get your impressions on how Liberal leader Justin Trudeau did last night. And first, we'll just play a clip of him addressing the Conservative leader, Aaron.
I would imagine, as far as I understand, the NDP have been pressuring them on that issue.
O'Toole in the debate.
80% de tous les Canadiens ont fait leur job, ont fait leur part, se sont fait vacciner. Et là, on est en train de dire que parce que 20% n'ont pas choisi de se faire vacciner et sont dans une 4e vague, on ne peut pas avoir de démocratie.
On a reçu les
Oh shit, left flank. Let me turn off the follower only. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you all had a good stream. We're talking about Canadian politics because there's a debate coming up today.
4 mois après les États-Unis.
All right, your thoughts based on what you're hearing there.
The setup's a little sketchy at the moment.
But what you saw
I don't have a stand. I'm just holding my mic. Shot Rob, thank you for the year.
The course of the evening.
I'm Swiss, but it's challenging the French. Still, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think Justin Trudeau showed a good performance. He was raised bilingual, but he's very fluent in French, and his discourse is straightforward.
Yeah, Trudeau.
He really was addressing the Canadians and trying to convince a broad voting pool. And I think he was the one that was more trying to get the
There's a debate today and tomorrow.
whole Canada involved in his speech. He was very clear in his presentation, expressing goals, recalling achievements during the mandate, and this on various topics. For example, talking about the pandemic, he was clear and in general was relying on what the Liberals did. And he could be followed very easily.
Beginning this hour on the federal campaign trail, where heated protests have now escalated to violence. Demonstrators targeted Liberal leader Justin Trudeau at a stop in London, Ontario yesterday. At least one protester threw what appeared to be gravel or small stones at...
Oh, gravel. I thought it was like the hammer. I thought I saw gavel.
Trudeau while he was boarding his bus.
They were PPC, of course. That's incredibly not a surprise to me.
The Liberal leader told reporters afterwards he was, in fact, hit, but
yeah, it's vaccine passport
was
shit.
okay. That stop in London is just the latest where Trudeau has failed.
There was a actually, let me pull this up because it is wild. It's my city as well. Where is it? Oh, I can keep. Oh, here we go. There was a group of 50 or so people that were near KGH, the like hospital that is close to campus, protesting vaccine mandates, and it's the thing is that there isn't a vaccine mandate for nurses and doctors. So the whole thing was like, we're nurses and doctors and we're protesting vaccine mandates. One, there are not vaccine mandates for nurses and doctors in Ontario. Two, there was only one nurse in the whole crowd. So, est-ce que c'est normal qu'on est bilingue, qu'on est... C'est normal to be... Yeah. I'm going to respond in English. I'm going to do the Foucault-Chomsky thing. There's obviously a pretty clear... I mean, the conservative debate showed how poor most of the conservatives are at speaking French. And then, you know, it gets... The crowd is shouting at a woman who came out of the hospital and told the group she had cancer. Oops. Oh no. DM's leaked. Let me see. Is there anything bad there? No, that's actually fine. There's no DMs. There's no embarrassing DMs. They were not there. Some in the crowd say they were not there to protest vaccines. They're insisting that they should not be forced to be vaccinated against their wishes. Yeah, so there's quite a few of these, and they're usually very dispersed. There's a really good new QAnon Anonymous episode on the Queen of Canada, which is a very bizarre phenomenon. I can't remember her name. There's this woman that has declared herself the Queen of Canada and said that they're gonna, but also said that they're gonna Roman Didulo. Yeah. And has gotten like a bunch of supporters. It's sort of like a Canadian QAnon, basically. That actually the real queen has been executed and that she is now the queen, because we do have a queen. I am a royal subject. But also she says that she's declared the Republic of Canada even though she's the queen, and she had this like declaration that vaccine mandates are illegal and that people don't have to wear masks, and she was like, print this out and just like hand it to places to announce the truth of this. And all her supporters have been like, you know, uploading videos of it as well. Oh no! Oh fuck. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, everyone. It happened. I'll just, what's it called? I will get, what's their name? You don't have to do it manually. I'll say it happened again. I didn't see it this time. I wasn't looking at the followers. I mean, that one's, oh, it's because I turned off. Oh yeah. That'll do it. That'll do it, brother. No, I don't care. Clear the chat room. Thank you. Thank you, Prodigy. It's very easy to there's a ban wave. Let's go, dude. This is also I will also be banning all of the dissident voices through the ban wave as like a pretending they're bots. Thank you, Prodigy. All right, let's finish
in French, because my point of view, my comments is, how did the native speakers listen to the four candidates?
Yeah, and I think that's so critical. It's not just the words that are being used, but the way in which they're spoken and whether you feel you can relate to somebody. And to that end,
the Green Party candidate Paul could not list a single. I think I mentioned this before. A single Quebecois Green candidate, which is unfortunate. So I don't, it's not going too well.
Aaron O'Toole, the Conservative leader, would have come into the evening at something of a disadvantage, only because his language skills are not the same. He started as an Anglophone. Let's take a listen to Aaron O'Toole addressing
I can go
the
back
Liberal
to
leader.
10 minutes.
Pourquoi M. Trudeau a une approche de Ottawa, c'est tout. Ottawa, c'est tout. Les provinces ont besoin d'un partenaire, pas un papa à Ottawa.
He spent a lot of time preparing, spent the entire day just with reportedly his French-speaking campaign crew. Do you think he resonated with Quebecers in his use of French?
Well, I think his speech was very telegraphic. It's clear he was prepared, and he probably had memorized a number of simple sentences for each topic. He was coordinating.
Which, for the Conservatives, that's pretty good in terms of their French skills. Oh, it is this is a terrifying reality that I don't want. But the idea of Sloan, like winning the and then having to speak his unimaginably broken French would have been really funny at like the federal debate level.
But rarely subordinating them. That means the rhetoric was not there. So he was okay when he was, presenting, but when he was asked to debate, then there was his speech skills really lowered down.
Yeah, I take your point.
I think people could listen to him, but they needed to pay attention because there's a lot of lack of information in his discourse. And also, especially towards the end of the debate, probably because he was tired, then a lot of morphology was interrupting and irritating. So the message could pass, but you had to keep willing to listen to him.
My computer is working. Hello, Chelsea. See it? I didn't screw it up. Oh, another ban wave. Let's go. I didn't screw it up this time. Or I was worried that it would break in the mail or something. But it's a pre-built, so it was like pretty solid.
Okay, so let's go now to the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh. And here he is addressing the issue of private health care.
I haven't...
Je veux dire clairement, ce qu'on voit ici, blanc bonnet, bonnet blanc. Les deux ont voté pour un système privé. On a proposé une motion pour enlever les profits dans les centres de soins de longue durée. M. Trudeau et M. O'Toole ont voté pour un système privé. C'est clair, ce n'est pas une question hypothétique, on a la preuve.
On a la preuve. Okay, Singh also hoping to regain some seats there in Quebec. How do you think his performance will help him do that?
Well, I think we're probably more, we heard him more often than we heard O'Toole. And I think Jagmeet Singh...
Why is she laughing? Because French people like to make fun of Anglos in their French abilities.
He's fluent in French, and he's always, he has a very elaborate speech. His discourse is cohesive and showing his mastery of...
Especially French Canadians. Actually, probably not especially. Because, like, there's a lot of, like, especially... Quebec City is very French, but Montreal is, like, a mixed. So, like, the like, already pompous French people are like, oh, these people have the same nationality as me coming in, speaking English in my...
subordinating conjunctions.
Hassan on the French, let's see.
Yes, refusing to speak English is at the core of being French. That is true. That's literally a factually correct statement. I've been to France. You can speak English to a French person and they just respond in French. It's like, I don't know. And they don't even respond in French in a way where it's like, oh, I'm trying to fucking understand what you're saying.
Like, fast,
let me describe the situation to you, but like, let me use like, you know, international words or something, you know, words that are the same in every other language. Like, no, they just speak to you like you're a fucking born and bred French speaker. It's like, what the fuck, dude? You know I don't speak it. If I did, I would have fucking spoken it to you.
Or the other one is you'll speak French to them and they'll respond in English, which is as mean. Because it's like, I'm not dealing with this. I know you speak English, motherfucker. Anyways, where are we?
So, I think he really conveys messages that are linked to the values of the...
Oh, I saw this. This was so funny. I wasn't able to, because I wasn't streaming when we talked about this. This was, oh yeah, because I'm trying to get into Canada. I will become the Prime Minister and make sure that Chelsea's allowed in. I will be doing it. You be using my influence.
I don't work at the fucking customs, dude.
Because XQC is like a poupée, you know, so he doesn't.
Because I don't work at the customs.
There's no way the capital is much less immigrant.
What's the problem?
This is such a fun
I
clip.
understand. They have to just reveal the U.S. states. Whoa! What the fuck?
Whoa!
Yo, listen. Wow! Listen. I play video games, man. Most of them are $2 Steam games that nobody plays. Please, man. I don't think I can help, man.
That is very funny. I think he can help. I think XQC, yeah. We need to team up to make sure Chelsea can come into Canada.
Party. So if you're willing to reflect on those values, then you can follow him. Mm-hmm. So I think he's a bit higher in his proposition of reflection than O'Toole managed to get to. No?
Okay, so let me go to Bloc leader Yves-François Blanchet, who went in as the front runner in some ways, just in terms of the debate. Let's take a listen to him.
Est-ce que le gouvernement du Québec va avoir les 6 milliards de dollars sans condition qui, non seulement sur le sans condition, est à peu près historique, mais c'est une somme absolument essentielle et due au Québec. Est-ce que vous allez respecter ça dans votre contrat ou est-ce que les conservateurs sont d'une prothèse au Québec et il n'y a pas de sang qui...
Blanchet has had a very difficult week on the campaign trail and losing some support there, but his command of the French language and his message certainly has resonated in the past. Do you think he won last night?
Well, in terms of rhetoric, he was the one that stood out. It's clear, it's obvious to me. His delivery of speech was very rapid, and even native speakers would need to concentrate on his argumentation to be able to follow. But he was very convincing that he could handle any topic. And I think he was ready for a tough debate, and it is quite obvious that he had mastered the language tools to conduct it. But, you know, they had to, there were turns, but I think he could have taken the lead.
Nothing too surprising.
He did take the lead
about this.
many times. And for example, when he was...
If I had to call it, who do you think would win? It's 50-50 Lib conservative right now. Like, let me... Let's go to... This is the Canadian Nate Silver. Is it down? It's always... Okay. 338 instead of 538 because there are 338 seats. Yeah. Or is that what... No, yeah. It's where is it? See, here, this model says 54-45. Yeah, Robbie Mook moved up north. He's now doing Canadian stuff. This is the model over time. Because you see, like, this is when the election begins. Trudeau is like, I'm polling really well. I'll call an election and get a majority. Because he has a minority right now, or plurality. Which means you can do way less. You need the support of other parties to get shit done. And that's a pain. It's easier to get support in your own party. And then he called the election, and people were like, why the fuck are you calling an election? There's another wave of COVID. I don't want to deal with this. And so, over time, the conservative went up. And for the last week and a half, the polling has shown that people are pretty mad about that and are not particularly fans of Trudeau. Oops. Which I have to say, if this is how Trudeau loses, if this is how his political career ends, which I would assume if he lost, he would leave. If this would be such a colossal fuck up, if he stopped becoming the PM as a result of calling this election, that would be. I will say, I don't want it because I don't want the Conservatives to be in power, but that would be really funny. His dad didn't leave after losing. He is not his dad. He is not his dad. Pierre Trudeau is also shitty in terms of his politics, especially like trying to literally like revoke the Native Act, like ensure that Indigenous people have no special status, like his But as a politician, he was quite like, there's a reason why he was PM for like more than 15 years. I don't know. I was not alive at the time. So it's very different. And a sign of the difference is Pierre Trudeau was friends with Castro and said, like, we're going to create a sort of Canadian foreign policy that is in some way independent of American policy. And Justin Trudeau would not go to Castro's funeral. So is Pierre's wife, yeah. Would not go to Castro's funeral because he's a fucking coward. There's photos of young, and obviously the joke, spawned the joke of the fact that Trudeau's real father, Justin's real father is Castro, because they do look similar. But it's the polls are starting to narrow again, which means, and there was another model. I'll find it because I have to. I'll find it in a bit. But there's another model I was seeing that has always put the Libs at a bit more likely than the Conservatives to win. So I would still say probably that Trudeau is the favorite, especially given this sort of trend. And we have, however, we're up till the 20th. But he could fucking lose, dude. He could lose.
Speaking of health-related expenses, his argumentation was very absent.
Yeah, best case scenario, Liberal minority, and NDP have more power because it looks like they're doing better. Yeah, they're doing much better than before. Liberal minority, NDP gains, yeah, which I assumed you were. Oh yes, and the CI recall, yeah. Let's Let's take a
What are you
brief.
watching for in this final week?
Yeah, Chris, well, I'll take you through here again.
We love polls.
Just the back
I love polls. Let's go,
backdrop
dude.
here in California. I think we all know an extremely Democratic state. In 2018, when Gavin Newsom was elected governor, here were the results. This was a 24-point victory for Gavin Newsom over his Republican opponent then in the 2020 presidential election.
Would I vote communist? The Communist Party of Canada is ass. It's terrible. Actually, ask Keffels about that, because they know much more about the intimate elements
Joe
of it.
Biden beat Donald Trump in California by 29 points.
They're basically like homophobic conservative boomers. I believe that they suck. They're also, it's very strange because they have like a dangest foreign policy that is like trying to be anti-imperialist and pro-China, which is a funny oxymoron. And then they're which like alienates some of more of like the more liberal or less radical elements of the party that might be interested in like a solution, a party that's more left the NDP. And then their domestic policy is like very reformist, like social democratic even, and that alienates the more radical elements that are found in the foreign policy. It's just it's a very strange party, but it's nothing that's worth putting your attention into.
You've got to go back all the way to 1988 to find a Republican presidential candidate who won California. That was Bush Sr. in '88, or who even came within 10 points in California.
The party, as far as I know, this is still the case. They do not recognize Canada as a settler state because the boomer Marxist-Leninist guys that run it voted down that the younger elements of the party wanting to do that. And because of democratic centralism, as a result of that, as far as I understand it, if you're a candidate for the Communist Party, you're not supposed to talk about how Canada's a settler state, because we've decided it's not through the vote.
So that's how blue California is. That's the backdrop for this. Now, the polling in the early part of the summer, mid part of the summer, was suggesting this was a very competitive recall election. However, the more recent polling in the last week or so has started to trend back in the other direction. Remember, it's keep or remove. That's what folks are voting on here in this recall election. And you see that keep number. You see a bunch of double-digit for keep poll results that have come in here in the last week or so. If you average together,
that's what it showed on the 538 thing.
Everything that's out there right now in this polling, keep Gavin Newsom.
I think, is this maybe fucking this guy will talk about this, that people suddenly realize like, oh fuck, wait, this is way worse, because this is a change in the polls.
Don't recall Gavin Newsom right now leads on average by 11 points. That's a pretty significant jump from, I'd say, about 2 weeks ago, Chris. So a solid lead here for Newsom's side for keeping Newsom. If you look back, California actually 18 years ago, it had a governor who was recalled, Gray Davis, at this same point, a week out from Gray Davis's recall election back in 2003. It was double-digit remove in the polling, and Gray Davis was in fact removed. So now it's double-digit for keep in this polling.
Okay.
But again, there is a week to go. We will see what happens here. The world, as we know, is full of surprises. If Newsom were to be recalled in this election next week, simultaneously, voters are also voting on a giant list of candidates to replace Newsom. Whoever gets the most votes from the giant list would become the governor immediately. This is the polling average right now. These are not all of the candidates. These are some of the candidates, but the headline
Polling at 3%. Pop off, Queen.
Line here is Larry Elder, who is a conservative commentator. He leads the way right now in this very crowded field here in the replacement race. If it ever came to it, if Gavin Newsom did get recalled next week, Larry Elder looks to be the front runner in that race to replace him, Chris.
Let's look at because there's a 538 thing about this. Newsom recall 538. Like you can see, like over here, the polling is sort of scattered. Like blue is, or orange says that orange says that the poll is more than, one remove. Blue, or I guess that's purple. It says keep. And then suddenly you just see like very stark differences. Like that's a change that I would imagine is not like what can be known, what can be deduced there at least is that there was a swift a change in public opinion, even if like the polling method is faulty or something and the percentage is different. If the method is the same, I think this is how statistics work. If the method of polling is the same and you see this shift, that means that there is at least some equivalent shift in public opinion. So there's no fucking so Hassan did a debate with Larry Elder, didn't he? Was that a thing? That yeah. It was like rewatching it. That's funny. Anyways, we love polls, don't we, folks? Hold on. What else is there for? Let's see a
Ipsos polling exclusive for Global News shows if an election were held tomorrow, the Conservatives would garner 35% of the popular vote, up 3 points from last week. The Liberals are up 1 to 32, and the NDP's momentum appears to have stalled, dropping 2 points to 21%. The Greens also continued to decline, down another 2 points to 2%. The regional numbers are even closer, with virtual ties in several key provinces. In Ontario, the Conservatives and Liberals are neck and neck, while in Quebec, the Bloc and Liberals find themselves in the same position. In BC, the NDP are ahead, with the Conservatives and Liberals essentially tied for second.
At the start,
I actually wonder if the increase in approval for the provincial NDP party has an effect on that.
Of the campaign,
because they're not the same party. Even though it's like which is strange,
all cops
right?
are bad
Like
cops.
British Columbia, a provincial level election, there's an NDP and a Liberal Party, but they're different NDP and Liberal parties.
About, Aaron O'Toole as having a
anti-social communist thing with 7 months.
Real problem when it came to just familiarity with Canadian voters. As a leader of a new leader of a political party who hasn't been through an election before, during this pandemic, all the usual mechanisms for introducing yourself to the Canadian voters were basically denied Aaron O'Toole. So the election campaign has really opened up that opportunity for people to get their first impression of Aaron O'Toole. And so far, more people have been favorably impressed than have not been impressed. Also, I think what we're seeing here is a bit of a consolidation of the vote on the right behind the Conservatives as people who are more conservative inclined in terms of their political beliefs start believing that the Conservatives actually might be able to beat the Liberal Party this
time. The PPC, it's interesting that they're not doing well. Yeah, because it seems like there's an irony in like a lot of the crowd you'd think would be attracted to the PPC also think they're cucked.
This time. One of the things that really stands out in taking a look at the demographic predilections of the Canadian population,
it's still like a fringe,
and by that I
sort
mean
of uncontrolled
just the demographic groups that people sit in. Normally, we see pretty big differences.
Bernier almost won the Conservative Party seat or leadership position
in terms of age, gender, things of that nature. We're not really seeing that in this instance. It seems that the people are more split based on their ideas than necessarily their demography at the moment. So you see very close races, for example, between the Liberals, the NDP, and the Conservatives among younger Canadians. Very close races among older Canadians. Women and men, there usually is a fairly big gender gap. Both the Conservatives and Liberals are doing relatively equally.
The turning of politics into culture war shit is also happening in Canada. Probably not as bad as America, but people are voting less. It's
among men and women. So some of those things that we used to see in the past are not really happening in this election, and it is a very strange election in many ways. And this is one of those things that really stands out as being different from what we've seen before. The only thing that can happen, significant event that's still within the confines of this election campaign that can affect momentum, will be the debate. But the truth is that debates generally don't have that big an impact. I mean, we can all point back to things that happened, say, for example, in the French language debate, how it damaged Andrew Scheer's campaign. You know, we can point back to Brian Mulroney in 1984 against John Turner. But these are fairly isolated things. Most times debates just kind of come and go and reinforce impressions that people already have. So unless the Liberals are able to do something really dramatic, they're basically running out of time. The only other thing that they can do...
It goes. Thank you. The 11 months. All right, hype train time. Let's go, dude. If you like to contribute, Great Lem, thank you for the 19 months. If you like to contribute, we got lots of cool emotes like the lizard dancing. Real scam train hours. Follow Petit Belly who made this song that rocks on Twitch. Glad to be Juice for Cheeses, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Glad to be back in a real setup so I can see the emotes. Because before I was just looking on my phone. And the gifts didn't work. Algorithmically, thank you for the 18 months.
All cops are bad cops.
Oh yeah, and then JFest as well, thank you for making this edit. Unknown Merc, thank you for the 5 gift subs. We love to see it. Thank you.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Tonight the city never sleeps. Friday now our morning income tax return.
I probably couldn't do the Kush vlog setup for too long, like regularly, because I run out of things to talk about. Measure Bread, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Jasmine, Sinead, thank you for the 300 bits. Tammy Rocco, I think, thank you for the Prime. Wonder what that woman would think of Petit Babies. I mean, I'm sure she knows about Acadians. If you're a prop of language, you know, a language prop at our Quebecois University. Bordiga and Lasagna Cave. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. That's a great name. We love it. We love our... I love my armchair sitting on viewers. Band of Straight, thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, thank you for the 5 gift subs. We love to see it, folks.
All cops are bad cops.
Band of Strays, thank you for the 4 months. When is the pod? Soon. Probably end of the week. Maybe a bit after that. Or a bit later, I think. Around then, though. Oh, here's my persona. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's see. Yes! Yes! Let's go, dude. Yes! That rocks. That rocks. Shout out to Ralph Koa. Yes. It's the floppa. Yes. Let's go, dude. That's an emote. Absolutely. Absolutely. Zen Cyclist, thank you for the 700 bits. We love it. We love it, folks. Thank you so much. Beyond any expectations. Incredible. Amazing. It's perfect. I love it. Can I request this song? Let me see. Je suis fatigué. Let's see. More French.
I'm French and tired every day. I fall asleep at the motherfucking Champs-Élysées. I do a very French thing in a very French way, and I have not been to bed in 17 days. It's not very French for me to say please, but it is very French to be la fatigue. I say other French things like ooh la la. Driving around the Arc de Triomphe in my Citroën. Biz Dog has health benefits. It helps me smoke cigarettes. They are not. I'm French at any hour, even at the top.
I think I've seen this guy. Oh, also 2% for the hype train. If you like to contribute. In 4th grade, that popped off as a joke. When you had to learn fatigué.
I think I have to take a break. Maybe go on Instagram and message a musical comedian.
Last Beat Game, thank you for the 212 on April.
Speak French? No, I don't speak French.
Thank you so much.
I don't know, I just don't speak. Speak French. I'm not gonna speak French. Can you translate? Why don't
We
you
love to see it.
translate?
A ghost thing with
Why
200
don't you
bits.
translate it? I get tired when I translate. This is bizarre. Do I know you? Fuck you. Okay.
It still pops out, that's true. That's good. Since wrong way, let me continue. Oh wait. We can react for this as well.
Tonight the party never ends. Thank
We got lots of react content to use.
Do not come. Do not come.
Paul and Captain, thank you for the 2 gift subs.
Tonight the city never sleeps. Friday now our morning income tax return. Tonight we gonna watch it burn.
Objective you sent the Tower Man will vouch for? Okay. Can you link it? What was it again? I think I remember this. This was from before I left, right? I was like, when I come back, I'll watch it.
Tonight the party never ends. Friday now our morning income tax return. Tonight we
Oh, this one. Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, yes. Alright, yes, the Black Boy one. Yeah. 2.5 minutes left if you'd like to contribute to the Hype Train.
Tonight we gonna watch it burn. Ça fait que prends mon phone pis recolle tous mes frais. Y'a dit que de soir au party jusqu'au lendemain. Pis point à worry sur les snacks ou la bouse. À cause mes poches sont pleines and I'ma blow a few.
Marco G, I have not seen any of that, and I do not plan on looking at it ever in my life.
Do not come. Do not come.
K-Switch Spadge. K-Switch Spadge? Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. And Boneworm, thank you for the gift sub. We love to see it. Thank you. Oh, is there a bet? Oh shit.
Never ends. Friday now our morning income tax return. Tonight we gonna watch it.
2011. Check me through. Oh, this is. Oh, it's a Just Rain video from 2011. That's really funny. Does that guy still makes content? What's he up to? I think you mentioned that to him, man. Nobody's friends too. They're friends with Jack with the notifications. That's funny. Oh, we love to see it. Because he's from Saga, right?
Do not come.
Am I correct?
I'm gonna come.
Header DHA, thank you for the 5 subs.
Tonight the party never ends.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Tonight we gonna watch it burn.
Classes are going good. School is good. I like it. We still have to wear masks in class, which is a pain. In like the... Because... Oh, it ended. Oh, fuck. I have to replay it. Everyone needs to be vaccinated anyways. So it feels like... I don't know why we have to wear masks. But, that feels like... He disappeared, but he's back soon. Okay.
Ma pointe mes income tax, ça m'excite. Pis ça fait chaque semaine que je les ai filés. Check ma mailbox au moins 4 fois every day.
At least we have in-person shit, because online stuff, school sucks. It's so much different in person.
Tonight the party never ends.
I want to go mask off. What can I say?
Tonight we gonna watch it burn. Tonight the city never sleeps.
There is income tax returns in Canada, yes. Is it still going? Let me see. Yes, a minute and a half. The last level of the hype train. Thank you so much, everybody. For the gift subs.
À cause mes poches sont pleines and I'ma blow a fuse. Va blower friggin' 200 pièces à Walmart. Va blower friggin' 200 pièces à Walmart. Va blower friggin' 40 pièces au Taco Bell. Va blower friggin' 40 pièces au Taco Bell. Va remplir ma carte de friggin' Supreme Gas. Va remplir ma carte de friggin' Supreme Gas. Va blower friggin' 300 pièces au liquor store. Va blower friggin' 300 pièces au liquor store. Correct now our income tax return. Tonight the party never ends.
30 seconds left. Let's contribute. And we'll go back.
Tonight we gonna watch it burn. Correct now our income tax return. Tonight the city never sleeps. Correct now our income tax return. Tonight we gonna watch it burn.
Thank you, everybody. I love Nara. Thank you for the 100 bits. Also, thank you again. This rocks. Kim, thank you for the 200 bits as well. Incredibly good. Very well done. Where were we at? Where were we? Okay.
Is advertised like crazy, but the truth is nobody's got enough money in this campaign to really change people's opinions through paid advertising. They can tour to an awful lot and make announcements but frankly they've been doing that. So there's not a lot that the Liberal Party can do to change the momentum of this campaign. What is going to happen, though, is all eyes are going to start moving to Erin O'Toole and the Conservative Party in a way that the campaign momentum can change is if the Conservatives start having problems. And if they start having problems, that could switch things back to the Liberal Party. And the problems that they could have are, not appearing like they're ready to govern, which means that reinforces the Prime Minister's position as somebody who's seen as a capable leader among the leaders. But also, if the Liberals are able to convince those Liberal NDP switchers that the Conservatives really represent a threat for the future, then maybe they can get some of them to move back. But as we're seeing right now, there's been a lot happening over the last little while, but the only effect is that the Conservatives have been building momentum. Yeah,
again, it would be very funny if this is how Trudeau lost. They would be very, very funny. I don't want it to happen. If I could choose, I would make sure it didn't. But it would be very funny. Let's look at German polls. We love polls. This is a poll stream. 2021. When is the election? Oh, it's the 26th. Oh, so it's right beside. I didn't realize. It's less than a week after the Canadian one. Who will succeed? So SDP 24, CDU, Christian Democrats 21, Green 17, Free Democrats, which I don't know who they are, AFD, and then Die Linke. Die Linke. This is 6.8. It is so funny that it's just the left. That's really interesting. The SDP just like shooting up like that. Just they're just like free market libs. Oh, okay. What coalitions are possible? But this is like, oh, that's interesting. Like the projection is that a Christian Democrat SPD wouldn't be enough. Most SPD, FDP, GRN, right? That makes sense. Like right here. Okay. Yeah, I mean the German Social Democratic Party has gone through so much, and it's just every time it goes through a thing, it gets worse. Or is it SDP, SPD? I can never remember the order of that. Is it literally? Do they? I was confused about this. The Kenya coalition, the Germany coalition, the traffic light. Are these just random words? Random collection of words that they've used? Or that's... Oh, it's just what the colors look like? Oh, okay. I see. I see. That's funny. Okay. Like that's what people call it, but it's because of the colors? That's hilarious. That's very funny, actually. Is this a shit... Was this done by a bot? Or was this done by a... Because, yeah. That's a banger. Or is this someone shitposting? Because this is a very good post. Is Brazil undergoing a coup attempt? We asked 5 CEOs of Canadian mining corporations to find out. Oh, it's a parody account? Okay, I want to follow that. That's funny. What else should we watch? Oh, this is funny.
The eldest son of former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau.
This is unrelated.
Like his father today, 18-year-old Justin Trudeau is now a student at a community college in Montreal. It's one of many Quebec colleges gearing up for a referendum next week on the question of Quebec's place in Canada. Justin's position is clear, but as Neil MacDonald reports, Trudeau the younger likely won't be as successful in arguing his point as was Trudeau the elder.
That's a good prediction, actually.
The result of the vote is pretty well a foregone conclusion. Most Quebec students are about as interested in federalism as they are in lawn bowling. Nonetheless, the debate is on at 31 colleges among 74,000 students.
So Trudeau is a fucking dweeb, and he's on the pro-federal section.
Arguing the federal case at Collège Jean Brébeuf today was the son of its most famous alumnus.
Le Canada ne chie pas sur le Québec.
Justin Trudeau and his team were lonely voices for the Confederation. Lonely and unpopular. And his opponents, who want a fast track to independence, were cheered before they'd even uttered a word. Later, with a trademark family shrug, The young Trudeau said he doesn't much care what his peers think of his views.
Everyone's got peer pressure at this age. I mean, there's pressure to smoke, there's pressure to do all sorts of stuff. And I've never been affected by peer pressure. Never.
No.
Students at English
When he does blackface, he chooses to do it.
language colleges distanced themselves from the referendum when they realized pro-independence groups were paying for it all.
French schools have not taken an unbiased view towards this referendum.
The vote is set for next week, but organizers say they have no intention of presenting the results to the Commission on Quebec's future. They say the vote will speak for itself, a simple and direct yes or no to Quebec's sovereignty.
Fuck, I forgot that the original excuse, if anyone remembers, when like the original blackface photos of Trudeau leaked, which by the way, Trudeau's blackface stuff had zero effect on the election. Canadian Liberals did not care one fucking bit. That's how racist Canada is. Literally, like it was a blip. It was not. But when it came out, the first photo, Trudeau had like a press conference, which I mean, yeah, I should have not been surprised. Well, it's like, of course that's not gonna, but like, probably bumped up his numbers. Yeah, exactly. But when it came out, he did like a press conference in a plane because I guess he was like literally flying while it happened, and then they prepared it when he landed. And his excuse the first time was I was somewhat of a costume enthusiast. Like he literally said, I'm a costume, like that was his excuse for why he did blackface so many times. Oh, banger. Opinion. I'm a privacy advocate. Here's why I support Canada banning Chelsea Manning by Glenn Greenwald. No, this account's funny. This is good. This is a good account. Anyways, yeah. I mean, I wonder if I search that, it will come up. It's, you know, I gotta say, very funny, because I searched Trudeau costume enthusiast. The first one is him in a costume. Like, is him actually being a costume enthusiast.
On fighting discrimination.
I think, one of the, I remember, I'll say this because I think it's a funny theory. Because when this dropped, the thing, you know, when we saw this photo, there was no knowledge before this that he had done it multiple times. And someone was like, this was someone on Canada Left Twitter was like, what if that photo is him what if it's like, he's like the genie in Aladdin and it's actually green or blue? What was it? The genie was blue. And I was like, which is a very funny theory, but obviously it was wrong. It was incorrect.
Je suis un allié à ces communautés-là et c'est pour ça que je suis tellement déçu de moi-même et je sais qu'il va y avoir de la déception dans cette communauté-là. Ça veut dire qu'on a encore du travail à faire.
Was this 29 that you did this? When did you tell your team that you had done this? When did you let them know?
We've had conversations about this over the past while.
I think this is where he says he's a costume enthusiast.
That we were going to continue to focus on fighting discrimination and racism as a person.
You didn't tell them about this until this.
I've talked about it recently, yes.
The woman in the photograph, you touched on her in a very familiar way, depending on your relationship with her. Who was she and what was that?
She was a close friend.
Was this photo racist in your opinion?
Yes. Yes, it was. I didn't consider it a racist action at the time, but now we know better, and this was something that was unacceptable, and yes, racist.
Within the last year, the governor of Virginia was found to have been pictures in blackface.
Oh, also, by the way, the governor of Virginia thing, he had a press conference, because it was like, wasn't it, the thing was the governor of Virginia was doing like a Michael Jackson costume or something, and one of the reporters was like, can you moonwalk for us? And he was like, sure. And then his fucking bitch wife stopped him. We were so close to having him moonwalk on the fucking on his blackface conference, and his wife was like, "Don't moonwalk, don't moonwalk." Let me find that actually. What is that? It was the governor of Virginia.
Within the last year, the governor of Virginia was found.
Virginia.
The all-consuming firestorm swirling around Virginia Governor Ralph Northam. The governor overwhelmed tonight by calls to resign, the list growing over a racist photo from his medical school yearbook. His own explanations adding to the chaos. The image shows one man in blackface, the other dressed as a member of the Ku Klux Klan. Governor Northam first admitting he is one of the men pictured, then denying he's in the photo. Tonight, the governor is now asking his own cabinet for more time to decide his next move. ABC Chief National Affairs Correspondent Tom Yamas in Richmond tonight.
Oh yeah, that one is
tonight. The calls for Governor Ralph Northam to resign.
I want to see. I think it's here.
Shoes. I had a glove, and I used just a little bit.
Jackson.
I had the shoes. I had a glove.
This is insane.
Dressed as Michael Jackson.
I had the shoes. I had a glove, and I used just a little bit of shoe polish to put under on my cheeks. And the reason I used a very little bit is because I don't know if anybody's ever tried that, but you cannot get shoe polish off.
And when a reporter inquired,
he's giving tips on how to do blackface at his fucking
inquired if he could still moonwalk, the governor seemed to want to try.
Are you still able to moonwalk?
Inappropriate circumstances.
You bitch!
My wife says inappropriate circumstances.
You see, like, he wanted to do it so badly. He wanted to do it so badly. Look at that.
I want to try.
Are you still able to moonwalk?
Look at, he's like, is there enough space?
My wife says inappropriate circumstances.
Our Zachary Quiche asking him this question.
Do you think as a grown adult that it's problematic that you need to have it explained to you that blackface is offensive?
No,
Yeah, and then he just, he ate shit, obviously. He resigned, right? But yeah, that's incredible. It is remarkable. Like, you're a politician. You're a governor. Is he still a governor? Oh, he stayed on. Damn. That's... Yeah, I guess, and he's a Democrat, yeah. Yeah, wow. Wild. It's his last year in office, right? Yeah, I was like, well, of course he's gonna fucking resign. Nope. Okay. Let's go back.
This 1 week could be a pivotal one for federal party leaders. Polls suggest an extremely
inappropriate circumstances.
Tight race between the two frontrunners ahead of the English and French debates. Those do take place on Wednesday and Thursday. Now, debate week is traditionally a crucial opportunity for each leader to make a late-stage pitch to Canadians. Now, today, just 14 days left until E-Day. Eric Grenier is the author and publisher of the Writ.ca and, of course, runs the CBC poll tracker. All right, hey, Eric. So, where do the parties stand right now?
We haven't really seen a lot of movement.
He would have resigned if at the same time the two people that could have replaced him were not both in the middle of sexual assault allegations.
Last week, and that is really just a reverse of where things were going into this campaign. The first couple of weeks, all the story was Conservatives rising, the Liberals fall.
I did not watch the debate. Chicken coop.
Things seem to have stabilized. We look at where things are right now in the poll tracker, which is our aggregation of all the polls that are out there. Conservatives are still leading. They're up by about 3 points over the Liberals with 34%. The Liberals are at 31%. We've seen these two numbers more or less be the same for the last few days. Same thing with the NDP. They hit that 20% mark, and they've been stuck there really for the last few weeks. The Bloc Québécois is at 6% nationally. PPC is now standing
at... in 27 minutes? I thought it was... am I getting my time zones wrong? It says 8 p.m. Oh, Eastern Date Time. Is that different than... Oh, okay. Well, that's good news.
4.7%, and the Greens are now behind the PPC. They're at 3.
I'm voting. What are you talking about? I'm writing in Hillary Rodham Clinton.
3.5 percentage points.
My vote doesn't matter. My writing is like...
really still the story, whether we're going to see anything move in these numbers or if this is just a deadlock until maybe the debates can shake things up.
Yeah, and of course, those coming later this week. Now, it's one thing to be popular, but as Conservatives know from 2019, you can win the popular vote. Doesn't necessarily translate into seat projections. Take a look at where those are for us now.
Yeah, that's right. The Liberals would probably still win the most seats, but it's a lot closer than it was back in 2019. You can see that the Liberals are now at 140 seats. They had 157 in the last election, so right now they stand to lose about 17. It's only a 7-seat gap between the two in the projections. The Conservatives at 133, up from 121. The New Democrats are now at 37 seats. That matches Jack Layton back in 2008. The Bloc Québécois down a few seats to 27, and the Greens are at 1. You can just see that this line has gotten really far below that majority mark, and more or less the two parties are neck and neck. You'd give the Liberals a
Yeah, 37 NDP is pretty good.
chance, but it's more or less a coin toss at this stage.
Okay, let's talk.
Yeah, Jagmeet Singh is like more well known by people. He's not, and like NDP's sort of shitty older reputation with Mulcair is like sort of shedding off. And they're showing that they're like some meaningful alternative, even though I think they should be more left. I think that just as an electoral strategy, it's smarter to be more left.
Some of the biggest battlegrounds and
Serb is very popular,
those
right?
Closest races,
yeah.
And we often look at BC, Ontario, Quebec. Take us through that.
Yeah, Ontario is really the closest race in the country, and really this is one of those places where it has just been neck and neck really for the last few weeks and haven't seen a lot of movement in recent days. The Liberals still have the lead at about 36%. This is the biggest reason why they're still favored in the seat count. The Conservatives are at 35%, and the New Democrats
JB doesn't get his dental. I had to take out, I had like 6 cavities removed because I'm shitty at brushing my teeth recently. I had to pay for all of them.
Just under 20% support. The PPC is at 5.5 and the Greens at 3. In Quebec, we haven't really seen a lot of movement for universal health care leaders' debates just yet. It could take a few more days before we see any real impact. But in Quebec, the Liberals still have a lead, about 33% support to 26% for the Bloc Québécois. The Conservatives are sitting at 20%, so that's up from the last election. The New Democrats are up a little bit to about 14%. The Greens and the
QAnon Anonymous, hello. I'm assuming that's Julian.
PPC
How's it going?
And then in British Columbia, again, a place where we've seen the numbers finally...
Yeah, Lib is red, so you have to vote for it.
Settled down a little bit. From the beginning of the campaign, it was Conservatives rising, Liberals falling. It's settled now into this sort of scenario. The Conservatives at 33%.
But you're not going to vote for the Red
Democrats
Party?
in second place at just under 29%. The Liberals at 26%. The Greens at 7%. So quite a bit.
I wonder actually how much it's changed in BC. Like how much. I would assume that the NDP have like somehow boosted themselves based on the provincial level policies or politics and like the boost that the provincial level NDP have had, which is funny because again they are unaffiliated parties. They're two separate parties.
Down from where they were in the last election, and the PPC at 4.5.
Long message from the Liberal Party, whether it's this campaign or others, is don't vote for the NDP. Because if you do, you might end up with a Conservative government. And that's helped really congeal that progressive vote in their favor, in the Liberals' favor. What's happening this time around?
Yeah, we're not really seeing a lot of that happening just yet. You look at the numbers where the New Democrats
Starmer
are
might
in
be
Ontario,
out. That's funny.
In BC, they've come up in Quebec. They're in second place throughout the prairies and Alberta. Those are areas where the Liberals would like to have some of those votes. But one of the things that has actually kept...
We're going to have a communism. Is a red party.
The Liberals ahead of the Conservatives in Ontario. It's the fact that the NDP number has been coming down a little bit. So
actually, what are the Communist Party of Canada? What are their colors? Are they also red?
Happening there where some strategic voters are seeing these polls, seeing that Aaron O'Toole and the Conservatives are leading, and maybe some of them are getting a bit nervous. But for the Liberals, they need to see a lot more of that NDP vote go their direction. Some of that Green vote, with the Greens not running candidates in about a quarter of ridings,
no, they're
might
just
open
red.
up some opportunities. But yeah, we'll see. That's usually the play for the Liberals in close elections, and I would be surprised if they don't try to play it this time.
We had you right there a week ago, right at this time. We were talking a lot about momentum. You've talked about it a bit now, but the fact that things seem to have slowed, what does that say to you?
I think it means that the debates this week are really going to be important because you don't need a big shift in support for suddenly the Conservatives to be favored in the seat count or the Liberals to be knocking on a majority government. So I think that's really going to be where a lot of people are going to be making up their minds because they've heard a lot about Aaron O'Toole. This might be for a lot of...
BBC with 4.5 is surprising and worrying. I thought it would be higher, honestly. I was surprised that they didn't qualify for the debates. Because what you have to have, what was it like in the polls? You had to have 5% average or something, and they were like right under that. I was expecting the Conservatives to not do as well because they were like pulling from, they were getting, the CBC was like, or PPC was pulling from them.
The vote is the first time they really see him.
There was less of that than I would have expected, which a lot of that also is that like there are literally the cranks that you think would go to People's Party of Canada, like the people who support the Doodle or whatever, the Queen of Canada, because I just listened to the QA episode. They're more right than the PPC. They think that party is cucked.
For more than a 30-second ad.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Eric, those debates coming Wednesday.
So it's like it's a weird niche that they're trying to fill, considering that the Conservatives are doing well.
Thursday of this week, and we will have you back here to take a look at where things stand then. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Oh, that's such an epic collab. I'm soy facing. Very important video.
Oh, hold on, my bad. My bad. I was wiping some shit off. Pause.
Exiting narrator. El narrador se ha cerrado inesperadamente. Si esto no se esperaba, visite el sitio web oficial de Microsoft.
I don't know what the fuck just happened.
Sí.
What the fuck?
This is the guy that freaked out about sicko mode, yes. He also fell asleep listening to Drake's new album. He's screaming of a potato. How does this happen? How does that actually happen on a computer? That was the funniest fucking lyric. This is DJ Academics, yes. That, honestly, I was listening to Drake's new album, and then I heard she said she a lesbian girl, me too, and I stopped listening. I have not, that's where I got on the album. I have not listened to any of the other songs. I'm like, no, I'm out. Like, what did he mean by that? I'm still trying to think about this. What did he mean by that? What did he mean? Why did he say that? Why did he put it on the album? It's like the third song. Oh yeah, no, fuck it. I was like, no, I'm done with this. No, I'm gonna... Did he like girl? I guess, but like... You're right. That's a good TikTok I saw where it's like, yeah, Donda's much better. I like Donda. I've been listening to a lot of Donda. It's been growing on me. I still think the best moment is Fivio's verse on Off the Grid. Like that I have to say, like one of Kanye's like things is bringing out new artists. Like taking artists and making them better. Like really like enriching their sound, and he really fucking did that with Fivio. That verse is so fucking good. It was a good tweet. What, mate? You listened to that, didn't you? You had a review. What did you think, Julian? You didn't like Fivio's verse? I was very good. I liked it. I think the second version of Okay Okay was better than the first. The verse was fine. Okay. I think people agree with me. I think that's not a hot take. There was Felix Biederman tweeted out that like I'm taking Drake or taking Kanye's side on the beef, because if Fivio had that good of a verse on a Drake album, Drake would delete the song and then have Fivio's fucking breaks cut. And 100% agree with that. You're listening to Liv Vod. That's so true. Real Liv Vod heads sound off. Donda was not a top Kanye album. I feel like he didn't add anything that's particularly new, but I still thought it was a good Donda. I still thought it was a good listening experience. I thought it was a well-made album, even if it had like flaws and it was sort of, because Drake's album was like, as far as I can understand, because I really just got bored and stopped listening to it. I'm now in the 6. You're right. I'm gonna my fucking energies, my lights are gonna get cut. My phone line. I don't have a home phone. When I mention this, because I'm in Ontario, he's right behind me. But it seemed like it was like literally like, I'm not, what's the term for that? Like, it was means tested. Like they played Drake songs for audiences and they're like, would you like this song or do you like this? Like how they do like advertising. Focus group. It was focus groups. That album feels like it was focus grouped. It wasn't particularly. Yeah. Anyways. Music is engineered to be catchy, but like older Drake is unique in some way. I'm thinking like the one of the examples I can think of now is like the song "Worst Behavior," which is Dahi, right? He's producing it. That song, like, it's a very creative beat. It's very unique, and Drake adds quite a bit to it, right? And it's like, oh, this is sort of, I don't know, I don't know how well that song did on the radio. Even Just Hold On, We're Going Home. Is that what the song is called? Like, it's still unique in some way. I don't know. I feel like he's lost that. Or cuz what's it called? Drake's best album, just with that, it's not even close, is If You're Reading This It's Too Late. That's peak Drake. That's really his best shit. Absolutely. Yeah. Everything after that has been mediocre in comparison. He didn't write it. Well, he doesn't write anything. Although I will say, like, what is the ghostwriter's name? I can't remember his from If You're Reading This. Was it Energy? It was you, Elizabeth. Which, Take Care is better. That's an understandable take. That's an understandable take, but I don't agree. Was it Quinn? Oh yeah. If you hear the original song, like the song that they made and then gave to Drake, Drake is way fucking better on it. Drake makes it much better. So yeah. Everything post, nothing was the same. It's gotten progressively worse. Absolutely. Yeah. Because Views has a couple good fucking songs on it. Where I'm like, yeah, that's I'm blanking on the names. Hold on. Let me pull up my Spotify. Make sure I don't play it. Feel No Ways is such a good song. More Life, yeah. Yeah, no, there's a couple, like, there's a lot of forgettable songs on Views, but there's a couple that really fucking stick out. One Dance, honestly, wasn't that good. In terms of a song, it was very bare. I still enjoyed it when it came on at, like, a party or something, of course, but I honestly don't think One Dance is that good. I'm sorry. It's not, it's a very, yeah. This is the real Canadian debate. It's called Views, I think. But yeah, Views from the 6. Graham, anything Drake and Future do is really good. Because Future was on the recent album, right? The Too Sexy song, which I didn't get to. I've only seen, no, maybe I shouldn't. My impression of the new album is already bad enough. I'll listen to the Future song. Because their collabs are always good. Too Good is another one. Classic. The video, I've seen clips from the video and it's very funny. The what is it? The Kyrie collab or whatever. And he's just not. Anyways. Why did I start talking about Drake? Yeah, More Life was... Did anyone... Kari, sorry. It was Julian's fault, you're right. Oh, Black, you want to watch this? This is the best music video to come out of Toronto. Wait, let me see. I don't want to get TMCA'd. His Drake is rising in the polls. I'm voting for Drake. I want him to win. Wait, let me... Yeah, Drake should run for... Kanye ran for president. Drake should run for prime minister. I don't see the problem. We were so close? For what? Oh, for... Alright, sure. Alright, yeah, let's watch it.
My name is Bruno, and I became a...
When does the debate start? Someone said it was going to happen soon. This is a correct response to Certified Lover Boy.
Yeah, say that you a lesbian girl, me too. Hey, girl.
No.
Sorry, wait, hold on. No. My space bar is being fucked up.
No.
What is going on here?
Yeah, say that you a lesbian girl, me too. Hey, girl.
No. 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 No.
That was basically my reaction, yeah. Alright, sure, let's watch this.
My name is Bruno, and I became a black person.
What?
No one
What do you...
knew that I was actually black when I had my white makeup on.
For 6 weeks, two families, my family and a black family, got together in a house in the valley.
Whoa! Hold on. What are you trying to get me to watch here? Hold on.
LA, and we decided to swap races.
What did it win the Emmy for?
Would go into makeup and become the opposite race.
We became black, they became white. Then we moved in together.
We're talking living together, you know? It's not like, you know,
I guess actually this is relevant. We were just talking about Trudeau.
Party, get together, and they go their way and we go our way. No, at night.
It's for best makeup. No, dude.
We all live under the same roof.
The whole experience, it opened my eyes, just made me more aware of my race.
I'm a pioneer in this because
that is, I will say,
never been done.
That's crazy.
Color to see what it would be like.
It was completely transformative.
We got jobs, went shopping.
Hey, white man.
We would go out together. He's the honky.
We were undercover. We had hidden cameras. We were sneaking around.
Hello.
We did it all.
How is this made? How did they... Wait, when was this made? When was this made? When did they make this?
We're the Wurgle.
It was made by Ice-T in 2006?
A typical
Yeah, the
white
1920s.
American family from Santa Monica.
I just wanted to really
It's just made by Justin Trudeau.
into the issue of race and see.
Oh, it's
if
Ice
these flames
Cube.
would
Ice
emerge.
Cube.
My mindset in life I get from my father. As an immigrant,
Came to this country starting from scratch and demonstrated.
Oh, so this is a Hassan community
that
discovery.
You get what you want by working extremely hard.
I've never played this game before. I don't know how to play.
I was curious to see how the world would react to me as a black person. Many times I was shocked.
I feel racist.
We are the Sparks family.
We just a typical black family from Atlanta.
White family here, Vietnamese here, white here, Mexican here. Very diverse. We're just like the UN, baby. Growing up in Michigan as light skin, green eyes, big afro back in the early 70s, it was tough. I had to fight the darker skinned blacks because I was too light. And then I had to fight the whites because I was too dark. So I had racism from both sides. Being white felt different. Wow. Very different.
I was raised...
I'm sorry. You're telling me this isn't a sketch from the Chappelle Show? Like, it's not... Dave isn't gonna just pop out and be like...
in a very liberal home. And my folks were involved with the civil rights.
He was... Like, that looks like it's a fucking Chappelle skit. He's playing
Being
fucking
white
golf.
felt different. Wow. Very different.
I was raised in a very liberal home, and my folks were involved with the civil rights movement. So I had compassion for people who have suffered. By putting on another skin, I wanted to have a sense of what it's like to be black.
I was raised by two hardworking parents who taught me to not use...
Oh, Trudeau would have loved this show. In 2006? I can't believe they didn't get him on this. You know how excited he would be?
Race as an
I'm not even joking. He would have loved this.
excuse. You, as an adult, should know that you just don't call a woman a bitch. I didn't know that. I really didn't know what to expect, but I didn't know it was gonna be that intense.
She gonna be crying a lot. She keep me though. Shit. I mean, I like it, but it's not something I would wear.
Oh, I thought you...
It won an Emmy for... I believe you. I believe you.
Say that everything was just great.
Mr. Fancy Pants.
Oh, you have lost your damn mind.
You can't act black.
I'm kind of waiting for somebody to go, hey, nigger.
But is that gonna happen?
It's not gonna happen.
You know,
That word was still, like dynamite.
I got angry sometimes at being misunderstood.
I don't want to have to choose my words.
You want to sit on the little lily white pedestal and say shit is not happening in the world, and that's bullshit.
Bruno, don't piss me off. What happened between Bruno and myself was really challenging. You have these judgments that I think you have no right to have. I knew we had differences going into the project.
Who thought of this? It's Ice Cube, right? It was Ice Cube that thought of this? That's the actual serious response?
I didn't know how great those differences were.
No, we saw and watched it. We're
What are you
fine.
gonna do
I don't
about
have to worry.
I don't know how we're gonna make it.
We did something no one else has ever done.
I don't like being made up.
And none of us will be the same again.
please don't believe the hype. Everything in the world ain't black and white. Everybody ain't a stereotype. Just
Wait, let me see. The show is too real for America to accept. Wrong accept. It was one of FX's top-rated reality shows, and they dropped it because of how hard it hit home. The white couple got a divorce after during the show. What was discovered during filming? What was discovered during filming?
because I look wrong, I'm about to do right. Black as midnight or bright as Snow White. You better do me right or I'ma have to take flight. Put you on nice, blast on you twice. If you a zebra, better
What
come
was
out them
discovered?
stripes. Please don't believe the hype. Everything in
let's
the
find
world
out.
ain't black and white. Did you get your race car? Did you get your race car?
Good morning.
My name is Bruno, and during this project, I'm going to become a black person, along with my family.
My name is Rose. I'm 17 years old and I'm a white girl.
It's just so exciting to be a part of this project. I don't know what to expect. I'll pick up some other affectations and characteristics, and maybe end up walking a little differently.
My name is Carmen, and I'm going to become black.
I'm getting spray painted.
I'm turning black gradually.
I'm
Just
Brian. I'm
she
40.
look in the
I'm
camera.
going to become a white man. Still amazed that all these colors make me white. I see browns and blues and greens and reds, but the finished product, I look like a white guy.
We can watch one a week? Yeah, that sounds good.
I wanted to be transformed into a white dude.
There's a Channel 4 doc called My Week as a Muslim. Some British woman did brownface and lived as a Muslim Pakistani woman in Manchester.
My name is Renee, and by changing the color of
Which is like, you can be white and Muslim. Like, that's not...
my skin, I will be able to see
That's-
what it's like to be white.
I've never experienced what it's like to be treated black. I don't know what that means or entails.
The transformation
The man who did the paint is now doing Avengers movies.
is definitely underway. I get to learn just how it feels to go out in the world looking black.
I mean, I will say, yes. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Yes, yeah, yes. Like,
In my opinion, it's looking pretty good.
The makeup is very well done. On second thought, you do not, quote, have to hand it to the show Black White.
Hello, girl.
I look up in the mirror and I'm like, damn, I'm white.
Being a former basketball player, I always thought how nice it would be to be able to jump.
Emmy winning blackface.
Get off the ground, leap, and slam dunk like these guys can. And there's no doubt about it. Blacks are superior. You know, physically, hands down. They're faster, they leap higher. They're just awesome, awesome athletes.
That's it. We're done. We're finished.
Yes, I do look like a white guy. Totally. Yeah, I think I'll break out the sticks, play a little golf. Awesome, dude. Awesome. You know, I've been trying to imagine what it's gonna look like
to see Renee and Nick for the first time white.
And Shem, how's it going, Shem?
Wow. You look like, I look as white as you.
Yeah, look at that.
Why are you laughing at me? I should be laughing at you.
That is too funny, though. Clear out here, you know, we got some business to take care of.
I don't think so. Not my type. Okay, you can't take this the wrong way because remember, we're in makeup, but...
The white dude voted for Biden. I'm not gonna make the joke. I'm not gonna make the joke. I'm not gonna make the joke.
I mean, he doesn't look anything like
Stop.
a guy I would be anywhere attracted to.
Come on, white girl. Come on, white girl.
I don't want to.
Come on, white girl.
Just a peck.
You be scared. Yeah, that was weak.
I know.
Oh my God, that is so strange. Oh my God, Bruno. It's nice. I love black. I mean, visually and somehow heart-wise, there's a warmth.
You're beautiful.
Thank you. You look like a really nice man. Oh my God.
God, it's just really beautiful.
Did the debate start?
That's just like
all right. Maybe we'll watch the debate instead of this for now. We can go back to this afterwards. I think that maybe it's better to if this is gonna work. All right, fine. We'll continue with this.
This woman, it's beautiful.
Okay, so when do we get to see Nick? Because now I'm really curious.
I don't have the confidence. My fucking viewers sent this to me and were like, watch it. They did not explain. I did not know what I was getting into.
Wow.
Big. Wow. You look good. Wow.
You're sexy. Is that what you said? Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at the shoes and everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna look like Michael Jackson. Hold your head up.
Lift your head up.
Look at your hair. Look at that. Look at yours. My mustache. Look at your teeth. Look at your pimples and everything.
No, dog. He already had that.
See, that is really fun. In terms of makeup, that's wild. That is...
Beautiful.
Let's watch the debate and see what's going on. Let's check it out. This is the English translation one. There's no...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Leaders' Debate. We're at the Canadian Museum of History in Gatineau.
No, it's not happening yet. It's not happening yet.
Amazing job. You totally
When
look
did you
like
do
a
this?
little black girl. Beautiful job. Do I look like me? No. No? Would you recognize me? No. On the street?
All cops are bad cops.
Amazing.
King Claude, thank you for the prime.
Rose. You look great. Let me see your hair. It's beautiful.
Yeah?
We look like twins, huh?
Today was like the experimental day. It was the yay or nay. Will this work?
I'm very confident I can pull this off. I went golfing as a white guy because that's a predominantly white sport. I wanted to see how it would get treated. You have a pack of teas as well? Good deal, good deal. Okay, all set. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, terrible. I talk to people that I wouldn't normally talk to. All right, you got a pretty good stroke going there, so I come over to see what you're doing here so I can try to straighten my game like that. There you go. You know, we're shopping for clubs, so we're just interested to see what kind of clubs you're using.
Yeah, I have these custom made at some little shop down in Burbank.
Oh, okay. I feel very accepted as if I was one of their own. Appreciate your time. Your name?
I'm John.
John Brian White.
Oh, so his last name is just White.
My first time as a
That's
black
a
girl,
good...
I went to South Central. Going undercover in the black world is amazing.
People were talking to me like, my sister.
See, Lee was trying to holler.
What?
Holler means he's trying to go out with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was liking you, like digging the way you look. You know. Look at you trying to get a boyfriend.
When I'm in black makeup, I wasn't like scared. If anything, I was just like, I look black. People regarded me as a black girl. It was selling.
I needed a pair of shoes, so I went shopping. As a white guy, I'm relaxed when I'm shopping. I put on my white makeup and I'm having fun.
Okay, answer any questions for you.
I like these two here.
Okay.
Kind of like that one better.
What size do you wear?
11. And then the most amazing thing happened. The guy actually took my foot and put it in the shoe and put a shoehorn in the back to make sure my foot slide in. That feels good.
This kind of shoe should be pretty comfortable right from the start.
I have never in my life had someone, you know, they come out and give me my shoe, but I've never had anyone actually unlace it, open it, shoehorn the back.
This is such an appropriate watch before the Trudeau debate.
Slide
Absolutely.
my foot into the shoe. Is this what the white guys get?
This
all
one just
the
started
benefits
being,
they get?
okay, well,
It's never happened to me black in 40 years.
It's
Well,
perfect.
again, the question is, if you were elected at the head of a minority government, would you commit to not calling a snap election before 4 years?
Yes, absolutely. We need to work together to fight the pandemic and to meet the challenges that are awaiting us after the pandemic. This isn't the time for an election. We need to have a plan for the future, as you said, Mr. Roy, for the future. And at the beginning of the campaign, we launched our plan, Canada's Recovery Plan. It's a plan with 5
His
pillars:
name is O'Toole,
jobs,
yes.
an anti-corruption act, leadership when it comes to Canadians' mental health. A
No,
plan
this
to
is
be
the
more ready
translation.
for future pandemics, and a plan to balance the budget. Because after 6 years of Mr. Trudeau, we have a lot of debt and no opportunity for our young people.
Now, at the beginning of your question, you said absolutely. Do you mean
We
absolutely
need to
you
work
wouldn't call an election?
together on our economic recovery in the pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. 45 seconds.
Canadian Mitt
Thank
Romney,
you very much.
basically.
First of all, good evening to everyone. I would like to
British
clearly
accent
state
thing.
that we did not want this election. We want to work together. I'm committed to meeting the Canadians' mandate and your voice, what you will choose, because you have an important
Best outcome
choice to
is
make in this election.
a Liberal minority
You have
and
the choice of
NDP
another 4 years of
increase.
Mr. Trudeau that allowed some people to exploit the system. You could also choose the NDP that are clearly saying that billionaires have to pay their fair share to help us fight climate change, to invest in healthcare, and to clearly say that we will end the housing crisis. You have a clear
Maybe
choice,
French
and I
is
encourage
good.
you to
It's
choose
better
the
than
NDP.
O'Toole's, I think.
Mr.
And Trudeau is
will
like
you do everything possible
is French.
to keep the next government
So
alive?
his French is
That's
good.
the spirit of the
Yes.
question.
I'm not the one who's going to make the decision. However,
I don't know if I can get
think
subtitles.
That the government must ensure, when it's a minority government, to get the support of enough MPs in the government to remain in its position. That is the spirit of the law on fixed dates. Now, Mr. Trudeau did talk about the fact that we could be in an election in another 18 months. But it's interesting that he didn't table his own platform until 2 weeks after he
We
called
will
the
return
election.
to the
Here in
blackface
Bloc,
show,
we
don't
don't have
worry.
the same philosophy.
Do
If
not
it's good
despair.
for Quebec, we vote for it. If it's bad for Quebec, we vote against it. But regardless of what's on the table, we will improve it.
We'll get back to that in greater detail later. But Ms. Paul,
The
I wanna
blackface
ask
show?
Ms.
I mean,
Paul,
what
I'll
else
ask
can
you
I
the same
call it?
question. Would you do everything possible to keep a minority government in power as long as
First of
possible?
all,
Oh, so-
it's an
so
honor
she
to
is
be
in this
here
one.
on the
Okay.
unceded Algonquin territory, Megwich.
So she does a land acknowledgement.
Yes, absolutely.
Unfortunately,
The Greens are not doing well.
given the broken promises by Mr. Trudeau and his government, we are now in this situation. We need to find a way to work together in collaboration and cooperation. The fact that we are in an election is a symptom or a consequence of the fact that people are not looking to work together and they're working in a partisan manner. I would say that people don't want to be consulted on how to end the pandemic. They want it to end, and we need to work together to do that. Thank you very much. You've all stuck to your time limits very well, so we appreciate that.
From least pog to most pog.
Our first theme tonight, it's a very big one.
Worst is People's Party of Canada, which is far right.
We have a question from the
then
public.
the Conservatives.
Yes, we received a lot of questions on this theme. So
I'm not even considering Bloc because I'm not in
died
Quebec.
of COVID-19 in Canada, and at least half
or
of them
if I have to
died in
place them,
seniors'
I don't know.
residences. Sometimes in quite horrific conditions.
It's
and
probably, it would
often
probably then be
alone.
like Libs, Bloc/Green.
Our first guest is
Then NDP.
Bernadette Landry, who is in Dieppe in New Brunswick.
But NDP
Good evening, Ms.
clearly.
Landry.
Yeah, don't vote Bloc.
Good evening. Thank you for being with us and for starting us off tonight. Now, you're involved in an association in New Brunswick that defends the rights of seniors. And there's something that you want to ask the leaders. Please go ahead. Yes. The pandemic has really revealed how seniors can be neglected and mistreated, particularly seniors who are vulnerable and who are starting to lose their independence. So far, it doesn't seem like we can count on provincial governments to protect seniors in long-term care.
That's absolutely a shot at the
This is something that's been going on for a really long
Progressive
time.
Conservatives.
So if you became Prime Minister,
In
what would
Ontario.
you do to ensure that the provincial governments protect seniors who are becoming less independent so that they are no longer neglected? Thank you very much, Ms. Landry. I know the leaders were listening attentively to your question, so let's hear their answers. We're starting with Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you for the question, Bernadette. We will have a clear
This is the
approach
French language
when it
debate.
comes to Canadians and Quebecers'
This is the
health
second one.
for our seniors.
The
we
English
will
one is tomorrow.
increase the health
far as I know.
transfer in a stable, predictable, and unconditional way. And it's going to go up by about $60 billion. We're going to work together on our public and universal healthcare system.
I don't see an
and
NDP-led
particularly
coalition
after the
happening now.
pandemic. We need to learn lessons. We need to work together on our residences for our long-term care homes in Quebec in particular. That's why we're
Yeah, they
planning
hate
$3
each
billion
other. That's a
for
good
investments
explanation.
in long-term care homes, in seniors' homes. I will respect provincial jurisdiction, but we need to work together.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Ms.
There was
Paul.
controversy because O'Toole recognized climate change
My
is human
father
made.
died in a long-term care home in the second wave of the pandemic, and I will never forget that. I will not forget all of the thousands of people who have lost a loved one. Unfortunately, we are forgetting them. We need to have a radical reform of our system. We need to have national standards. There must be a way
If anyone
to
knows
ensure
a
that our
an
system
English subtitle stream,
falls under the
that would be
Canada
way
Health
better.
Act.
Because I do want to hear
Because
their
the
French.
protections are in that act.
All
We
the
need to
different-
ensure a minimum number of care and services for our seniors. There was nothing
Maurice Owen, thank
in
you.
the throne Thank you, Ms. speech for Paul. seniors.
Mr. Blanchet. Ms. Landry was saying that the provincial governments can't be counted on. How would you reply?
It's very sad.
I don't know if you
to
can even
hear
do
what Ms.
that.
Landry has to say, because
'Cause it's live, right?
We need to realize that the priority of the provincial healthcare systems is to provide care to people, and to do that, they need resources, and the federal contribution to
translate.
each
Is
of
there
the
a-
provinces. Well, they're all calling for an increase.
I could
in
sync
health
them up. I could have two
transfers for
streams.
care for
This one
people,
has a.
to reduce
Is there
wait
an add-on
lists,
for
and
it?
for
Because it
healthcare
doesn't let me
personnel.
do CC here.
The Liberals and the other parties as well. What they
There's
want
five
to do
head.
is
I could
to,
do that. That would
give
be much better
money,
than
but
this.
with strings attached.
Le débat du
because
chef.
they claim that the
Elles
federal
sont mieux que les
government knows
provinces.
more about that than the provincial
see, this is
governments.
the-
but the provinces are the ones that have expertise.
It's so cool that leaders,
Thank you very
Chef.
much. First of all, a big thank you to you, Ms. Landry, for your question.
All cops are bad
a crying
cops.
Sarah,
national
thank you for the
shame
seven
what has
months.
happened during this pandemic. The fact that
I can
our seniors
I can
have been
hear
the
French
hardest
if
hit,
people speak
it
really
truly
slowly.
breaks my heart, and you are right. We
That's
have to
about
help
it.
people. Personally, I can't simply be passive when I see people suffer. Yes, I respect various jurisdictions, but I want to help. I'm looking for solutions, and I think that a leader is someone who looks for solutions, not someone who's looking for excuses. And so what we want to do is to remove profits from long-term care homes to help people. We want there to be better support so that people can remain at home as much as possible. Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole voted against this idea.
Thanks for wrapping up there, Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau.
Thanks, Ms. Landry, for your question. Like millions of Canadians, I watched with horror what happened to seniors, the most vulnerable all across the country during this pandemic. Not just in one place like New Brunswick, it was everywhere. We have to do better. Yes, the federal government sent soldiers, members of the armed forces, to help out, but we can only conclude that the situation of seniors was not only unfortunate during the pandemic, it started long before. The federal government has to respect provincial jurisdiction, has to respect the role the provinces are supposed to play, but we have worked to improve funding and improve working conditions for healthcare workers. We will be there for everyone.
So, Ms. Landry, we saw your reaction to some of the leaders' answers. Were you satisfied? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for participating tonight. Well, that's encouraging. Thank you, Ms. Landry. We'll be coming back to the subject during the open debate with all 5 leaders, talking more about long-term care homes, the role of the federal government and the provincial government.
Wait, what? Sorry, we're gonna...
But now we're moving on to the two-way debate with Ms. Paul and Mr. Singh. And I want to talk about vaccinations. Ms. Paul, it's not really clear to me whether you are against mandatory vaccination.
Oh, no, this isn't an auto
one. I'm not
one.
entirely sure what you said a couple of weeks ago. Perhaps you can clarify. And Mr. Singh, you're very strongly in support of mandatory vaccinations. But are you not concerned that it might further provoke the anti-vaxxer protesters and those who don't want to get vaccinated? And is there a risk of creating 2 worlds in Canada?
It is so sad to see
it's not letting me do it automatically.
politicization of an issue like this. Its concerns our health. Absolutely, we are in favor of ensuring that everybody that can get vaccinated be vaccinated. I think that all the parties are in agreement with
Landry's
this.
question. I entirely agree with Ms. Paul. That is exactly what we have to do. Horrible what we have learned.
De longue durée, abus lucratifs, on a vu les pires conditions. Donc, pour moi, la question, c'est pourquoi M. Trudeau et M. O'Toole ont voté pour les services privatisés. C'est complètement le...
Mais retourner à la vaccination obligatoire. Oui, retourner à la vaccination. Je voulais...
I'm going to refresh Brett and see if it works.
La réponse. Je voulais dire que c'est très clair que nous aurons besoin des accommodations pour les gens qui ne peuvent pas être vaccinés. Il y a des tests de dépistage rapides, il y a des autres options. Et on sait très bien chacun on doit les utiliser. Alors d'utiliser quelque chose qui devrait être guidé par la science, par les avis de notre...
Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec le gouvernement du Québec qui a dit les récalcitrants, ils restent à la maison non payés, là. Ils n'auront pas de salaire. Est-ce que vous irez jusque-là?
Je dis que oui, on doit avoir des conséquences, mais on doit faire tout ce qu'on peut pour aider les gens d'être vaccinés. On peut trouver des autres moyens d'aider les gens et les gens qui ne peuvent pas le faire, on peut trouver les autres solutions.
Voilà, et je veux savoir quelles sont ces conséquences, parce que si on peut nous rassembler, être d'accord, c'est beaucoup mieux que d'être en division.
C'est pour ça que je pose des questions. J'essaie de voir, parce qu'il y a des nuances dans chacun, puis des fois, les gens ne s'y retrouvent pas. Maintenant, droit de parole, M. Blanchet, M. Trudeau, M. O'Toole. M. Trudeau, on vous a vu entouré de manifestants depuis le début de la campagne. Je vous pose la même question. Est-ce qu'il n'est pas en train de se créer au Canada un cercle vicieux? Et plus vous obligez les gens à se faire vacciner, plus il y a des manifestants. Et là, on a effectivement politisé cette question.
Mais c'est un faux débat, Patrice. Il n'y a plus de débat sur la vaccination comme étant la façon qu'on va s'en sortir. C'est exactement ce que la science, nos meilleurs chercheurs nous disent. Et je fais une distinction entre cette meute qui est en train de manifester et ceux qui, pour des raisons personnelles, sont encore hésitants à se faire vacciner. Et il faut, oui, les informer, mais il faut aussi démontrer que c'est dans leur intérêt de se faire vacciner. Ils ne pourront pas prendre un train, un avion, ils ne pourront pas travailler pour la fonction publique fédérale. Avec des passeports vaccinaux qu'on va payer pour les provinces, ils ne pourront pas aller au resto, au gym, au théâtre. Oui, c'est important de dire clairement, ça passe par la vaccination. Presque 80% des Canadiens ont fait leur job. Il est encore retourné à la normale.
Surtout, vous n'avez pas changé d'avis là-dessus. Vous êtes contre une vaccination obligatoire.
Les vaccins sont primordiaux. Les vaccins sont sécuritaires et efficaces et j'encourage tous les Canadiens, tous les Québécois à se faire vacciner.
Easy.
Mais en plein d'une pandémie, ce n'est pas le temps d'avoir une approche de division. On doit travailler ensemble.
Yes, the Québécois, c'est job.
On doit utiliser tous les outils. Les vaccins, les tests de dépistage rapides quotidiens, les masques, la distanciation sociale. Mais en plein d'une pandémie, pourquoi est-ce que M. Trudeau a déclenché une élection? On doit travailler contre la 4e vague, pas sur le terrain de l'élection.
M. O'Toole fait une équivalence entre la vaccination et le dépistage, et c'est pas du tout la même chose. Quand tu te fais tester positif, c'est que tu es déjà malade avec le vaccin.
Une élection, M. Trudeau, en pleine d'une pandémie. Pourquoi? On doit cibler sur le bien-être des Canadiens. On doit lutter ensemble contre la COVID-19, pas avec une approche de division.
Il m'a posé une question directe. Pourquoi cette élection pendant la pandémie? Justement, parce qu'il y a des décisions très importantes à prendre sur comment on va en finir. Moi, je crois à exiger de la vaccination pour un train, pour un avion. M. O'Toole ne veut pas faire ça. C'est un choix clair, puis les Canadiens devraient avoir leur mot à dire.
M. Blanchet, vous avez votre parole, M. Blanchet.
Oui, dans un premier temps... Quand j'étais jeune, en termes plus crus, le monsieur du dépanneur pas loin de chez nous disait essentiellement que j'aurais pas mis le feu, mais que je l'aurais pas éteint. C'était pas mal plus direct que ça. C'est un peu ce à quoi on est confronté. Plutôt que de répondre par de l'information, par de l'éducation, par une incitation à aller tout le monde se faire vacciner, on est dans une espèce d'affrontement qui ne sert absolument à personne. De surcroît, je vais prendre mon droit de parole, vous prendrez le vôtre quand ce sera le temps. De surcroît, les exemples que M. Trudeau a donnés sont toutes, à part les frontières dont il ne s'est pas occupé, puis le transport, des juridictions du Québec. C'est Québec qui va décider pour les gyms, pour les restaurants, pour les écoles. Et la contrainte, et la contrainte,
merci à vous
et la contrainte, elle n'était, comme vous l'avez décrit, elle n'était que pour...
merci, M. Blanchet. À vous trois, on va y revenir dans le débat ouvert à 5. Comme mes collègues viendront plus tard, j'ai des questions à rafale pour chacun d'entre vous. C'est un mélange entre une formule ouverte et des questions à rafale pour que les citoyens puissent comprendre le fond de votre logique. C'est ça notre objectif. Madame Paul, tout le hasard qui a déterminé les noms, vous le savez. Madame Paul, assurance médicaments, assurance dentaire, plus de soins dans les CHSLD. Votre ambitieux.
Let's say that your program is ambitious, but not costed.
Comment peut-on vous prendre au sérieux?
How can we take you seriously?
Nous sommes en train de le chiffrer.
We are costing the program, and it's only been 2 years
you
since
know
the last
what?
election.
It's really confused because it's French and English at the same time, and it's fucking with it. That's what's happening.
Now we find ourselves in another election. It's the time to be
subtitles.
ambitious. I think that the pandemic has changed things. It's upset myself, my family, and I believe that people want to take a different path. We can't go on the same path we were on.
I don't think it's gonna work.
If we want to do this, we need to say yes.
I can just do this one because it had better audio quality.
Lives with dignity in Canada and have everything they
Very well, but still not costed.
No, not yet, but we.
I wish this one had
There are
subtitles.
2 weeks left.
In fact, the election was
If
called.
anyone can find an English stream where it has subtitles but not the French in the background like this,
There are provincial jurisdictions.
the
Everyone's
CC
sensitive
would
to
work
that,
for this.
especially in Quebec. But why refuse any collaboration with the federal
Ceci
government?
n'est pas
I
un
remind
live
you that there were
stream.
5,718 deaths in long-term care facilities in Quebec, many more than in Ontario. Isn't there some room here for openness and modesty, Mr. Blanchet?
Your reasoning states that because it was the Quebec system, because it was the Quebec standards, that it's not as good as if it had been Canadian or national standards. Now, it's not the federal government that hires nurses and so forth. The federal government should have given us more money, because then from all the provinces, because they're all calling for more money, and if we had had that, then our health systems would have been more robust and we could have faced the crisis better. Because I am not going to speculate on this.
Very well. Mr.
You have the choice to...
Do you
That
believe
sounds
that
bad.
Canadians should have the choice to pay out of pocket to gain access to
let's
surgery
see,
or care
wait.
surgery or care sooner than in the
No.
public system?
I will always.
No, this one's not
sooner
good.
than in the
Fuck.
No.
public system?
I will always respect provincial jurisdiction.
Can you do Chrome
and
live
the
captions in the
decisions
stream?
made by
It
the
doesn't work.
provinces,
There's no
because,
CC
like
button.
Mr. Blanchet said, this is provincial jurisdiction. And I will increase the health transfers in a stable,
Do the ASL
predictable,
streams not have
and,
subtitles?
unconditional way, or without conditions, because it's a question of respect. And I trust the government of Quebec. Why does Mr. Trudeau always interfere in provincial jurisdiction, particularly after the pandemic? Given the sad situation in the long-term care homes, we need to work together
That one
for
doesn't
the
have
well-being of
CCs,
Canadians and
May.
Quebecers. And that's why we have a
Let's see
plan
this
for
one.
Canada's recovery and historic investments in our
At
public
least for
healthcare
me, I
system.
clicked the CC button and there's
So
no.
not more private health care? That was my question.
Oh, this one
I
is real
support
CCs?
our universal public
Real
system.
CC, we love it.
Mr.
Okay.
Trudeau,
It's connecting. We can do this one maybe.
here's a simple question for you. How much does a dose of vaccine cost? In Europe, we've seen some numbers come out now. Don't Canadians have the right to know and find out whether we got a good deal
What
or
Canadians
if we were had?
know is that we invested enough money to put us at the
Wait.
top of the list in terms of
top right-click
vaccination
settings.
in the world. We have enough for everyone. We've paid competitive prices.
But why aren't you providing those numbers
And I
for
can't
transparency?
talk about the contracts we entered into with private companies, but we're trying to be as transparent as possible. I'd like to come back to what
This is
my
a
colleague
classic
said. Mr.
Trudeau move.
O'Toole doesn't understand that it's the federal government's role to defend
Yeah,
the
I mean, they
Canada
spend a
Health
shit ton of
Act,
money. We
which
jumped in line
prevents the
from a
private
bunch
sector
of people.
from intruding into the healthcare sector, even in the provinces. He's not
Many
standing
of
up
which
against a
needed
two-tier
vaccines way
system.
more than
And
Canada
Mr.
did.
Blanchet is forgetting that when the armed forces entered into the long-term care facilities in Quebec, now we still don't have all the answers.
We'll be
but
able to move on to that debate a little later.
Oh,
Mr.
did I turn it on? Did it work?
For all those who suffered from the pandemic,
Hey!
congratulations. But where do you get your
Can you see it?
psychologists?
Wait, why can
There
you not
already
see it?
is a severe shortage. There are 910
I turned it on for me.
spots that are unfilled
This
in
is
Canada.
a very
they're very
problematic
bad.
issue. We have to highlight that during this pandemic, while there were already problems with regards to accessing mental health care before the pandemic, the situation got even worse during the pandemic. And these are truly difficult times that
Hold on.
have had severe impacts on many people's mental health.
Oh,
So
no,
what
this
we
is-
want
okay.
to make sure
I'm gonna
is
use
that
this
people
one.
have access to the pandemic. The situation got even worse during the pandemic, and
Okay.
these are truly
And then I'm
difficult
gonna turn off the
times
other
that
thing. It's
have
almost.
had
I've almost
severe
got it.
impacts on many people's mental health. So what we want to make sure is that people have access to this
And
essential
then-
service. That means including mental health care in our general healthcare system. It will be difficult, but it is necessary to do so, and that's what we will do.
Very well.
C'est pourquoi on doit utiliser le niveau de vaccination pour les autres pays, particulièrement les États-Unis, mais aussi on doit utiliser les tests de dépistage rapides quotidiens à la frontière. J'ai proposé ça il y a 1 an et malheureusement, comme d'habitude, le gouvernement de M. Trudeau
I'll wait for it to
the level of vaccination in other countries, particularly in the United States, but
était lent sur les tests de dépistage rapides, lent avec les vaccins en pleine d'une pandémie. C'est possible d'avoir une frontière ouverte, mais sécuritaire. C'est très important en pleine d'une pandémie.
Tout d'abord, on sait très bien que maintenant, on est en train de voir une 4e vague des non-vaccinés. Ceux qui sont vaccinés, qui ont fait leur devoir, fait leur part pour la société, ne sont pas une source de risque. Et on peut, en plus, revenir un peu plus à la normale en accueillant des...
Oh, the delay is wild. Hold on.
Des voyageurs de l'international qui sont pleinement vaccinés parce qu'on veut reprendre la vie normale. Mais la réalité, c'est qu'on est en train de s'assurer que ce ne soit pas un vecteur de transmission, ça ne l'est pas, et on veut récompenser ceux qui ont fait leur devoir, et je ne comprends pas pourquoi M. O'Toole et M. Blanchette sont en train d'être flous sur la vaccination.
Malheureusement, M. Trudeau est en train encore
on est dans une 4e vague de la COVID-19. Monsieur Trudeau, c'était la mauvaise chose à faire de déclencher une élection. On sait, on a toujours des défis. Et particulièrement parce que la seule raison pour laquelle vous avez déclenché cette élection, c'est pour une raison égoïste, d'avoir plus de pouvoir. Ce n'est pas une bonne chose à faire. Donc, dans notre avis, on aurait dû continuer de faire face à cette pandémie, de livrer l'aide aux gens, de réaliser que cette pandémie n'est pas finie. On a plus des enjeux, on doit réaliser ça et on doit agir. Pourquoi vous avez déclenché cette élection? C'est aucun sens à faire.
Moi, je suis complètement d'accord avec M. Singh sur ce point parce que on a des options. On peut culpabiliser les gens qui sont fâchés, qui ne sont pas vaccinés, ou on peut essayer de leur éduquer, on peut essayer de leur rassembler. On a déjà parlé de le besoin de santé, de création, d'investissement dans la santé mentale, investissement dans le CHSLD, beaucoup d'enjeux. On devrait être au Parlement, discuter ces choses ensemble, trouver des solutions et trouver de l'aide dont les gens ont besoin encore parce que nous sommes encore dans une pandémie.
M. Blanchet, les frontières, ça vous inquiète ou pas?
Moi, je suis plutôt d'accord sur le principe à l'effet que la double vaccination est un standard intéressant. Je pense par contre que ça doit être coordonné avec les autres pays avec lesquels il y a le plus d'échanges qui se font. Toutefois, avant de parler du flou des autres, je m'arrangerais pour ne pas avoir déposé ma plateforme 2 semaines en retard et avoir commencé à la changer dès le lendemain matin. Je pense que c'est moins clair. Et ce qui est moins clair aussi, c'est la capacité du Canada, sous cette administration, à avoir des échanges, parce que même le président américain n'a pas l'air d'être prêt à parler au premier ministre du Canada pour coordonner l'ouverture de la principale frontière pacifique au monde. Donc, il y a des enjeux qui demandent de la clarté. Pas nécessairement de moi, peut-être du premier ministre.
Pour répondre encore une fois à cette question d'élection, vous êtes en train de voir, les téléspectateurs sont en train de voir à quel point il y a des différences assez profondes dans notre vision sur comment on va en finir avec la pandémie. Et ces élections sont justement la chance pour les Canadiens de choisir. Mais, M. Roy, vous ne m'aviez pas demandé c'est quoi notre plan pour le système de santé. Nous, on propose à peu près 25 milliards de dollars d'investissement dans les médecins de famille, dans de la santé mentale sur les 4 prochaines années. Et on va absolument le faire. Malheureusement, on est les seuls à exiger des résultats pour travailler avec les provinces, oui, mais on assume nos responsabilités pour livrer pour les gens.
Je vais me permettre un oui ou non rapide. Bon, M. Blanchet, je connais la réponse, je n'ai pas besoin. Les transferts, 28 milliards, oui ou non, allez-vous transférer aux provinces?
Bien, je vais exiger que ce soit transféré aux provinces.
Bien sûr,
ça, c'est
très clair. 28 milliards aux provinces, oui ou non?
Oui, on veut augmenter les transferts en santé.
Oui, mais pas 28 milliards.
On veut les augmenter.
Parce qu'il y a toujours un flou, on devient fou avec ce flou.
On veut les augmenter.
Mais pas jusque... Madame Paul?
Nous avons invité les provinces d'être là à la table avec le gouvernement provincial fédéral pour créer, pour négocier. Ben, ce n'est pas une négociation, c'est la création d'une réforme fondamentale. Il y a des lacunes.
C'est un oui ou non en principe, M. Trudeau?
25 milliards, oui.
25 milliards.
25 milliards en santé.
I mean,
non,
Paul
pas sans condition. On va
can't fuck
travailler
up
avec
more
les provinces
than
pour livrer des résultats.
she did when she said that you should vote for the
milliards de
libs.
dollars au cours de la prochaine décennie.
The subtitles are
sans
behind because someone's
condition,
like
parce que
literally
c'est une
typing them
question
out.
de respect.
OK. Très bien. Alors, merci beaucoup. Premier débat ouvert. Coût de la vie et finances publiques, nous avons une question du public, juste.
Absolument. La pénurie de main-d'œuvre, elle est criante et elle coûte cher aux entreprises. Elle bouleverse les collectivités même. On va aller rejoindre quelqu'un qui est affecté par cette pénurie. Il s'appelle Marc-Antoine Poulain. On le joint chez lui à Saint-Prosper, dans Chaudière-Appalaches. Bonsoir, Monsieur Poulain.
This is live.
Bonsoir, Noémie.
Merci de vous joindre à nous. Alors, vous travaillez pour une PME de la Beauce qui fabrique des planchers de bois franc et vous avez de la misère à recruter des travailleurs. Alors, qu'est-ce que vous aimeriez dire au chef ce soir?
En fait, tout le secteur économique de ma région a des problèmes de pénurie de main-d'œuvre. On voit des entreprises qui doivent reporter des projets. On voit des entreprises qui doivent parfois ralentir un petit peu leur croissance par manque de personnel. Également, les organismes communautaires ont le même problème. En ayant de la difficulté à recruter du personnel, il peut arriver qu'ils aient la difficulté à donner un service à leurs citoyens. Ma question pour les chefs est la suivante. Quel est le plan de votre parti pour pallier à cette pénurie de main-d'œuvre?
Merci beaucoup, M. Poulain, pour cette question. Alors, c'est très clair. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait pour contrer la pénurie de main-d'œuvre? M. Singh, à vous
It
la
might be
parole.
better to do the
Merci.
fake subtitles, actually.
M.
'Cause these
Poulain,
ones are delayed.
Marc-Antoine Poulain.
Merci beaucoup, M. Poulain, pour la question. Je m'excuse, j'ai manqué le nom. Mais c'est vraiment un grand enjeu. Vous avez soulevé comment c'est un enjeu. Dans votre région, vous avez parlé de comment ça frappe les gens et les industries, les entreprises. C'est vraiment quelque chose de difficile et ça frappe à travers le pays. Donc, on a quelques solutions. On pense qu'on peut mieux utiliser notre système d'immigration pour accueillir des nouveaux arrivants qui vont aider dans cette lutte contre la pénurie de main-d'œuvre. On peut aussi aider dans l'éducation pour la formation qui connecte avec les industries et les entreprises qui ont besoin d'aide. Donc, ce sont quelques mesures qu'on peut prendre.
Merci, M. Singh. M. Blanchet, qu'est-ce que vous proposez?
4 propositions pour vous, M. Poulain. La première, c'est la suspension, fût-elle temporaire, de la PCRE, parce que ce programme-là, pour l'instant, retient des gens qui pourraient aller sur le marché du travail. Je garderai une exception pour les arts et, à bien des égards, le tourisme. Des programmes de crédit d'impôt plus généreux pour les jeunes retraités qui pourraient choisir de continuer à donner quelques journées par semaine au marché du travail. Une ouverture à l'immigration sous réserve, bien sûr, de la capacité d'intégration. Vous voulez chez vous des gens qui seront capables de travailler en français. Ça restera un critère fondamental. Et une affaire que je regarderais peut-être davantage, c'est de soutenir le bénévolat qui représente une force de travail de gens qui ont encore à donner. Un système de crédit d'impôt pourrait peut-être servir en particulier dans le monde communautaire.
No, he's talking. It's too fast for me.
Monsieur Trudeau, à vous la parole.
D'abord, merci, M. Poulain. Je me souviens d'avoir visité la Beauce il y a plusieurs années et le rayonnement de l'entrepreneuriat et l'activité économique est bien connu chez vous. La pénurie de main-d'œuvre, oui, elle est très présente pendant cette pandémie, mais aussi avant cette pandémie. C'est pour ça qu'on a fait des investissements, on continue de faire des investissements.
Yeah, they're racist. The Bloc Québécois are racist.
Immigration, mais vous serez peut-être
French
intéressé par
society.
l'incitatif
French
à
Canadians are like,
qu'on propose,
it's like the
qui va
racist
vous
part
aider
of
à
France, but
augmenter
they're also
les
a
salaires
settler
que vous
state.
pouvez offrir
So it's like even worse.
à vos employés pour encourager les gens de venir chercher un travail parce qu'on sait que cette reprise économique, elle doit se passer rapidement et partout au pays.
Merci, M. Trudeau. M. O'Toole.
Merci, M. Poulain. J'ai beaucoup de respect pour les entrepreneurs, les fermes familiales dans la Beauce. Et la pénurie de main-d'œuvre est un risque dans toutes les régions. Et on doit s'attaquer à ça. C'est pourquoi c'est dans mon contrat avec les Québécois et les Québécois. Je vais donner plus de pouvoir en immigration pour le Québec. Et c'est très important, particulièrement pour les travailleurs étrangers. Dans le secteur agricole, c'est totalement nécessaire d'avoir des travailleurs. Aussi, on doit avoir une approche de collaboration sur la formation et on doit réduire les programmes d'urgence comme les PCU et les autres parce qu'on a une pénurie et on doit cibler sur le travail après la pandémie.
Merci, M. O'Toole. Madame Paul, vous clôturez cette portion.
Oui, merci, M. Poulain, pour la question. Encore un exemple d'une autre question, un autre enjeu qu'on devrait être au Parlement discuter parce que les gens et les entreprises ont encore besoin d'aide parce que nous sommes encore dans une pandémie. Alors, j'ai beaucoup
and we need to have better training that corresponds to the needs of businesses as well. And I know that the workers also
We'll just
want
fucking
that.
do this. We'll just
And
do this. I'm
immigration.
sorry.
We are a country that can welcome many people, and that
This
is also a
this is
solution.
way clearer.
Thank you.
Responds
Ms.
to
Paul.
the needs
Mr.
of
Poulet, thank you very
businesses
much
as
for
well,
sharing
and
your
I know
perspective
that
with
the
us.
workers
Do you
also
feel
want that.
illuminated by the
Oh,
leader's
fuck.
response?
Oui, ce fut bien instructif.
Yes, it was quite instructive.
Merci, Mr.
Wonderful.
Poulet. Bonne soirée.
Thank you, Mr. Poulet.
Vraiment, c'est très apprécié.
Have a good night. Thank you, Mr.
Peut-être la
Poulet.
question
Greatly
dont on
appreciated.
parle le plus
That may be the question that we hear the most. The issue of labor shortages across the country. Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Trudeau, you now have a two-way showdown. Let's begin with Mr. Blanchet.
le secteur culturel, les
So you
autres,
said, except for the arts and cultural sector, it's time to end the CRB.
What we're saying, and I hope this is going to be a cordial exchange rather than a confrontation.
Tell Hassan to
but,
stop hogging the
we have
bandwidth,
gone
yeah.
across Quebec.
This is actually on
many times,
Wi-Fi.
and we have observed
I don't have Ethernet right now, and it's doing
businesses,
fine.
especially small and medium-sized businesses, because the very large businesses remain competitive in order to attract labor. But we've seen restaurants close down. We've seen gas
PPC didn't
stations
get
close
enough
down. We've seen
to participate.
that communities.
I have like
are,
70 upload
simply
on Wi-Fi
collapsing.
in my new
And
place.
So people are saying, please, can you stop the Canada Recovery
So-
benefit? So I think that's perhaps a bit much because there might be a fourth way that's even stronger than what we've seen so far. We can't predict the future, but the CRB could become necessary again, especially so it should be suspended except for in the arts and culture for the good of the
PPC,
economy.
the People's Party of
by the end
Canada.
of
They're
October,
far
it'll be
right.
suspended?
I fully
Suspended?
agree that in all my tours around Quebec, there has been this labor shortage for years. The pandemic didn't create it. The CRB and the CERB didn't create this labor shortage. It's already
Oh,
down
Globe
to
and Mail saying they
$300
should be at the
a
debate,
week,
of
which
course.
is below minimum wage. But we do recognize
It was so
that
strange she was
for
invited
a
to the last
strong
one.
recovery, a strong economic recovery, we need
I mean,
to
we know why.
support businesses. We need to support hiring, and that's why we've created a hiring incentive, and that's why we'll continue boosting immigration and increasing labor training, and we need direct assistance for companies. We are going to be there for people. We're talking about not just workers, but also companies. That's what we did during the pandemic, and that's what we're going to keep
If I may,
doing.
I would urge the government, regardless of which government is elected, to work on productivity. How do we create more wealth with fewer people? Well, then we have to work on productivity, not to announce job promises and improve the productivity of
And that's
businesses.
precisely what we're doing with a digital program for small business. There's a
That's not
digital
enough.
transition that's going on to
Very
increase
well. You will have
productivity.
the opportunity to come back to that. And that was quite cordial. Thank you very much, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. O'Toole, Ms. Paul, and Mr. Singh now have the right to speak.
Yeah, they let
Come
the
back with
far right
CRB,
racist
Mr.
party
By
onto
the end of
debate in
October. Let's see
2019,
your
and they didn't get a
Prime Minister. What
single
happens then?
seat. It's like if you let the communists
reduce
on,
the emergency
it
programs
would be an
in a
equivalent.
fair way.
And
Stop it if there's no further risk, for example, of a fifth wave. We need to focus on health and the well-being of Canadians and Quebecers, but we need to have an economic recovery. We know that our small businesses, hotels, restaurants, the tourism sector are in crisis. We have a specific plan for small businesses who are
I completely
suffering.
disagree. What we have actually seen is that if someone isn't working because they earn $1,200, it's not an issue with CRB. It's a question of inadequate salaries. People want to work. Now, to come back to the cost
Yeah,
of
people-
living, the cost
it's
of living
bizarre that-
is ever increasing. Housing is ever more expensive also. Mr. Trudeau had 6 years to act. Whilst he has been Prime Minister and up to now, the price of housing has gone up. So it's very difficult for people to deal
We'll be
with
talking
it.
about that later, but right now the subject is the CRB, and you're saying it will continue.
Yes, of course, we will continue to help people. Clearly, we are in the middle of a fourth wave.
I would like
Yeah, that should be good for them. People like the
to
People like
it's
Serb. They
time
understand
to
that.
end the benefits to come to my riding to see marginalized individuals who are working in the social services sector who need this benefit to survive. It's not even enough. They are threatened with being kicked out of their housing. Yes, we need that. And I'd like to go further and say it's the time to start thinking about replacing these emergency benefits with a guaranteed livable income.
That's
because
good.
there are problems and we cannot fix them.
I agree, and what we have seen in this pandemic
This is the thing where it's like,
Mr. Trudeau's decisions, rather than making sure that big companies that took public money and used it in a unjudicious way.
What are the Greens doing?
So,
Why are they unique in any way? Why would someone choose them?
This has to go to the people. That's
With the NDP and Mr. Trudeau, we're going to see unlimited spending.
Oh, that's way better.
And that's going
There
to
we go. No more.
debt to our children.
I undid
I'm
the P
going to
filter.
double the Canada Workers Benefit, and I will fight for small businesses.
It's
I will
always
fight
an
for
excellent
that.
We love
investment
small
to invest in
businesses.
people.
Okay, well, that exchange is a little bit
Investing
less
in
cordial.
people is a good investment.
I'd now like to invite my colleague Hélène Bizetti to ask some questions, and I'll take this opportunity while she gets set up to remind you that if you speak at the same time, things won't work. And that'll be the last warning. Hélène, good evening. Good evening.
I wonder if they can actually cut people off in this.
One at a time, please. Yes, Mr. Trudeau, we'll start with you. Mr. Inflation hit 3.7%, which is a 10-year high. Gas, groceries, just about everything is more expensive, and many believe that your massive spending is partly to blame. So what guarantee do we have that the billions in additional spending you're proposing
I don't even know
will
how
not
much
further
green the NDP
increase
share
the cost of
values.
living?
A lot of green is just
That's
like
a
Liv.
great question. The investments we're making, like $10 a day daycare all across the country and more spots in Quebec, and our investments to help families to save for the purchase of their first home.
The green
Investments we're
candidates
making
are sort of
to
grab
support
bags.
cultural industries, tourism industries, and workers in those
Yeah,
industries.
especially under-
We are
under-
there
I mean,
to support people.
May
I
was
made
not better.
a promise at the outset of the pandemic to help people for as long as it took, and that produced great results, but also boosted economic growth.
Keep things up unnecessarily. If interest rates increase, what will happen to people who have big mortgages, for example?
We want to create economic growth, but we will manage inflation because we need to keep the cost of living affordable for families.
Mr. O'Toole, you tabled the costing of your platform just a couple of hours ago, so you'll have to excuse me if I didn't have time to analyze it properly. But if I've understood correctly, your plan is to keep most of the spending of the last Liberal budget, add some other Conservative spending, and yet you're also going to manage to explain the deficit. Explain how
With
that
our
works.
Canada's Recovery Plan,
Won't someone think about the
we will balance
deficit?
the budget over a decade with an approach that is focused on workers and an economic recovery in every sector and in every region. And that's why we are going to make investments to help families with mental health, with
Yes,
small
this
businesses who are
CBC
facing a
should be
crisis.
dismantled,
But
absolutely.
we need to have an economic recovery for a strong economy. And we have a plan for that. And there's a crisis in the cost of living right now because of the unlimited spending from Mr. Trudeau.
But you're actually promising to maintain some of that spending, so how do you reconcile this? What is this
No,
magical
absolutely
effect
not.
That is
We have a
hilarious.
plan to balance the budget, but we need to create jobs. Our first pillar is to create 1 million jobs in 1 year.
That's all the time we have. Mr. Blanchet, it looks like we're headed for a minority government, which would mean that the government would need the support of one or even two opposition parties to pass legislation. So in that context, what conditions would you place on supporting a budget? The $28 billion in healthcare funding for the provinces, for example, would that be non-negotiable for you?
Yes, it's a deal breaker. icebreaker because I am wondering here at this stage in the campaign, is there any one of the major parties here who deserves a majority? Has anyone shown, that they are available, that they are prepared to lead our country for 4 years with something that has a plan, not just something that's wishful thinking, but with an actual vision? The Bloc always has the same philosophy. If it's good for Quebec, we support it. Health transfers.
But the three main parties didn't commit to giving
they will have
this
to
money
agree
away.
among themselves because I hear that there's a lot of scorn about Quebec's jurisdiction. I always hear that it's better in Canada than in Quebec.
If Red should
And
be
all
the fucking guy who
provinces
hosts
say,
these
we need these
French
health
debates.
transfers with
He's
no
like,
strings
French is
attached.
cucked. We're
It's
speaking English
$28 billion
anyways.
plus 6%.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, you've proposed spending billions, even more than the Liberals. You often say that you'll make the ultra-rich pay. You even mentioned Amazon. But with respect, Mr. Singh, Jeff Bezos lives in the U.S., and people almost always overestimate what they can actually recoup from cracking down on tax evasion. So isn't this just magical thinking?
I believe that this is a question of fairness. If you work here in Canada, if you have a company or a business here in Canada, you have to pay your fair
operates
share.
in Canada.
Big web giants, for example,
I would
don't pay
know.
their fair share. And this is simply unfair. Other countries have started to do so. France has proposed taxing revenue for big companies. We want to invest in people, but we don't want to do it like Mr. Trudeau and
That's
Mr.
funny, he
O'Toole by putting
mentions,
more pressure on the people.
French
We have a credible
economic
plan
policy.
that says that we want to make sure that billionaires pay their fair share.
But is that money really going to be available? I mean, wealthy people can move their assets elsewhere, so how would you get the money?
No, I think that first of all, we can stop tax havens and tax loopholes. Through that, we will get more revenue to reinvest in the people.
Ms. Paul, like Mr. Singh, you still haven't tabled the costing of your platform, but we know that you're proposing a guaranteed minimum income. Now, when we look at the size of the
UBI
current
Green
deficit,
Party?
can we really afford to make the CRB permanent?
Who gives a fuck about the deficit? It's
know
a hilarious
that the
question.
parliamentary budget officer has already said that yes,
Here's the
it
thing, a
is
majority of
possible,
voters, if you just
and
tell them,
yes, it's
we're going to make it
possible to have a
permanent,
guaranteed
we'll make it work,
minimum income.
people will
we
be like,
call it a
okay,
guaranteed
sure.
livable income.
That's great. Because people fucking like it.
And that would lift 50% of the people out of poverty. We also know that despite all our collective efforts, that there are shortcomings that remain. And we live in a country that is very rich. And this is shameful.
People are talking about a labor shortage and 800,000 job vacancies. So how can you make people work if you're paying them to stay home?
We have to ensure people get a salary to earn a decent living, pay for their housing. It's time to ensure a livable income.
Thank you. That's all the
I
time
know
we
the
have.
other parties agree with me.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Now, open debate. You can all participate. We are randomly going to start with Mr. Singh. But I do just want to say, first of all, that we're going to be talking about daycares.
Une accélération fantastique pour l'accès aux femmes
We've also
au marché du
seen
travail.
that daycare is a way to get women into the labor force. So I'd like to hear your positions on this. And Mr. O'Toole, I want to ask you the question that we're all waiting for, which is what's going to happen to the $6 billion? And Mr. Singh, what do you think about daycare?
It's an excellent idea. I would like to commend all the activists that push the government to actually deliver on this matter. I would like to note that Mr. Trudeau and his party promised this for the past 30 years. That means the past 3 decades. Promises after promises, and only now they've finally started to act. If Mr. Trudeau really wanted to have acted as quickly as possible, why did he trigger an election rather than continue his work? It's completely unacceptable, and people can't simply be duped by Mr. Trudeau and believe what he's saying.
The costing of your platform was just revealed a few hours ago. Now, it appears to be clear that you're going to be eliminating the $6 billion that was planned for Quebec and the other provinces. But you're trying to have it both ways here. So can you confirm there won't be any check given to Quebec for the daycares? That will be replaced by
We
your
are
tax
going to help
credit?
all Quebec families immediately, and we're going to help low-income families with by paying back
There's another
75% of their costs for daycare. And we will always respect provincial jurisdiction, including Quebec's system. And that's why we are going to coordinate with Mr. Legault's government in close collaboration. And we have a budget in our platform. We have the numbers, and there's going to be a transition.
Do we want to go back to the blackface show?
Our plan is going to help all families in Quebec. And families are going to be in charge of their own decisions.
It's not America.
Mr.
All right, blackface time.
The first time I go and buy shoes as white, I have it done.
It's not like the American debates. It's not. It's about policy.
I was like, wow, the possibilities are endless. Over the next several weeks, my family is going to be living with the white family.
I'll have the opportunity to discuss the experiences that I have with the family that I'll be living with, actual black people.
My expectations of living with a white family, I was just hoping coming in that they were nice, that they were clean.
I'm pretty much open-minded, just like, okay, let's just see what happens.
Oh my God, guys. Oh my God, this is it. We're meeting them.
Home, sweet home.
I have no idea what it's going to be like to live with a black family. I have the sense that I'm heading into something difficult and profound.
That's so bizarre.
I think everybody was trying to size each other.
Oh my God, I'm gonna live with the black person.
Their reaction was when they saw
That's
us,
crazy.
Pleased or displeased.
The debate isn't over. It's just this is much more entertaining.
Good, very good, thank you.
When we first met, it was kind of intense.
And a basketball.
It's literally, CBC Pitchbot shitpost. We changed our debate rules to include Bernier. He still didn't meet the threshold. Here's why he should be invited anyways. And then here's actual Globe and Mail, so not but similar. Bernier and his noxious view should be at the later debate. Epic.
Trudeau is only going to deliver in 5 or 6 years.
This was,
He doesn't.
Oh, this is the wrong one, sorry.
Basketball, we saw
That's all new for every.
Wrong blackface. Sorry, this is the boring blackface we don't want to watch. This is
The nerves of not knowing what to expect. Moving into a house with a family we didn't know, in a home we weren't familiar with.
I like to come when I'm getting ready to cook, but the kitchen's clean. The dishes.
Renee seems very strong-minded, very clear about what she thinks.
Somebody uses the kitchen when they're done, they walk out, it should be just like they came in.
Bruno, he seemed like he was a pretty grounded guy. Thought, I would hang out with Bruno. How'd you guys, when you first saw each other, what'd you think?
That was intense.
Was it?
I walk in, and he's this beautiful, warm black man. I fell in love with him.
Ding, ding.
Well, when I first met Carmen, I thought, she's weird. She seemed kind of emotional.
Nick is very introspective. He was the quiet one of the bunch. Lock on the door, we don't want the black people stealing anything.
My mom and Bruno don't exactly spend a lot of time with black people, so I think I'm a little nervous that they might say the wrong thing.
First thing we had to do was teach each other how to pass as the members of the other race.
We're gonna help each other walk the walk and talk the talk.
All right, so we got to help y'all pass black.
I was figuring I'd walk in and just basically high five everybody.
Oh, hell no. High fiving everybody.
No, I keep thinking there's something in the walk. Don't you think there's just some kind of, let's say, the walk, I was thinking kind of how would a white guy sort of more straight, whereas a black was sort of like just a little bit of roll.
That's not really bad.
It's just sort of
not really bad.
Kind of.
And the biggest thing if somebody come up to you is hand, keep it in the middle, because we don't want none of this touching.
Okay, we don't touch.
Just come in.
Can it close thing or
just close? It can be open. White guys come and hug like this, like this, straight up and down, nothing to block.
All men do that.
All men do.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Do we really want to be like saying, okay, so that's what most black people do, therefore I should do it to blend in? Because I know that like all of us are trying to learn about the other race, but it's so much in the language of stereotype. I don't know yet if I'm going to feel comfortable putting on an act. I'm comfortable being...
That's a fair... They shouldn't have... This poor girl is just 17 years old. She should not be allowed to decide whether she wants to be.
I don't want to just be sending out bullshit.
It's all about pulling it off. Somebody say what's up, just say what's up. Don't ask them what they do.
Would that take you a little bit aback?
Yeah, a little bit.
So there is a difference in the black and white.
Yeah, because I've seen white women just come up to me and it's like, what she want? Why she bothering me? Why she asking me all these damn questions? You know, some black people be like, damn, why you want to know all that? Why you all in my business?
I think I asked too many questions.
No. I mean, just don't go in there friendly, highly ho neighbor. You know, that's curious.
That's a generally held belief.
Hell yeah, very curious. I do a lot of things that everybody don't do. I'll give you all the white things that you do, and then you'll say curious. A tornado coming by, a white person coming behind it in a truck. Now it's a legitimate profession called storm chasing. I'm not chasing the storm. You know what I'm saying? You laughing because you know it's true. That's white.
Is it your sense that blacks generally look down on whites?
No, we don't look down on you. It's just your nature is to be more curious than ours. Your nature is to, if you hear a noise, to find out what the noise is. When we hear a noise, we're getting away from the noise, and we're worried about what the noise is later.
I wonder why if those differences are true, and certainly right here they're playing out. Wow, this is all really interesting. I am never around, or very rarely around, black people.
Really?
Yeah, and to have this
Really? Yes, the white guy is a Joe Biden voter.
Are we supposed to coach you all, or ask?
She doesn't have to do that because I know how to adapt and get along with white people. Because that's something that I learned to do because white people were the ones I had to deal with when I had to interview for a job or anything.
Yeah.
You know, I know how to communicate with them to get what I want.
Oh, is the woman a Biden supporter as well? That's incredible.
Whites daily. Black culture has to conform to white society to make it.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
We are in for something. We are in for something.
I haven't seen Black. No, dude.
Oh, that's nasty.
You can learn a lot by living with another family.
So far, it's been really neat. So far, I've really enjoyed meeting the Sparkses. I've learned a lot. There's like a whole world, a whole community in being black. It's like a secret society with shared experiences and language and customs.
That's so bizarre. Where it's like, I didn't realize that like black people have their own culture. And it's secret. It's like, it's not. It's
a very subtle.
It is like the thing that I think about this is like Charles Mills' idea of like white ignorance, that like one of the main functions, or like that white supremacy functions on white people just not understanding race and racial politics, just being entirely oblivious of it their whole lives. That she's like, wow, I didn't realize that like they had a culture. Like what? How is this a new?
On our first day out, we had a discussion with a moderator.
What did you come into? That's a
That
good
race
question.
To help prepare us for focus groups.
The goal of the meeting now is to
The worst thing that I've ever watched
talk
is the
about
answer.
the idea of racism and how do we recognize in other people what they are seeing in us when we are in different skins.
It'll be interesting, and I'm sure it'll happen, where I'll be in black, and I'll get some attitude.
I'll be in black, like
some
you know, like he's
prick white guy, and I won't have all the history of resentment that a black man has, and I'll be able to.
Do you see? He's like, what?
With him. Oh, just mentally spar with him and go, hey, nigga. I won't get angry. I'll just kind of smile to myself and go, wow, why'd you say that?
When I hear the N-word, my jaws clench up. It resonates with me, and I know it's.
Why did you guys say that I should watch this? Why did you recommend this to me? Just to see me suffer? It gets worse?
It's just a word, but, what I had to go through growing up, that word still gets me. It's powerful.
No one's gonna just strictly come up and say, hey, nigger, or anything like that. Right. Because that kind of racism is really not there today. Now it's more, we won't get the positions that we're qualified for, or we won't get the service that everybody else get. But I think that Rose and Carmen and Bruno is gonna get a lot more out of this than we will, because of the fact that white don't have to go through the day-to-day small things that you never think about. Like if I go into the mall as a black man, I'm gonna be looked at.
Right, or follow.
Really? What if we're at a gathering, all of us are having dinner together, and there are pretty much equal blacks and whites, and then the whites leave and y'all start jiving? Jiving?
See, that's white. That's very white.
Is it really?
No, get down, mama. That's pass the grits and chicken. That's John.
Jesus Christ. This is so bad.
Today, Carmen and I are going to be black people in a focus group.
Like, I know that this is like 2006, and I guess I was 8, so I don't, you know, but like how this couldn't have been okay in 2006, right?
Of all black people.
It'll be a panel of black people talking about race and racism. I feel totally confident that no one will be aware of the fact that I'm a honky.
Bruno walked in before me. I came in as the last participant to this all-black panel. I felt nervous, like, are they going to accept that I'm black? And it was scary.
It was great. I knew that Brian was behind the two-way mirror.
They were critics of the show in 2006. That's very nice to hear. I'm genuinely glad to hear that.
He gave me some advice on how to be black. He told me to sort of just kick back. Don't have great posture. Lean to one side and sort of slouch in the chair.
He's trolling him. Absolutely. Right?
I was mindful of not being overly inquisitive.
What do you see today as the biggest difference between being black and white in America?
Wait, no, they put them on. Wait, what is this? It's a.
When I think of white people, I think ethnocentric. Very much like my way of seeing things is the best.
Dude, why is this? Why did they do this? They put no.
And anything that's different than that,
why?
You know, I don't want to get to know. It's assimilation. You know, it's kind of like as long as we assimilate and do what they do, we're okay. But if we're kind of like off on the side doing our own little thing, it might be a little bit intimidating.
Seems
This
like
is
that's
so-
just the way it is.
This is so fucking cringe. This is so brutal.
This world is dominated by white people, and I don't think it's any way that we'll ever be considered equal.
Because they just talk at you anyway. I'm a grown man, and you be having them talk, hey, get over there, hey, get this, pick that up, hey, get over here, you know? It's like, wait, I'm a man. They don't even talk to their kids like that.
There's a world there that I got to have an eye-opening view of. It was pretty amazing and very enlightening to experience just a taste of what.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say before, like, because this literally did get an Emmy in makeup. Is this Among Us? Yeah. Literally, they got an Emmy for the makeup, but it's not actually. The more that I think about it, the more that it's not actually particularly
for the black world.
You know, there's a lot of controversy about the N-word and who can use it or whether it should be used at all. Who has experienced an intentional attempt to disrespect you by using that term? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, yeah.
Have you had experiences like that?
Yeah, I used to work as a doorman at a disco.
No, I don't want to press play. I don't want to press at a disco. Come on, dude.
You know, and if somebody came up intoxicated or didn't have the right dress on, you know, they say, come on, nigga, you know, or...
This is genuinely painful for me to watch.
Yeah, it's a lot more hostile than that. And I just, you know, yeah, that's right, I'm a nigga. And, you know, it just wouldn't affect me. And that would be the end of the conflict, just like that. Because I wouldn't give it the power.
You know, only reason why people...
It's thoroughly unpleasant for me to watch. It's really bad.
Call you derogatory names is so that they can inflame you. If you don't empower...
It was Ice Cube. Yes, this was made by Ice Cube.
The N-word by getting upset, you win. And the idiot that just called you that doesn't have any power.
My main thing is just to be the fly on the wall and see how whites act when blacks are nowhere around.
I'll be able to, you know, actually hear what they say when I'm not in the room. But I'll actually be...
The only comparison I can have with this is like cis people, where like there are elements of my life and dealing with people in public that are like very obvious to me in my everyday life that like cis people just don't fucking think about. And you know, they should have done this, but cis and trans. Well, maybe that wouldn't. No, that would. I'm thinking about that more. They should. New show idea. The more that I think about that, the more of a bad idea I think it is.
Be in the room.
She's walking like a white woman.
Because there's no like the element of this that is incredibly problematic isn't there.
My name is Brian.
Trans white. Well, that doesn't even make sense.
I enjoy
make it with TERFs. That would be the only possible equivalent you could make. It's just trans directed by Liv Vod.
Building computers, things like that. I like fixing things with my hands.
My name is Renee, and my hobbies, whoa. Swimming, tennis, shopping.
How prevalent is racism still in today's society?
You know, I want to think that everybody is treated equally, and you know what? They're not.
I had an experience where I was managing a girl who was black, and she had the worst attitude I have ever seen. I wanted to fight her so bad. It had nothing to do with the color of her complexion. Whatever I would...
Which is why you brought... That's so wild. Which is why this is
have
why...
to document to fire her. I'd have to have an even longer list to make sure that we're not sued. Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, yesterday. There's a black guy behind the counter, and my friend tipped him and said, put a tip in the jar and said, "Thank you, brother." And the guy said, "Watch how you say that."
Only black people can call themselves brother or even the N-word.
I don't look at a black person and say, I want to do harm. But sometimes there's these innate things that I think have been taught that, you know, I shake someone's hand that's black and my instinct is to wipe it or something. I am very conscious of it afterwards and I feel horrible about it, and it takes work to switch that around.
When he said that, I was like, wow.
The guy just shaking when he was telling us that. You could tell that that really bothered him.
I knew that racism was there, and I thought I was prepared for everything, but when I actually donned the white makeup,
less racist than Bruno. Still.
Those focus groups were really eye-opening.
I look forward to having someone say, "Hey, nigga, you know, you're a son of a bitch. I hate you, nigga." And expect me to get all freaked out about it. And I just look at him and go, "Gee, why?"
Wait, they like...
Why you...
They should make it... They should be like, you gotta stop saying that, right?
Tell me that. And that would be the end of it.
Right?
We're in the focus.
I know that it's like 2006, but that feels like it's...
Group. It was interesting that out of the whole group, Bruno used the word nigger.
With the ER? Yeah.
He was the first one to say it.
They like that word.
They like it for some reason. I don't know why.
Like when you're black, it's okay for you to say the word then, but when you're white, just...
I think that most white people, not all, would love to say nigga in the presence of black and not have any repercussion.
Now that we've got the basic Knowing where we are and who the sparks are, I feel I can totally focus on the black perspective on issues of race. Very curious to see if I am...
Yeah, the more I think about the cis-trans thing, the more I realize it wouldn't make sense. Like, would the trans people would just, like... I'm trying to think about how that would work. Because there's a...
I'm reacted to differently as black Bruno than I am as white Bruno.
I'm still...
I'm in this project to
because
see
that... look, at least that show doesn't have blackface, all right?
if black people are just the same as white people. By becoming a black girl, I want to see if I can identify with other black kids and learn about their culture.
Today, I'm going out to look for a job as a white Brian in an all-white community. I would like to see it will be easier for me as a white man to get a job because I'm white. But when they see me, they'll see likeness. It'll be easier for me to fit in.
Hey, you must be Brian.
Brian.
You're here for an interview.
I sure am.
All right, well, let me just take you over to a table, and then we'll get you to fill out some stuff.
Leo's Bar is an all-white neighborhood, and I would like to be a bartender because alcohol brings out the truth. If you're a bartender, if black was brought up in a white surrounding when the patrons are drunk, I think it's much different than sober.
You don't have a job now. You haven't had a...
Would you like it if the next step sense? I mean, I feel like Chad, would you like it if we did that? That feels like it's a good idea. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of N-bombs by Bruno in this whole thing.
A criminal record. We need to do a background check on you. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just, thrilled you guys interviewing me, give me the chance for this.
Well, once you're on, you're part of the family, so,
Okay, I like that.
right.
Yeah, I got the job. Thank you for this opportunity, and I promise I won't let you down.
Oh, I know you
If the N-word usage reduces, well, that's good news.
I know you won't.
They told me, welcome to the family. They knew I was white when they said, welcome to the family. I'm in the Leo family. I'm in the Leo family. So I'm white now, so I'm in there.
Today I went to the mall and I met Duran and Poetry, who are in charge of a slam poetry class. They knew that I was white, but I was still in black makeup.
Do you know anything about that poetry jam?
No.
We teach poetry workshop. There's so many beautiful poems out there, but they're not performed right. We teach performance and writing skills.
I like to write poetry, and I've never learned how to. I've written it myself.
If you write poetry, we're like, oh, you're in the house.
I'm really excited about taking this poetry class because I want to know what it's like to be black. I want to immerse myself in the culture.
Do you have any poems
Like in my head?
Or in your head, or do you have any written?
I don't... Yeah, because I was going to say, it's like the Dave Chappelle
That
stuff.
you would have memorized, only because the first class, at least, right? We're going to have everybody, read something, or at least... And
So we can see where you are.
Where you are, what we need to work on. Wow. And it's easier if you have it memorized.
I've got an assignment, and I'm downright feeling intimidated.
I've never tried to do slam poetry. It's scary for me to know that I've got so much potential to fail.
Anything that'll, speak about you or something that you can memorize.
Well, I can always do one tonight and just work on it.
It'll have to be memorized.
Yeah.
Okay.
And written.
Today I went to several car dealerships
No.
to see if I'm treated any differently as a black person.
It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. This show is...
I've spoken to black friends. They'll say that you don't know what it is to be the black man who's looked at with suspicion. Somebody
Oh, yeah, all of the black friends that you have, Bruno. Who yeah,
looks at me
yes.
and they have hatred because I'm
Those black friends that look at you and have hatred because
black.
you say...
That will be soul shaking.
Yeah, these are real guys.
Let me get the...
He's a Biden voter, right? We confirmed that he voted for Biden.
Case for you. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Appreciate your time.
What do we do, honestly, what do we do to earn our business today?
It's kind of interesting. I was on the lot no more than 20, 30 seconds before somebody would notice me and come right over to me.
What if you don't have such good credit?
When I tell them that I have lousy credit, they tell me that I'm going to have to put more money down. I think that's rather standard.
Didn't seem to me that anyone was keying in on my blackness.
In general, I got excellent service, and I'm finding that I'm treated exactly the same, whether I'm black or whether I'm white.
Which also, like, they're like, why is this guy in blackface trying to come buy a car? Okay, I guess.
It's exactly the same, whether I'm black or whether I'm white.
This is okay.
What about you guys? What have you learned?
There's that joke about like, what is it? The guy who's like, I dress like a woman, for a day, to see how women are treated. Turns out women are called the F slur a lot.
I learned a lot. I learned that.
Where it's like, there's no.
You know, as a black man,
it's not.
You know,
the
I buy my
makeup
shoes.
isn't.
They just hand me the shoe and say, "Here, try it on." But my first day as a white guy, go and buy some shoes. They take my foot and put it in the shoe. I bought golf shoes out of a golf pro shop before. Didn't happen. So I mean, I'm not saying that it always
Discovered women get called the F slur a lot.
happened,
Yeah,
but
that's
it was
the
just
one.
my first time, and I was like, wow.
At the car dealership, as a black man, what I experienced is I'm getting the reaction from people that I usually get as white Bruno. And that's telling me a lot.
From what I hear from you, I don't feel that you're getting the experiences that I go through on a daily. Bruno's been white all his life until these last few days. So he doesn't know what to look for or what to expect. If you're not used to it in your daily life, then you're not going to look for anything new just because you have all black makeup. I just think the little things that you never think about is always on our mind as black men.
What I totally believe is it's the individual, regardless of whether he's white or black. I'm going to come as Bruno as a black man, okay? And I'm going to show everybody courtesy. I'm going to deal with life the way Bruno does, and I'm going to appear black. My theory is it starts with, personal responsibility. You get out of life what you put into it. I come from a place of not expecting to be assaulted by racism. And maybe that's a huge difference. They're so aware of the fact that they are black and that they are separate and they are different. Well, you said, you guys are going to get a lot more out of this than I am because, you're going to be black and I'm going to be white.
Right.
Okay, well, you said it was going to happen. So far, I'm kind of waiting for somebody to go, hey, nigger.
But it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
It's, well,
it's not going to happen.
I really don't think that Bruno's getting the black experience yet, and I'm not sure if he's going to ever open his mind to it.
You're saying you think you know that I started to experience something.
Wait until I get the twist to the show.
I'm telling you, no. No.
Going to a poetry thing, and I don't have anything memorized yet, and I would have liked to. That's not so good if I needed to write a poem and memorize it. I really love words. I do. And like, to me,
I love words. Yeah, same.
you can never have enough adjectives.
What's that? Is that like a meme? You can never have too many adjectives. That's so you can, that's so true, Vesty. Some more verbs in there. Don't forget the adverbs. Those are the best.
I want everybody to introduce themselves and tell me your favorite entertainer.
My name is LaToya Hicks. My favorite artist is Mary J. Blige. My name is Cherie Busby.
I feel like...
And my favorite entertainer is Prince.
Okay, blessed. I'm an avid Michael Jackson fan.
My name is Jonathan. My favorite performer is Dave Chappelle.
My name is Rose, and my favorite entertainer, I kind of love the Cranberries. So,
The Cranberries.
love the Cranberries.
Diverse.
Yeah.
Who are the Cranberries?
Exactly, definitely.
You only have one opportunity to make a first impression.
Is that like a me? Would that be funny if I knew who the Cranberries were? The Cranberries. Is it a white rock band? Oh, it is. Okay.
So my first impression.
It's an Irish band.
Cranberries.
It's an Irish rock band. Awesome.
What was that?
Whenever we do our poems, we have to stand up. Okay?
I don't know how to face this. I'm standing in the mirror faceless. My mom is at my shoulder telling me to escape this. There's so many far before me with war life stories of prison and death. I'll take a deep ass breath.
What is this that torments my existence, that removes the joy in every single instance? Am I doomed to come to
I am severely dreading her trying to do this.
Who got the idea that I was ready for this? I felt like
I don't know. That's a great question.
a lamb in a lion's den.
I'm always down for my black people, though sometimes they be acting so evil. Unbelievable how my patience remains. Though at times I feel an alien blood runs through these veins, and this thought sustains. The alien is me.
These people rock, and they're speaking about being black from their heart of hearts. And I'm hoping to God that this sounds black.
Okay. Thank you.
No, dude. This show is the worst. This is the worst thing that any of you have ever sent me.
Many words, my life, the so simple complexities of a human psyche. To even relish in my thoughts of romantic stride, my skin to his.
Oh, but okay, but this is just like not slam poetry. This is just a poem.
My touch returned. A mutual undulation of want and reciprocal acceptability in performance. A ritual so profound.
Yeah, this is just like, okay, this isn't actually. I thought she was gonna like really.
The taste of sex.
Okay.
The body, flushed with hot and sticky fantastic.
You're not reading the room, Queen. This is a very radically different type of poetry.
A basket of unbroken fruit. A dripping bouquet of red, ripe woman. The pulp of the soul.
Yeah, she doesn't know what slam poetry is. All right, that's actually not.
Spread lavishly over the human chemistry, when discovery and pleasure were encouraged.
I want to mute this, but I can't. I mean, that's actually it's just that's just horny. That's fine.
Were you nervous?
Shitless.
Yeah, I felt that you were nervous. So
yeah. You have a lot of big words. I have a lot of big words I don't get, you know, and you have to know your audience and know that if you're speaking to an audience of people, that not everybody's gonna understand what you're talking about.
That was hard.
She says poetry class, not slam poetry, yeah.
This project is so much more unnerving and probing than you can possibly expect it to be.
So how was today? For you, Rose?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you.
It was incredible.
Okay, that's actually that one wasn't as bad.
Some of the
that one
most
wasn't as bad.
beautiful, intense poetry I've heard in a long time. Everything was just from the heart. Racism, prejudice, black lifestyle came up a lot because they were talking about being black.
So did you get up and say anything?
I did. But here I am in front of everybody, and I'm like, I hope it at least is black enough to get through this class. Like,
you know what? If I'd have got in there for the first time, I would have done
I was like shaking my socks.
Yeah, that's courage. Rose has a good head on her shoulder,
See that?
and I think Bruno can take a page.
That side, this section of it is like, I'm like, okay, I'm not
from Rose's book and learn.
But now we have to. Now we have to go over Bruno.
I do not want to get found out. Like,
oh really?
Oh yeah, no. The only way I feel okay being in there is if I work my ass off. They're doing something
you feel like
incredible
they would
there.
really like.
I don't feel like that would be respectful of me.
I don't know how I'm feeling right now because I want to strike up friendships. And if something went wrong, like if they found out that I was white, somebody's not gonna feel cool about it.
I don't want to go in there again and do what I did.
Which, like, yeah, of course not.
Just don't.
My dad is always talking about how whites are treated differently than black people.
But my generation now, we really don't see all that. We just see people. As long as you cool with us, then we cool with you.
Oh my goodness, check it out.
Oh my God.
I don't know, like, I can't tell how good these actually are.
Then we cool with you.
This, apparently, Ice Cube said that this was the top show on FX.
Oh my goodness.
Like, I can't tell how like, in real life, if those actually work. Or I can't tell whether this is, like, a Dave Chappelle whiteface thing, or whether it actually would work.
Oh my God.
Wow, amazing.
I'm gonna be white today, so I wanna go and do something only white kids
I
do.
cannot tell from this low res.
Today I'm going
video.
to etiquette class with Nick to see how well he blends in with white kids.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's better than Chappelle, because the point of Chappelle, the point of the Chappelle thing is not to conceal his identity.
Nice to meet you, Claudia.
Claudia Rose, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Rose.
Hi, I'm Claudia. Nice to meet you. Nick. Etiquette, actually, it's not just...
Oh, okay. I mean...
She was. Hi, I'm Claudia. Nice to meet you. Nick. Etiquette...
I guess that's... In that shot, that looks like... I mean, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Actually, it's not just rules. It's the way you behave, the way you're going to be accepted.
Basically, it teaches you know how to eat at fancy restaurants and how to greet people.
He's going to etiquette class?
I want to see you pretend to eat your soup. Pretend you're really eating. Pretend you're really eating. Okay. You eat from the inside to the outside. Yeah. Jeez, I'm not supposed to. Remember, when your mom used to feed you, it was like this?
Yes.
Okay, you guys are grown-ups now.
I actually don't think Nick is enjoying himself at all.
Why wouldn't he?
I know that you were still acting like yourself, and you do have a real vernacular that's quite, like, I mean, at least stereotypically black.
I'm always gonna be myself.
Yeah, you're not gonna be working with how you act, as in, like, enunciating and stuff like that.
I can't act white.
You can't? Okay, so that's your opinion?
I mean, you can't. I just don't, really see no point into this racism thing. I'm not the racist person, so all that stuff doesn't really matter to me.
So what's kind of your, like, goal for this, then?
Just a pass.
Just a pass?
Yeah.
I'm here for the fun.
We do. I did. Yeah, that is. It's important to remember that her dad is Bruno. That is true. I was like, okay, but yes, that is a very good point.
Today will be the first day that I'll work at Leo's bar. This little all-white bar.
Yeah,
There's
this
a bar.
one, this subplot is.
It's cool. I'm being the fly on the wall. Get to see a day in white.
Oh, you want to establish a rapport with all these guys. If you take care of them, they're going to take care of you.
I have to speak proper grammar, or as we black community say, I have to speak white. Yes, see? Okay, I'm going to watch you. You must be a real regular, right? Then I got into some conversation with a guy. There you go. It was so easy because they thought I was so white up in there. I just asked him a simple question. What is the neighborhood like?
Yeah, well, this is pretty much a white area, so you won't have any problems.
Oh, okay. Fit right in.
I grew up in this neighborhood, and this is one of the last somewhat unaffected bastions of middle-class Caucasian America inside Los Angeles.
Nice quiet community.
Most of the cities around this area have changed significantly. This is the one that's almost like it's been insulated for some reason.
Wow. I kind of got that feel when I came through this neighborhood.
And the neighborhood will stay that way.
Exactly.
They don't want a lot of change. They don't want a lot of building. They don't want a lot of immigration. Because
That is because it's like the comment that says this is so fake. That is an interesting thing that I wasn't thinking, because it's like they're just fucking shooting them, like they're like mic'd up or something. I don't.
they've seen what's happening.
That is a good point, actually.
In the peripheral communities, and it's taken the quality of life down.
He just like went on and on. This is the last little white community we want to.
I understand that like I understand that, like, I'm not saying that the thing that guy said was fake. That totally makes sense for like a white guy to say. I'm just saying, like, the shot.
Keep it like this. In other words, this will be the place for you to move and bring your white family if you want to have your kids raised in a good neighborhood.
This area up here has somehow remained untouched. So
that's interesting.
So if you're looking for a safe place to raise your kids, you can't do better than this, I think.
I think if I was in there black, of course I wouldn't get that kind of information.
It's Schrodinger's white face, is what you're saying?
Because he
is it
thought
real?
I was white, he had that comfort zone. He spilled his guts. I was really blown away for him to say all that to me. It was.
Yeah, it could be real. That's the I guess that's the point you can make. It could be real. Like, this could very well be real. Yeah, sure.
I know there is some people like that, but you want to think of this as a much better place.
Are we done for the... No, there's more. No, there's 7 minutes. I don't know.
What I hope will happen for us today, Bruno, is I want to walk down the street, you and I as black guys, and I want a white woman to clutch the purse real quick or not look at you when you try to say hello. And I want to be in the store, and I want security to, snoop around.
Bruno tries to make light of my experiences of racism. It's very important to me that he sees what blacks deal with on a daily basis.
My buddy from one that I play ball with, Scott, and he's 6'7", a big guy and black, and he says, "I've never experienced racism."
I don't want to, go away.
My very real 6'7" basketball player, black guy friend, told me that racism does not exist. That is the Zizek technique. That is incredible. Like,
Like,
all right.
That guy just looking for racism. He just walks into a place.
To be honest, I think it's a mixture.
Yeah.
I think when somebody reacts to you in a certain way, you do kind of look for it, and you never know why they're reacting to you in that way. Maybe they do hate black people, or maybe they just, their husband slapped them that morning.
When you're black and you're black all your life, you know when it's a bitter person, a bad day,
right.
or
prejudice,
or when you're just black. As long as you sit there and negate everything I say, you're not gonna look for it. You can debate, but I
tell you what, I'll be looking for it.
I have no problem.
As a matter of fact, you and I will be shopping, and you can go check out the person over there.
Just be receptive.
And I'll check it out.
All I ask.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you can even point it out to me.
Okay.
All
right.
All right, I'm gonna assume based on the comments you guys made that this scene is the worst scene. Mike with hypercardioid pickup pattern mounted on their cam.
When I walked into poetry class, I couldn't have been
Not the poetry class again. No.
more nervous. The whole class was scary to me because it was something so foreign. So I decided that I'm gonna just walk in there like, why not? I'm me, that's that, period. Conquer some fear. Why not?
Okay, ready? Go. Concentration. Concentration is the game. Keep the rhythm or you'll be out the game. Topic is colors.
Purple.
Brown.
Black.
Pink.
Yellow.
Silver.
Off-white.
Reddish green.
Shit! I'm not about to go into a place and pretend that I know what I'm doing. But if for some reason I start changing and growing and learning in a different way that I didn't expect,
All right.
I'll let it happen.
There's no cringe in that one.
When I started to realize that it did feel real, and it made me feel like now I've got some friends on board, and that I needed.
The objective today is to find out whether we can roam freely and without excessive paranoia our way. I'm going to be polite and respectful as I am to everybody, and I expect that they will be the same to me. I can't imagine somebody actually being rude to me or saying rude things. I don't anticipate that at all.
I hope you do get the experience of seeing that they're watching you a little bit different. You get a little slower service. They don't give a shit whether you buy this or that, or you do get some looks. You could be the most pleasant person in the world, and it still could happen. Every time that Bruno debates that racism exists, it really pisses me off.
You'll see how I approach life as I walk into the store, and we'll see if somebody blows me off and how I handle it.
That's bullshit. You're sitting there and you want to sit on the little lily white pedestal and say shit is not happening in the world, and that's bullshit.
I hear you. No, I know it's out there, but I'm trying to enlighten you on the fact that you have to approach life in a certain way and not expect.
When I tell you about my life, you say it's a bad day when I tell you that someone doesn't acknowledge my existence, or if I speak, they don't speak. Everybody have a shitty day on that particular day that nobody wants to speak, or I don't get good service, or it takes them too long to deal with me because I'm black. I've been black for damn 41 years almost. I know when I'm being bullshitted because I'm black, or when somebody having a bad day. And that's the thing that you won't grasp or you won't understand, because you want to debate every goddamn thing that we sit up in here and say.
Bruno is
and
a
we're just trying to help you
debate
get the experience, but you won't get it.
We'll see what happens. I'm all eyes and all ears.
Things happen when you play.
See that? Did you see that?
What happened? She looked and ran over.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Or she looked and ran over. Just a little things. You know.
Yeah.
But you know why they do it. And once you start knowing, you know.
She had, but you know,
I know she was gonna run over. She
had to, because they were taking the whole sidewalk. I was like right here with you.
Yeah.
And they had to give it up.
I mean, I know she had to move over, but I mean, it's the way she did it, so she wouldn't have to look at me.
I experience that all the time, Brian. That's not a super unique thing. And I looked at her and she looked right at me. You notice that? Did she look at you too?
No.
Okay.
There's a possibility here that it's like, why is like this black guy and this white guy in blackface walking together on the street? Like, there's a very high possibility that that's what people are reading here. Right? Is that an insane,
I was looking,
When we had like 3 seconds of eye contact. I truly believe that if you walk into an establishment and carry yourself in a distinguished way and greet people with respect and courtesy, they will respond in kind. Really nice for me. Guess what? That's exactly what happened. Good, how are you? All right. I like the suit you've got on.
Oh, thank you.
Very nice.
Bruno thinks that salespeople are coming over to help him, but they're really coming over to size him up.
Okay. So he kind of came up to us and acknowledged us.
Racism is out there in the...
You know what I think? I think from your reaction today, you're looking for it.
I'm not looking for it. You know a snubbing.
I get snubbed now, too. But you and I, this evening, saw the same things. I saw one thing, you saw another. When a family is covering the entire sidewalk and they move over so that we can get by, you see that as them getting out of the way because you're black. You're looking for something that I think isn't there.
You're thinking that everything is okay, and it's not. I would like for Bruno to just understand that it is a little bit more difficult being black in an all-white society than being white in an all-white society.
If you come into a place and you've got this resentment and this expectation of prejudice, it's gonna find you. If you go in with an open heart and love and you know, you can laugh. But my life is, I get joy because I put joy out. I don't get, you know, suspicion because I'm not looking for it. I'm not coming at it with a chip on my shoulder, and that's what I get back from the world.
He just carries this knowing.
Do I have to? This is the worst 56 minutes of my life.
That people just don't like him.
You see what you want to see.
And you don't see what you don't want to see.
Do we have to get, when is the, how many episodes of this are there?
Do not come. Do not
Crazy
come.
Gamer, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Crazy Gamer. There's 5 more? How about I'll make a poll. Do we keep watching? All right, 3-minute long poll. You can vote with bits. Vote in the poll. You fuckers. Why do you want me to keep watching this? No, vote no. I regret making this a vote. Vote no, vote no. This is like Trudeau calling the election and then being like, wait, shit, fuck. No, wait, I regret this. Do this like the TikTok. I'll do that if you vote yes, I'll watch one more. But if not, then we'll do it every week. But we'll do it every week anyways. But I'll watch 2 this week if it's a yes vote. There's a hype. You guys are spending so many bits to either vote yes or no that there's almost a hype train. I love democracy. That's so funny. There's literally please contribute to the hype train by voting no on this. Please. I hope they're all towards the no vote. Please vote no. Please. I regret actually yeah, it's a dictatorship. Yeah. Uh, it's 83 to 69 right now. Level 2 hype train. That's hilarious. Please vote no. If you have not already voted no, please vote no. Please. All right, we'll do an income tax return. If you'd like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. I've seen it going up. Please vote no. 86 to 73, it's so close. Just like 14 more of you vote no. And I will not... I regret making this a vote. Alright. Alright, I guess we gotta keep watching. We'll just get into it. Cause we already we'll do one of these. One income tax return. If you like to contribute to the hype train.
All cops are
Liv
bad
says,
cops.
thank you for 10 months. Yeah, there's Maduro in Venezuela is trying to ensure that I watch the white-black show. It's rigged. Stop the steal, brother. One loop around the income tax return block, then we'll get to it. I don't know how I see it either. Yeah, I would like to apologize for turning this into content because it's truly terrible. This is me, yes. Liquor store. I sort of like holding the microphone actually. I'm definitely going to buy a stand because it's a pain in the ass, but it's like it's more intimate, I feel like. We have, does Bruno drop an N-bomb within 5 minutes? Yes, 60,000 points. No, 21,000. That's an interesting ratio. Yeah, this is me watching the thing. All right, it's looping, I realized. Okay, let's all right. Thank you for the hype train, everybody.
Previously on Black White.
I'm Brian. I'm going to become a white man.
My name is Bruno. I'm going to become a black person along with my family.
Oh my
God.
God. Bruno.
They're 45 fucking minutes
I
long,
have
dude.
never around black people.
This is one of the last bastions of Caucasian America.
Racism is here. White people might not think it's here, but it's here.
When I walked into poetry class, just went like, whoa. Who got
Get
the
more
idea
water,
that I
be
was
right
ready
back.
for this?
That is one place I do not want to get found out.
I'm treated exactly the same, whether I'm black or whether I'm white.
Kind of waiting for somebody to go, hey, nigger.
A lot of white people love the opportunity to say that word.
I think he's just looking to find things that aren't there.
That's bullshit. You want to sit on the little lily white pedestal and say shit is not happening in the world, and that's bullshit.
Please don't believe the hype. Everything in the world ain't black and white. Everybody ain't a stereotype. Just because I look wrong, I'm about to do right. Black as midnight or bright as Snow White. You better do me
That's
right, or I'ma have to
like, I'm sorry, that's not that.
Black as midnight or
Like, that isn't. It did not work. I'm sorry. I don't know why this got an Emmy for its makeup. I was like, that's not.
bright as Snow White. You better do me right, or I'ma have to take flight. Put you on nice, blast on you twice. If you
No, if he said it in the recap, it doesn't count. No.
zebra better come out them stripes. Power, strength. Don't believe the hype.
Lena, if you're here.
Ain't black and white.
Stop okay, it's blackface. Yes, absolutely. Yes. That's a good point. There's a difference.
It's called the vowel chart, and it's a very handy tool for this kind of work because it's actually a map of where your tongue moves in your mouth to make the various vowel sounds that we use.
Today we're going to meet with a dialect coach who's going to coach us on how to speak with more of a black dialect. And the Sparks are going to meet with a dialect coach to learn how to speak with more of a white dialect.
I'll have to.
I. Type.
My.
Tried. Like.
There is black talk or white talk. I mean, there is a difference.
Ga. Cha.
In a black household, the minute we need to do something of importance or go on an interview, the first thing that we do is say, let me put on my white voice. And that's because we live in a white society.
Don't. No.
Everybody.
So
Not
good.
everybody.
Oh, yeah, right. So you take out the
You take
V.
the V out.
Everybody.
It sounds like I'm saying airy body. Yeah, it
You
sounds
kind
like
of are.
everybody.
You are, yeah. Everybody.
Black people, we tend to cut our words short. You know, white people, they say the whole word.
Life. Good. Pine.
Then.
Put the N on it.
Then.
That's perfect. I say ah.
Renee and I were working with a dialect coach. I was learning to talk black, and Renee was learning to talk white. We were switching places.
Well, hello, dear. How are you doing today? An edge is not an easy thing to polish. It was just like a friendly conversation. Just she was talking black and I was talking white.
Do we do 1.25?
Yo, bitch. Yo, bitch.
What? Out of the blue, in our conversation, she goes, "Hey, you bitch." I heard that word and it was like, whoa, where'd that come from? She kind of laughed it off, but I wasn't laughing.
I really had thought that was an affectionate name between blacks. Yo, bitch. I don't know where I got that. I've got a certain naivety, frankly, going on. I haven't hung out with black women.
Where do you even get that? Like, that's not.
People not inside yet?
We're chilling. Everybody's late.
Basically, we're taking this poetry class, not just to write poetry, but we're all planning on performing at this place called The Lounge.
No, she has to perform?
We are gonna do a love poem. Bless, you're gonna start off. And when I raise my hand, you stop. Exactly where you are. As soon as he stops, you start your poem. When I raise my hand, you stop. You have to continue off right where you left off. All right, 5, 6, 7, 8, go.
With just one stroke of my brush, which is my pen, let me slide deep inside and pull the earth
Picture me gone holding it down on my own. Grown bitch, hot chick, picture me here. Britney Spears ain't got nothing on me. She be dancing on the stage. I'm amazing.
Love is a poem I spend a lifetime writing, but will only be able to live it. Cause I could spend a lifetime reciting my life's rhymes, but still die in finite. Cause I might give it life, but I won't recapture your soul's photo in eyes and find them, Mr. Wrinkle.
I was interested in taking this class because I write poetry myself, but I've never experimented with this type. And because it would be a window into Black culture for someone that's not really used to it.
Dripping with well-put thoughts and smashing ideas, taking you to a whole new level of mental ecstasy where emotional words fertilize hearts and produce heartfelt emotion, where joy lives and eyes cry so many tears they could water the ocean.
Everybody in that class is incredible. I was blown away because everything that came out of their mouths seemed to be the honest truth. And I don't hear that all the time. And I didn't know if my poetry was going to pass.
I want to take your thoughts to a higher level of sereneness, making you crave for and ask my name for just one more stroke of my genius.
Carmen called me a bitch. I took it as though she deliberately called me that. Because, come on, she's not that stupid that she didn't know that she wasn't to call me that.
I think in the excitement of the moment, I wanted to be more playful than the situation allowed for, or I assumed a familiarity that hasn't been established, and I was insensitive. I used a word that's inappropriate. So I just felt really sad. In my excitement, I won't stay as conscious as I need to be.
And so when you get excited like that to me, that doesn't call for you to say outlandish words like calling me a bitch. That's not something that everybody just says right out in the open like that. So I felt like those were words that you really just wanted to say. That's not a word that you use with me. Because if you want to go there with me, I can't go there. But I'm not one to be with. I'm serious.
I'm explaining to you where I was coming from.
Okay.
It's different than your perception. I'm trying to clear that up.
But I don't understand how that could be different. That's just something you don't say to another person that you don't even know anything about.
That is not how I meant it. And I won't do that again.
Things that white people do that we consider racist is just real subtle, and we are aware of the things that is happening to us.
You don't have to believe me. You guys don't know me yet. He does.
No, I understand. I mean, she's 75. Renee's not the type, she's not gonna hold the grudge. She's gonna, Renee has something on her chest, Renee's gonna get it out.
I certainly get not to call Renee a bitch, but
I really think Renee can be really obnoxious. I would want to share our cultures with each other. I would want them to be interested in how I perceive life and not judge it.
So, is she okay? What's the matter now?
I think you guys are still trying to read something into it that
fuck
wasn't there.
off.
I was in there trying to be black.
But that's not being black.
I didn't know that. I don't.
I didn't know it was all bad. I didn't know it was all
But in the
bad.
context of what was happening and using vernacular,
That's it.
you know,
I didn't know not to say that.
No,
So it came out like, yo, bitch.
Yeah.
And then you didn't respond and go, did I say something wrong? But you're continuing to hold on to it.
No,
Just talk
wait,
about it. That's not
wait.
It's over with.
Yeah,
Why did you vote? Why you guys are telling me to stop? You voted yes to keep watching this. I didn't want to watch it. This is chat's fault. It isn't mine.
I'm all cool with it. I mean, I'm not gonna say, exhale, everybody. All right.
Yes, I accept her apology, but that was so rude. I feel like I was white, she probably wouldn't have done that. I just know what type of person I'm dealing with, and I just moved on.
Hey, white man.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if Bruno make it on site yet. I think Brian likes me. I think Brian thinks I'm naive and unwilling to look at the fact that there is racism and that it's tougher
You
to
think
be
he likes you?
A black person in this society. Because we're gonna go sip a little
I-
wine tonight. Yeah. I
He
want to show
shouldn't.
Brian
I
that
don't
even when
think-
black people aren't around, or when white people don't think black people are around, white people don't harbor all this racism. In fact, that it truly isn't there.
Yeah, your wife doesn't like you.
Brian and I are gonna go to this bar as two white guys, a primarily white bar, to discuss race. You live here, Pasadena?
Yes, I do. Oh, okay. Not here. I'm in town from Georgia visiting.
Santa Monica.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the racial situation like here in Pasadena? I'm sorry. Racial?
It's mixed. It's pretty mixed. All just one big mix. That's what I thought.
Interracial marriages? Nobody cares? How do you feel about dating interracially?
I don't have a problem with it.
Have you?
I have, yes.
Cool. Would you consider marrying a black woman?
Sure. If I find the right one, I won't have a problem.
just found it a little strange that Bruno just come out with his little guns blazing. The first question he asked before he even says hello and really properly introduced is, what's the racial makeup of this area out here?
I think I'm gonna lose the bet on this one. Have you ever dated a black guy?
Did I what?
Ever dated a black guy?
Yes.
I lost.
Okay, I got a question I haven't asked yet. Would you be less apt to consider a long-term maybe in the future relationship with a black guy due to the fact that they are notorious for not sticking around and taking care of their families? Would that cross your mind?
No.
Really?
No, I did date one guy that was African American, and he's great. He's awesome. Like, we're still really good friends. And even if we did have a serious relationship, I don't think he would. He really.
From some of the questions that Bruno was asking, just really lets me know that that's his view of the black race. There's a lot of infidelity in the race, so he found it strange that the white girl said, yeah, they would still date a black guy.
Is the myth true? Are black men more endowed than white men?
You know what? I wouldn't even ask that one. So.
Like, what? You should. Oh my god, dude.
Who were you with today?
Bruno?
Yes. It is important to emphasize that Bruno literally voted for Joe Biden.
He even has a girl. So is the myth true?
He did?
Just like I'm a lady. I won't answer that.
I'm glad she said that. See how they try to push it? I think really though, him and Carmen, they don't have no class, no manners whatsoever. You know what I mean?
At the bar, the white people showed me that they were open-minded, but Bruno showed me his mind was very
Yeah.
closed.
There are definitely differences in the way black people and white people live.
Our style of cooking, the way we go to church.
The fact that a majority of you voted yes for this, while the bits were on too, because it won't tell me who votes where, at least in the thing. Maybe I could have looked. Just shows that more than you guys wanting like actually good content to watch, you want me to suffer. That's what I've determined.
Two different cultures.
There are some whites that don't think there's a difference. They don't think that blacks speak different. Or if you can't accept that, or if you don't get to know black, then you'll never understand black.
Today we're going to Jonathan's house, and a lot of people from poetry are going to be there, and also actually some of Jonathan's friends as well. I'm excited because I get to know them outside of class now and get an inside look into their culture.
I don't date guys my age because they're immature.
So you had bad experience. Have you ever tried it?
No.
No.
You're not bringing nothing. If you want,
Well, I gotta bring something to the table
You have to
first.
bring something to my table.
Leave it.
So what do you bring to the table? I bring everything. I work 2 jobs. I'm in college. I make A's and B's. I have a 3.0 point blank.
There you go, girl.
But you that a young man and if you're not bringing that to the table, then you cannot be at my table.
I respect
Point
that.
blank. If you
I
come sit
respect
around
that.
and expect me to work 2 jobs and you land up in the
respect
bed
that.
and then you always got your hand out, no.
As a white girl hanging out with the poetry people, Devon and Jonathan and Blessed and Latoya, I was more conscious of the race difference.
Rose, right?
Yes.
How old are you, Rose?
Me, I'm 17 and a half. I'm actually gonna be 18 in about a month.
Dang, that's what's up. When's your birthday? August?
22nd.
Okay.
For real?
Yeah.
Virgo?
I'm Virgo and Leo. I'm on the cusp. Yeah. Doesn't happen very often, but
I remember we talked about
it's
that.
like the last day. What's so funny about that? I'm starting to think if you're not black, to a certain extent, you're not in that group the same way everybody else is. That's really hard to deal with because when I go out, I'm putting myself on the line. Like I gotta go in there feeling comfortable and confident.
Yo, we like every other black man, dog. We sound
Yeah,
black, man.
that's-
Go into get a job and start claiming some tax, man. They ain't feeling my chains, they ain't feeling my stuff. Jay Quest, you live in Pew Park, you ain't had it, bruh. So I'ma spit it for me, whoever chooses to listen. And I'ma keep on doing this tracks and I'ma keep on wishing.
When the rap session started up at Jonathan's house, I started getting a little bit nervous. It's not exactly something I do very much.
I'm a woman, and that's how I'm coming. You trying to step to me?
I'm
your punk
praying
ass
to
just
God
front. I don't
that
give
she
a
doesn't
about
rap.
nobody else. I do my damn thing, trying to get my wealth. I never did you dirty, never tried to do you wrong. You wanna
Please,
get on the song
please,
and tell
Lord.
me I don't belong, trying to bust me out in front of everyone.
Don't do that to
I
me.
let you know, but your ass got to go, bro.
Please.
Scared, and I'm intimidated. And of course, I could say, no, sorry, I don't do that, I don't do that. But I was like, do it. You know what I mean? If you suck ass, you suck ass.
No.
It's really nice that you say
No!
but I'm gonna tell you one thing that
This is the worst thing that I've ever watched on stream. I'm serious. I cannot think of a single thing that compares to this.
is true. Here's what I seen today. Your faces make me happy, but it's all I got. So here's my words, I'm gonna be shocked. You know you rhyme much better than I do, and you got much beat. stop it now and take it.
All right. Okay. I mean,
Brian told me about the races that he met at Leo's bar.
at least, honestly, it's okay.
And I was interested in seeing what kind of response I would get by me going myself. I wanted to know how white people really felt.
This is something that I've been thinking about. Is like, does everyone just know that they're either in black or white face? Right? This is something like where it's like the makeup isn't good enough, and it's like why? I feel like there's a possibility.
A drink at Leo's bar, and Brian's bartending there, and
Right?
I'm gonna try to talk to someone how they feel about racism. Yeah. So this is a pretty good bar. I'm visiting, so I'm just.
Can you ban me so I can leave? Yes, I apologize for showing this.
Georgia. Yeah, a lot of black people come to this bar.
I've only seen maybe one black person.
So if one was to move here, that could afford to live here, would it be a big problem, you think?
They were educated and everything like that, and wanted to assimilate with the community, make friends with the neighbors, just like everybody.
Right.
I'm glad you know we're here, complaining about being segregated.
So you feel like they do it to themselves?
They're segregating themselves by not wanting to.
Right. As blacks always have to conform to, white culture.
America was formed by white people.
All cops are bad cops.
Ace, thank you for the $10. Oh, you want to slow it down? That's so cruel.
I knew going into this place that something may happen, but I think for the life of me, I wasn't expecting what I got out of it. Because I met the most ignorant person I've ever seen.
You may know this, I don't know this like there, right here. They're proud of being dumb.
Oh.
They're proud of not doing good in school. They go around and they just go, I'm just a dumb.
Really?
And if someone in their community is in school and is doing good, like getting good grades and might go to college, they're like, oh yeah, you're trying to be like a whitey, aren't you?
Yeah.
The parents are saying, if you're smart, you're going to be like the white people. We don't want to be like the white people. And the way we don't be like the white people is to be dumb. Now that's here. I don't know what's like in Georgia. I'm just telling you. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not religious and I don't care.
But what if I wasn't talking to this man and I was just sitting here drinking my beer? Is that what he would have thought of me? Not by talking to me, he already has this picture in his head, and I thought that's just so sad.
Look at the direction
I
going
couldn't
in.
believe some of the stuff he was saying.
You was eating it up well. You took that one for the team, boo.
Sure did. That's why I was like, okay, now wait a minute, not all black people are like that. He was like, I know, cause see, look at you, look how you're dressed.
Yeah.
But he was being very honest, and I thought it's probably better not to say anything, so that way he can keep
How much Jonas?
saying what he needed to say.
Thank
Instead
you for the
of
gift
me
sub.
saying my views and us not getting
I agree. I hope that it is fake.
what we really needed to get,
But it's a thing of like it's fake, but is it fake even if it was fake?
Yeah, that's twice in a row.
I mean,
Warbles are not having.
is it worse if it's fake? If these are set up? No, I think it's
the
real.
same
I think it's
racial
real.
experiences that me and Brian are. It's kind of hard to have.
Maybe some of it's scripted.
Have white people understand what it's really like to be black, to experience race.
And I don't mean it's fake insofar as it's like, oh no, white people wouldn't say that. That's not what I mean.
Racism.
To me, putting on the makeup doesn't really give them the experience that they need to, because if so, then they would be getting it. And right now, they're not getting it.
I'm going to a black church as a black woman, so I need to go shopping with Renee to find something to wear.
Like see, this may be a little bit too much for that particular church.
Really?
Oh, Bruno's racism is absolutely real.
I like this.
There's no, there's
here we
no,
go,
yeah,
Renee.
there's no doubt.
What do we think of that?
Oh, that's a little bit too much. See, like this is a little bit more.
All cops are bad cops.
First, Sir X, thank you for the 4 months. Yes, please, yes. Same with me.
Bitch incident. I don't really have a genuine affection or connection yet.
She's the...
With Renee. There
It's
is an innate, almost distrust for her.
Now, how much is this one?
I'm a little silly looking in it.
You think so? Yeah.
Now this is cute. Here we go. Here we go. What do you think?
I don't like it. But if you like it, go for it.
I'm kind of teasing.
Oh, okay.
Actually, this is beautiful. But wouldn't that look neat?
Well,
I like that. We came to the shop that had dashikis, and I thought that would be beautiful. I could see Bruno and I both donning these and feeling comfortable and almost regal.
It's 4 pieces.
For the man?
Yeah, pants,
Wow.
shirt,
Yeah.
grand boo and hat.
Grand boo-boo?
Yeah, that they call grand boo.
The whole idea of becoming black does, for some reason, give me permission to be more outrageous in ways, and I like that. I like stepping into that.
One size
What do you
fit all.
think?
I think it's nice.
Why a white woman wanting to wear an African outfit? Why does she want to do it? Is she trying to make a statement, or is she inquisitive about our race? Like we're just so different, like aliens. I mean, it's like I really don't know if she's for real or that.
Because it seems to me like the reason why Ice Cube made this, it was Ice Cube that made this show, right? Because he tweeted about it, where it's like it was an attempt to make, like, create a discourse or a discussion, some sort of intersubjectivity. But it's like, yeah, that, it didn't work. I think I'm gonna, yeah. There are much better ways of doing that than this.
You like that for both of us?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Let's do that. Okay. I was excited to wear these dashikis because they're just gorgeous. And I felt proud and beautiful. Wow, there's some neat shops. Maybe I'll come back down again with Rose.
There is some neat shops.
Making the friends that I had in poetry class has taught me about the confidence, the creativity, and the articulation very unique to Black culture. They have encouraged me to write what makes me tick. I have been wanting to put together a poem that speaks of my experience in this project, how it's been really kind of this shade of gray. The same way that they get up and offer me their truth, I finally gave them a piece of myself.
We are going to the poem that you think that you're going to read, and then we're going to discuss it and comment on it. We're all going to free criticize, like, you know what, I think this, that, and then we're going to give constructive criticism, and we'll also discuss your poems and what they mean to you and all that good stuff. So, let's get crack-a-lacking.
Vivid, self-locked. Who gave my father that title? Who was there for me when I was sick? Who was there for me when my mother applied for WIC as I ate that government cheese? Now you want to step to me and say, please, see, back up out my space. See, I'm about to put you in your place. Don't step up to me and expect me to call you father. Don't you even bother. What the you been all this time? Life is
Wait. So they censor. Is this different? So they don't censor when Bruno says the N-word, but when these swear words are censored.
streets. That's why I start writing poetry.
People are probably going to be stunned, and you're going to continue to have that blank silence your whole life. So just really understand that that means that you're brilliant.
I can tell that's coming from the heart. I can tell that this is all you. And every time you do this, it's always going to be flawless because it's all you.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but they have never inflicted as much pain as words have had on me. One word in particular, a small, 3-letter word. Fag or faggot, whichever you prefer. Am I would wonder? Well, if by gay you...
Which words are they censoring? I'm so confused. What words do they have to censor in 2006?
You mean, am I attracted to boys? Then the answer is no. I've never been attracted to any boy or man. I would change all of me just to wash this ugliness off of me. This isn't me. This isn't what I wanted to grow up to be, honestly.
I feel like at the beginning you held back. But I can say that like you could really kill that piece if you would just, you know, put you in that.
To be yourself and be real to what you feel, and you're beautiful. Your words and everything, it's coming together.
Okay, Rose, do your thug thizzle.
Okay. So should I do instead of, let's see. With matters of gray, there's no one word. In fact, I can't even really speak about it. Don't get me wrong, because I talk all the time, and I'm a talker by nature. But when it comes to black and white, it all turns gray. I have struggled with this poem. The main point of this is actually my experience in this project, how it's been really kind of this shade of gray. And so I wrote a poem titled Matters of Gray, and it talks about how things aren't so black and white. I can only offer my ignorance. These are the words of a girl who has attempted listening to another side, hoping that the divide is slighter than expected and that I will be relieved by the growth of people. Well, if color means so much anyway, then why can't we get it straight? And that's one member.
Lean up against the wall. Comments?
I just felt like, that's it? Like, I didn't connect to anything. It just seemed like it was like you were giving a speech.
The performance I thought was excellent. I think that you have all those things in you to do anything. And the writing that you presented and the poetry that you presented has showed an amazing amount of talent, amount of range that was not depicted in that poem. So, and I think that's because you're not necessarily doing that poem for you. That poem I don't feel is all from you and what you want to say from you.
Group up, group up, group up, group up, group up, group up.
I felt a little insecure, like, am I not good enough because I'm white, or am I not cool enough because I'm me? I think the deceit here is really presenting itself uncomfortably because it's not just dealing with race. Because they are such a group of honest individuals, the makeup itself is a lie. Honestly, what I'm trying to grapple with right now is
so
if
awful.
I would like to come back into that class and tell them the truth.
Church is at 12.
We have to go with them when they got on dashikis.
What color is these dashikis when they're bright yellow and green?
They're probably orange or something like
What
No,
color?
it's like a rust color and gold.
Why don't they just dress like Aunt Jemima on a syrup bottle and get it over with?
What he gonna dress up as?
He can dress like Uncle Ben. Shit. You know, it's crazy.
She wanted to.
No, I want them to wear it because I want them to see how ridiculous they are because if that's their impression of black, then they are, that's garbage.
At all the time I went to church, I've never seen one black person wear a dashiki. Everybody come in with
If
suits
they
and
are,
tie.
Bruno and Carmen are so retarded. I just think they took the dashiki thing a little bit too far. That's kind of go way over the top. I think that's just, they being ignorant with their way of impressing on black people.
What are y'all wearing to church?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, there's the fact that Yeah, I wrote obviously 2006 again. The fact that like they like
Yeah, it's a good
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Do you think they wear
I don't know.
traditional African garb for this church?
We gotta know that. But they're
King
so
Bruno.
they're so beautiful.
like how did this happen? They set this up. There's no way.
Bruno. Yeah, no, I can get into that.
Honey, take off your shirt if you're going to do it.
Like, come on.
Gorgeous on you.
Like, come on.
Didn't I tell you I was right? The color looked good on him.
Wow.
Like, come on,
I
dude.
must admit, that is nice.
They're fucking. Someone is fucking with them.
Your mom
Like,
thought it would
come
be
on.
good, right? You said if that's what you wanted to wear. I said I wouldn't wear it, but if you wanted to wear it.
Oh, I mean, they are legitimately fucking with them, and it's a part of the story, right? Because they're making fun of them, and now they're like, oh, that's so cool.
Oh, I thought.
But like, the show is fucking with them to get them in those.
I mean, I like it, but it's not something I would wear.
Ice Cube is
Yeah, I
laughing
like
his
it.
ass off.
I mean, I'd have fun wearing it.
Personally,
you wouldn't do it.
wouldn't do it.
Right.
Because I think that honestly, if you wear those, everybody gonna say, "Who the hell are these people coming in here with that?"
I don't
That
think
just
it's necessarily
heightens-
a bad thing.
Well, at least take them tomorrow then. See what they say. They might
We'll take them.
take them.
I'm getting a mixed message here. Why would she say the dashikis would work and then later say they wouldn't? I mean, are you trying to help
Owned.
me or not? How do you think we're doing?
I didn't think you guys were getting it yet. I don't feel that you're getting the experiences that I.
What is the context of this photo? I don't know who that is. I've seen people with this profile picture though on Twitter.
I go through on a daily, and that's the reason I say that.
We each brought to this table.
Is it just a
our
white
own
guy in
perceptions
dashiki?
based on who we are? That you and I had conflict probably had to happen. I'm sensitive. You have ideas. You know, charges on certain words or on whites not understanding blacks or whatever it is. I have an ongoing paranoia that I'm going to say something politically incorrect. You know, I can't even talk without being paranoid. And I was playing when I said bitch, and it got boom. I don't want to
It's
reenact
back
that.
with
I'm
the.
just, hang
We're
on.
back.
Oh,
She's
what?
still.
But you know what? We're not all that different.
That's what I've been saying since the beginning.
But that's kind of where I'm coming from. That's sort of my belief. And so far, that's kind of what I've been experiencing.
Brian has definitely experienced racism. I don't know if he's looking for it and he sort of assumes that in any situation where he's not getting what he feels is his due, it's because he's black. I think there's a part of that there. But where do you go from that? It's like a checkmate. What do I say to that?
I don't believe that racism is nearly as bad now as it was 40 or 50 years ago, at least in this country.
It's gotten a little better, but in the same hand, it hasn't. It's to me now, it's more sneaky.
It's become politically incorrect to acknowledge our racism.
I think it would be better to have it like it was back in the day because you know what you're dealing with.
Let's receive our choir at this time.
Come on. Oh no.
We ended up deciding not to wear the dashikis because we
Thank the Lord, dude. They're like.
didn't want to draw that much attention to us. We just wanted to go and experience the church as part of the black community.
I'm here to
Okay.
tell you that God can turn around anybody. God can turn around any situation. God can do it. I've seen him do it time in and time out. God can change any circumstance. God can change any situation. God can change. I once was lost in sin, but Jesus took me in. Have a little talk with Jesus. He'll make everything all right. God can fix any life.
My theory on church is I'm going to get the word. If I was playing God, God would say, just come and let me give you the word. At the same time, I do think they went a little bit overboard.
Are you ready to go? Yeah. Are you ready to go? Yeah. Say yeah. Yeah.
I do agree that wearing blackface to a black church should be a federal crime.
I dug it. I dug the music, I dug the cheering, and I really got into it. I really enjoyed it. The regular church, it's just not as fun. It's just not as fun. They just get up and they rock. It's a show. It's a pep rally, and it's wonderful.
It's one thing to catch the word and feel the flow and do it, not because they were, felt compelled because of the color of the makeup they had on. Bruno, his ass is all about passing. So
Oh, did he say regular? Sorry, I've just tuned out. I admitted it. I entirely tuned out.
Hey man, and throw the right hand to God, and it was bullshit.
I wasn't acting black. I was acting like Bruno. I think I represent the black race well.
One's vision. The Bible says, as a man thinketh, that he also is.
The hardest part about this is keeping the lie. The poetry classes are so honest. I just cannot stand lying to them anymore.
I am not going back there pretending anymore. These are the people I want to be real with.
I really need to tell them the truth.
No, dude.
I have something to tell you, and I don't.
No fucking way. So I'm just preparing myself just emotionally.
I don't exactly know how to say it. I'm actually a white girl in black makeup.
I live in Santa Monica. I've told you the truth since the beginning, except for the fact that I've walked in here in makeup, and that is the lie. This writing class is one of the most incredible places I think I've ever been and heard anybody speak. I can't imagine how it would feel. For some, it might feel pretty like whatever, and some others could be deeper, and I don't want to start thinking that I know because I'd like you to tell me. So please, give me what you've got.
To me, you seem extremely intelligent and well-spoken, and I appreciate that you take this opportunity not as entertainment, but that you truly appreciate what you can get out of it and what anybody else who sees this can get out of it. So I do appreciate that, and that you are genuine.
I really appreciate that.
I just want to say to you, I have no animosity or ill will. I can only imagine how hard this might be for you. So I just want to let you know that if you need to lean on me, and I'll hope to speak for everybody else, to just lean on us. I think it is important that you do befriend us and get to know us in ways that you might have never known us before.
It didn't work. They already knew. Yeah, that's.
And I felt if anything
I
can
do
be
actually
taken
agree
from
with
this,
that.
that'd be the most important thing, that you get to know people you never knew and just find love that you might not have known existed.
I
in
actually
certain
do agree
places.
with that.
You guys don't fear any question. Bring it at me, please.
Yes. I don't feel better. I feel like throwing up.
Bruno is an actor. The show is fake.
And right now, looking at you, I am disgusted. I'm afraid because I cannot see you. I cannot see who you are.
Is that true? Is this true, chat? Have you been lying to me this whole time?
You have not shed one tear in apologizing to me. Not one.
Yes, that is an absolutely fair reaction.
You sound like the most rehearsed person.
Did you lie to me, chat? He's an actor, but the show is not fake.
I've ever
Oh,
met
okay.
out of all the people in this class.
Oh, as in, okay. All right.
You haven't even begun to apologize to me. Everybody's like, oh, we're cool, we're here for you. They're not speaking for me. They are not speaking for me at all.
Yeah,
So
that's...
cry so I can see part of your white skin. Because I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you
Yes,
are.
that's
I don't know who you are.
Let me go her first and then come back to you. Cool?
Sure.
I don't feel like you were blaming me, so thank you for being honest with me. I happen to be a very emotional girl, and
I have cried about twice every day, and to be able to get through days like this has been something I have never done before. And I couldn't prepare myself for this.
Everybody in this class will know, whatever Chad said in this room, you will know that he is speaking honesty. That there will be no, I was waiting until class was over to say blah, 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 blah. Chad's not like that. But everybody's thinking it and wants to give each other a look. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, I'm gonna say it. I love you like I love myself. Pray for me like I pray for you, and that's all I have to say. I apologize for you crying.
Power, strength. Let's go, baby.
Weston, thank you for the $2 on Patreon, $2 a month for the Patreon episodes.
Today the poetry class is coming over, and this is definitely the first time they're gonna see me as who I am, white. And I am freaked out. I do not know if they're going to accept me. Hello.
Jonathan.
Rose.
Oh,
Are you serious?
What's up? How you doing?
When Jonathan came to the door and didn't know that it was me, I was stunned. I had no idea I pulled it off that well, and it was definitely shocking and
No,
hilarious.
you were in blackface.
That's what I told
What do you? That wasn't.
You are really white, like not even a little bit. Like if I saw you on the street, I'd be like, she's white.
Let me see your eyes. They're blue.
I'm gonna be staring at you the whole time.
That's okay. It's
So I'm just
okay.
like
I
this,
understand.
because you look totally different.
What I got the most from telling them the truth was I've got friends. Right now, I've got the beginning of a lot of friendships.
But again, like, because yeah, again, the point of this is like intersubjectivity. Like, you know, let's like allow white people to understand black people and vice versa, and allow some sort of dialogue. You can do that without blackface. You don't need. You can cut out the middle step.
Mathematicians
still
can
have
understand
a-
our love. They even asked for lessons, but I told them there's no explanation for the equation of our love sessions because you occupy my mind, leaving no more room for stressing because I want to play with you and in you and around you and coast on top of you in all different ways. And I'll let your curves plot my course. And
Those are.
since I believe in equality,
That is so
you
horny.
can choose soft or full force.
That is so horny.
You could never be happy with one like me because I can't keep up with your output and demand expectancy, and it's not as though I did not try. But finally, I had to stop and ask myself, I'm doing all this, why?
Rose's poetry group was a group of pretty amazing.
Wait, let me. It's.
I'm bored to tears. Let's go harass Charlie and D.
We don't need Charlie and D to have fun, okay? We can figure out something to do without them.
You know, guys, now might be a good time to do our Lethal Weapon 5 reshoots.
Why would we do reshoots on that? That movie was perfect.
Yeah, I was great in it, and my villain was very evil.
Yeah, no, you did a great job, Frank. I'm not talking about that. Your villain was amazing. I'm referring more to the blackface of it all.
What's wrong with the blackface?
Well, I seriously regret switching parts with you halfway through and letting you play Murtaugh in blackface. I feel like it was in very poor taste in retrospect.
I think it was in poor taste that you were doing Murtaugh in whiteface. I mean, for God's sakes, Dennis, what message does that send? A lot of great actors have done blackface.
Oh, you know, there's countless examples of very classy actors doing blackface. Let's see, we've got the great C. Thomas Howell in Soul Man. We've got the Wayans brothers in White Chicks. That was a very tasteful example of reverse blackface.
Okay, those are bad examples, okay? There's tons of good examples of old movies with... Frank, help me out.
Laurence Olivier in Othello.
Lawrence Olivier in Othello, dude. That's like the classiest actor of all time.
Yeah, but I guarantee you there were some black people that were working on that movie that were like, hey, man, what that white man doing? Come on, that ain't right. Get a black man.
Okay, so hold on.
What kind of voice
You're
is
doing
that?
a black voice, and that's not racist?
I'm just saying that's how black people talk. That's not racist.
So you would do a black guy with a black voice, but not a black guy with a black face?
I don't have a problem at all with doing a black voice.
See, I
Doing a
don't
black
understand
voice, that's just an
I
accurate
don't understand that, dude.
portrayal.
I'm just saying it's just about doing it tastefully, okay?
Yeah, and you gotta make the lips funny.
Whoa, no.
What? They have to be funny. The lips
It's not
have
about
to be
funny.
outlined.
It's not about being funny at all, okay? It's about... Oh, my God! I'm getting pissed
You
off,
can't do
all
the
right?
voice without the lips.
Okay, all right, everybody calm.
These were the producers of the Black White show having a
Calm
discussion.
down. Clearly, we're not going to come to any conclusions here today, so let's move past it. Let's do something else.
Okay, right. We can find something to do.
Yeah, the Robert Downey Jr. did blackface in Tropic Thunder pretty recently and got away with it. When was that? I mean, that is a very good movie. Because I guess the point was that it was making fun of actors.
Amazing, articulate, powerfully spoken.
It was 08, so it was after this.
And it was inspiring
It was
for
around
me
the same
to
time,
hear
I
them
guess.
speak their truth. So I did get up, and I was able to speak from my heart. I'm grateful to be touched by the children in this room.
But yeah, that wouldn't, Your Honor, it was irony. Like, yeah, that doesn't really work as a...
And their beauty inspired me as a poet.
Oh, no.
The
No, don't do it.
immediacy of your love and the availability of your heart and a powerful black man's physique and sweetness are something to behold. The midwifing you and your partner are doing with these young souls, I thank you. And I don't get you. You're off the charts. Are you gay or straight? You are so sweet and wise and poetic and beautiful beyond your years. Thank you. Moved by the beauty of this magnificent black creature.
What?
Profoundly touched by her candor and love.
What are you doing? For Carmen to point out you beautiful black creature was like, whoa. I always feel like she always has to go there with someone to just leave that lasting insult.
Thank you all and welcome.
I was so embarrassed and mad and angry at the same time.
I take my
was
vote
like,
back. This is your fault, motherfucker. I put it to a vote.
Again.
Chaz, you have to leave?
After she spoke to everybody, it was like, okay, I gotta go. All the people in the audience felt uncomfortable continuing on.
God knows my mother is strange and she can't contain herself sometimes. I know how she can be misconstrued and misunderstood.
Anybody involved in a
3 more
communication
minutes left.
decides to shut down, it's over.
And you're ready to do that, Renee?
Well, see, I don't know because, see, your mom said some strange things to me that it's hard for me to just really let go, and it just makes me wonder what type of person she really is because there were
That's
people sitting
understandable.
here that she didn't even know, and to me, for her to
Exactly.
just call
I
them
agree
out
with
like
that.
that brought me back to when she called me the B word. I don't like that. To me, that's just judging somebody right from the back, and you don't know anything about their inside, what they like, or anything. You're just looking at the outside.
Oh, man. First of all, I have never called any one of you a negative name. That was an exercise off of a sheet. We've talked about it.
Okay. I'm one, I accepted her apology. I'm not one to let things go.
No.
Oh, but you told me you let it go like that.
I said I'm over it, but still, that just tells me how to deal with you from now on until this project is over with.
Yeah, see.
That's just me.
So you're just shut off now? Honestly.
Yeah, I really am, yes.
Okay.
If I was practicing
I
with
get it, too.
someone that I didn't even know, regardless of race, I still wouldn't call you a name.
I know.
Regardless of what was on a sheet of paper, black and white. I'm sorry.
I can appreciate your point of view. And if you want to use what I did with the poetry group as evidence that for some reason you don't trust me, I can't argue with that. You either get me or you don't. And
Yeah, it's scripted, but still very racist.
You'll either
That's
trust me or
the
you
vibe
won't.
I'm getting.
to not be seen or loved and to be made wrong and held wrong, It's really hard.
The
Especially,
difference
can I say one
between the
other thing right
races
there?
is based on just this type of thing. Oh, that was said? Well, that means this.
Well,
And I'm
they
gonna-
already knew that whites are insensitive and ignorant. I heard that from the beginning, and you're coming here to prove that we say stupid things, something like that. And sure, I fulfilled it for you.
Forget it. It's never going to go anywhere.
We could just accept the differences. No, it's not going to work. I feel it. It's like, this just does not work. And I'm sorry about that, you know, because I can see what's neat about you. Huh?
No, you're not. Don't say, yeah, I am too.
But you know what? I just can't be that way. I'm not one to just
There you go. You
let it
can't
go.
be that way. End of
Right.
story. You've been many different things
I
other
am
than
many
what,
different things
you know,
I've made.
Renee is fixated on. So has that changed your mind at all?
Here's another thing, and this applies to fucking you guys too. Who sits down like at like it's 2006? You have a TV and you're like, let me go to the FX channel and just watch this.
I get it hasn't. You got your definition. That's it. You're gonna paint Carmen in that
okay.
way
It's a
forever.
choice.
And
I'm going on what I've seen.
And that's what we're dealing with in this project, right? Okay.
This is a very, very accurate microcosm of what can happen.
Well, what
Happens
does
every
happen?
day. All over the world, every day.
Wait, I don't know if this is real. You know the meme that's like, you can choose between $500,000 and a like a meal with Jay-Z. And then people are like, well, I'll take the meal because he's got excellent advice. And I just saw this tweet. And it's from Tidal, and it says, take the 500,000. I don't know if this is, is this in reference to something that isn't that? Or is it literally, because if it was in reference to that, that would be very funny. Because of course you take the $500,000. What? This did win. It says Emmy Award winning blackface. Yes. All right. Well, that's. I know Jay-Z's not entitled. That's why I thought it was. I mean, yes. Most people would respond, I'm taking the money. Because of course you are. Like, what? But I feel like it's more than one person was like, well, I guess I don't know, like, did you all enjoy that? Because I didn't. Like, that. Like. Anyways, I don't understand. This is a statement by Donald J. Trump. Just watched as a massive crane took down the magnificent and famous statue of Robert E. Lee on his horse. He's recognized as a beautiful piece. Robert E. Lee, considered by many jealous to be the greatest strategist of all time. If only we had Robert E. Lee to command our troops in Afghanistan. What's up, dude? That disaster would have ended completely total victory. Yeah, he lost, man. He was on the losing side. Also, you know. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on here. Well, I'm glad that's over. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. Did we have something to watch afterwards? I feel like there was something cute. I closed all my fucking tabs. What's this Vine? Oh, well, that has the F slur in it, May. I don't want to play it. I guess we already played one that had one in it, so whatever.
To find out what they go through.
Oh, it's very loud, sorry. Let me...
I'm going undercover as a woman. To find out what they go through every day, I discovered that women are called faggot a lot. I'm going.
It's a really good line. It's very funny. Oh. um.
Thanks to this month's Eontologists, Jake Hart, John Ivy, John
Let's
Davison
go, dude.
Ying,
I'll be
and
back.
Steve. In 1824, French naturalist Georges Cuvier became the first scientist to describe a strange specimen of an extinct crocodilian, but even he had no idea how truly odd this animal would turn out to be. The specimen was from central France and consisted of just a few teeth and bones, enough to tell that it was some kind of croc-like reptile, but one unlike any that had ever been discovered. Cuvier noted that the teeth were flat and serrated, completely different from the cone-shaped teeth found in modern crocodilians. This reptile seemed equipped more for biting through flesh than grabbing prey and pulling it into the water, as many crocodilians do today. Cuvier described this animal as the crocodile from the Marl of Argenton, which sounds a lot more regal in French. Today, the animal is known as Bovirasuchus, but it wasn't until almost 2 centuries later that the full body of this strange reptile was finally pieced together, revealing that those flat, sharp teeth belonged to one of the weirdest members of the order Crocodilia ever found. For one thing, its legs were much longer than those of most crocs today, and its hind legs were a lot longer than its front legs. Plus, instead of claws, its toes were each capped with hooves, much like those found in early horses at the time.
That's so cool.
So yeah, there once was a crocodilian with hooves that could run down prey on land. And some researchers think that it had another even stranger ability,
Why did they
although
evolve?
others aren't so sure.
Why didn't they
now,
just
how
chill
did
like
this
that?
living nightmare, this crocodile from the Marl, come to evolve? Basically, it's the product of a whole lot of family competition. When I say Bovirasuchus was a crocodilian, I don't mean that it was a crocodile, but it was a member of the same order as crocodiles, which is known as Crocodilia. And anything within that order, including modern animals like alligators and caimans, are called crocodilians. And members of the order Crocodilia have been around in one form or another since the late Cretaceous, around 100 million years ago. But after the extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous, the non-avian dinosaurs and other large archosaurs were gone. And that's when crocodilians really began to diversify and flourish, taking on many of the niches that those animals had left empty. One such group of enterprising reptiles was the now extinct family known as Planocranidae, a group of crocodilians that are characterized by living mostly on land instead of in the water, and having those strange blade-like teeth. Planocranidae first showed up in the Paleocene epoch about 61 million years ago, starting with a species from China known as Planocrania hengdongensis. But the family soon spread and diversified, and by the middle of the Eocene epoch, around 50 million years ago, its members could be found running around Germany and North America, including the most widespread of them all, Bovirasuchus. No matter where it lived, Bovirasuchus wasn't usually the only crocodilian around, and that might have been one of the driving evolutionary forces that turned it into the nightmare fodder that it became. After all, when a lot of carnivores are in the same place, it creates competition. And when that happens, sometimes you have to do something a little
turning off
different
my
to
air
set yourself
conditioner.
apart in order to survive. A good example of this phenomenon is recorded in the coal-bearing
Which I didn't realize my apartment would come with air conditioning. I mean, I didn't realize that Hassan's house that I live in would come with, but it does, which is awesome.
layers
It
of the
wasn't
48
specified,
million-year-old
but
fossil
thank
site
God
in
it
Germany
does.
known as Geiseltal. This layer of swampy sediment preserves the bodies of 4 different genera of crocodilians, in addition to Bovirasuchus. There was Asiatosuchus, which was nearly 3 meters long, the medium-sized Diplocynodon, and the tiny pug-faced Alagnathosuchus at just over half a meter long. Studies of the teeth and skulls of these crocs showed that each genus had adapted to its own ecological niche. Asiatosuchus, for example, was the biggest and ate large fish and sometimes ambushed mammals that came to drink from the swamp. But Diplocynodon ate small fish and frogs, and Alagnathosuchus was more likely eating small invertebrates like crayfish. But all 3 of these crocodilians were aquatic, or at least semi-aquatic. They had short legs and long fin-like tails. They weren't built for running after prey on land. And there were some predators on land, but not nearly as many as you might expect. 48 million years ago, bears, cats, and dogs hadn't evolved yet, which means that a large niche for a predator had been...
Wait, Trudeau, Misty saying in 2019 your plan on the environment was ambitious but not achievable. Today your plan isn't even ambitious. The experts gave it a 2 out of 10. That's hilarious. Which is, I don't know what the experts here reference, but like, your plan is worse, Justin. Your plan is to build a oil pipeline and then use the money you get from that pipeline to invest into renewables. That is literally the liberal plan. There's no hyperbole there.
been left empty, and the land was full of potential prey.
Yeah, what experts give it a 2 out of 10? Like, what is that referencing something?
From big terrestrial birds to little dog-sized horses. So any crocodilian that could take advantage of that wide-open niche on land would have a better chance of thriving, especially when there were already 3 other kinds of crocodilians patrolling the waterways. Okay, but then how did Bopherosuchus come to fill that niche? How did its ancestors become this running razor-toothed predator? Well, the fossil record doesn't really help us there.
I mean, that's a pretty easy slam dunk. Whoever runs, I know someone who works the NDP thing. I should tell them, like, this, get, I'm sure they already know about that tweet, but like, get Justin's ass.
In the United States, Bopherosuchus shows up fully
'Cause
formed
that's, yeah, I don't know what's going on
and ready
there.
to run in the early Eocene. It appears in the fossil record nearly simultaneously about 55 million years ago in Texas, Wyoming, and Utah before spreading to Europe. And there's no sign of the ancestor
Yes,
that would
Tubby Man,
eventually lead to
yes.
Bopherosuchus.
That was who I was
But we can
referring
find
to.
clues to its origins by looking at some of its
I
modern
guess
relatives.
she's not-
Because the fact is, not
she's
all
open
modern
about that,
crocodilians are
so I
bound
don't
to the
have to-
water. Some of them still do hunt on land, like one known as the smooth-fronted caiman. This caiman isn't closely related to Bopherosuchus or the other planocranids, but it does have a similar lifestyle. Not only does it tend to hunt on land, but, like Bopherosuchus, it can sprint for short distances. And it even has teeth that are a bit more blade-like than other crocodilians. So researchers think that whatever Bopherosuchus descended from probably looked and behaved a lot like today's smooth-fronted caiman. And that ancestor would have been primed for natural selection to increase its speed and biting power, making it better suited to life on land. Now, one key to that transition was in its teeth. Those flat serrated teeth that Bopherosuchus and other planocranids had are known as xiphidont dentition, and it made a big difference in how they could take down big prey. Many modern crocodilians drag their prey underwater, so they have conical teeth that can clench their prey in their mouths as they drown it, which is not how I want to go. But terrestrial crocodilians needed sharp slicing teeth to help them inflict a lot of damage in single bites, killing their prey more quickly, which is not a better option. Now, another adaptation that gave this reptile a leg up for life on land was its strange legs. Like I mentioned before, the legs of Bopherosuchus were much longer than a typical crocodilian's, and its back legs were
Stop calling it cute, it could easily kill you. That's not antithetical. I see no problem. I see no contradiction.
longer than its front legs. And this is where things get even more interesting and pretty controversial. If you've ever heard of Bopherosuchus before, or heard of it by its other older name, Pristicampsis, then you might have heard that this reptile had a very strange ability indeed. The ability to run on just 2 legs. On some TV shows and websites, it's been depicted as being facultatively bipedal, meaning that it could, at times, carry itself on its hind legs so it could run even faster on land. This ability was proposed by a researcher in Germany who thought that its unusually long back legs might have made this possible. After all, many reptiles with a body plan like this are capable of running on their hind legs, like basilisks and collared lizards.
Yeah,
And if
rocks.
Bopherosuchus really could have run on 2 legs, I'd be the first to say that it would have made this animal even more terrifyingly awesome. Or awesomely terrifying? But we talked to a couple of experts who specialize
It
in
looks
ancient
cute.
crocodilians,
It'll make you cute.
including Dr. Christopher Brochu, who reclassified Pristicampsis as Bopherosuchus. And he and others are not at all convinced. They argue that the limb proportions of this animal aren't nearly as extreme as they are in modern bipedal lizards, and that its center of mass was also too far forward for it to have been able to raise its upper body. So if Bopherosuchus wasn't bipedal, I'd have to say I'd be disappointed, but also somewhat relieved. And in any case, Bopherosuchus did have one more undisputed and equally unusual trait that helped it master life on dry land: its hooves. Most crocodilians have pointy fingers that are tipped in claws, but the claws of Bopherosuchus were rounded and blunt, much like hooves. Pretty much the only difference between the hooves of Bopherosuchus and the hooves of its prey, like early horses, was that its hooves were a little narrower. So with its hooved hands and feet, it would have been much better at pushing off the ground and adding bursts of speed to catch its prey. And the fossil evidence suggests that these running crocodilians were quite good at what they did. Several horse fossils found at Geiseltal in the 1950s appear to have crocodilian teeth embedded in them. And at another site in Germany, there's even a primate jaw with bite marks and teeth that show evidence of going through the very acidic digestive tract of a crocodilian. But despite the many adaptations that Bopherosuchus had at its disposal, we don't have any toothy, hooved, running crocodilians today.
Hate to
And I'm
see it.
going to count that as a positive. The last of the planocranids, the species known as Bopherosuchus thorax, went extinct between 40 million and 45 million years ago.
We
It
should
was,
bring them
as they
back.
say, the end of an era, but also the beginning of a new abundance
Should make like an island and then bring them back and put them on that island.
of mammalian predators. The earliest members of the order Carnivora prowled the land around this
And then
time.
make money off of tourism for that island.
as did the creodonts, an odd group of mammals that seemed at once cat-like and dog-like, though they weren't actually related to either. It's not clear whether these warm-blooded animals outcompeted the running crocodilians, but it's possible. And a big environmental change was also underway in the last half of the Eocene, thanks to the chemistry of mountain building. Earlier in the Eocene, the collision of the Indian plate with the Eurasian plate created the Himalayas, and the slow weathering of these new mountains gradually removed carbon dioxide from the air. These and other plate movements also changed the circulation of air currents, and together these forces caused the climate to cool. Crocodilian ranges started to shrink, retreating from as far north as Wyoming to areas closer to the equator. So perhaps Bovrasuchus in cooler weather simply couldn't compete with all these new mammalian predators. Ancient crocodilians like Bovrasuchus owed much of their success to the competition that took place within their own family, which drove their evolutionary development after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. In the case of Bovrasuchus, that resulted in a crocodilian that could run on land on hooved feet. But when faced with competition outside its family in a rapidly changing world, in the end, even this speedy reptile couldn't keep up.
Hate to see it.
Thanks for joining me today in the Constantine Hub.
All these videos are so great.
It was a typical autumn day in 2018 when two fishermen set off
to Doe
into the waters of Loch Nee in Northern Ireland. As they pulled up their net,
They
they
would
noticed
love
something
this.
different among all the freshly caught fish. Something very large and very strange. It was a catch of epic and ancient proportions, one that had not been seen by human eyes for thousands of years. They had dragged up a beautifully preserved skull and antlers of Megaloceros giganteus, an extinct beast more commonly known as the Irish elk.
That
Now, those two
rocks.
fishermen certainly weren't the first people to encounter Megaloceros.
cops are
The
bad
fact is,
cops.
the archaeological record is full of evidence that our ancestors lived alongside and interacted with these giant mammals for millennia. But what happened when they did interact, when humans met this megafauna?
God
Did we
damn it,
perhaps
Tubby,
love them
man.
to death? Or is it possible that the Megaloceros simply lived too large? Megaloceros was
pronounced-
one of the largest members of the deer family ever to
Doe is pronounced different than do, so it doesn't work.
the Earth.
So I'm not
Despite
owned.
being called the Irish elk, it's actually not very closely related to either of the two species known as elk today. Instead, its closest living
I unplugged
relatives
my
seem to be
earphones.
either the red deer or the fallow deer. But we actually know a great deal about what Megaloceros probably looked like in life because it inspired our human ancestors to immortalize it in art. It often appears in cave paintings dating to
There
the
we
late
go, back.
Pleistocene epoch, most famously in Lascaux and Cognac caves of France. And we know these figures represent Megaloceros because of the one detail that the Ice Age artists took pains to capture: the
They're-
animal's enormous antlers.
Well, you don't get 2 tries, Tubby, man. If you don't get it on the first try,
Thanks to these depictions, we know a lot of other details about Megaloceros that otherwise we never would have known, like that it had dark stripes that contrasted with its pale head and neck. And attached to its shoulders was a distinctive hump, probably made of fat because it's not on its skeleton. And of course, there were the antlers. At their largest, the antlers of Megaloceros giganteus could reach 3.7 meters wide and weigh up to 45 kilograms. Even today, it holds the record for having the largest antlers of any deer species. Most experts believe that those giant features were used as a signifier during mating season, which resulted in natural selection pressures for larger antlers. But the antlers weren't just prized by females, they may have also been important for humans in many parts of the world. Because these giant deer weren't only found in Ireland. Megaloceros actually lived throughout Europe, Northern Asia, and Northern Africa, and was used by different people in different ways. Many archaeological sites have been found with fragments of antlers that were modified by humans for their use. Take, for example,
That's
the
so
site known as
cool.
Wulan Mulan in内Mongol, China. The site dates back somewhere between 30,000 and 70,000 years ago. And there, tools have been found that were made from the antlers of Megaloceros, including things like a hammer. Meanwhile, at sites in Spain and France from just over 30,000 years ago, we found more antler fragments that were modified by humans. And interestingly enough, these fragments appear to have been made from antlers that had been shed, having fallen off before regrowing again the next summer. This implies that humans may have scavenged and collected the antlers rather than just hunting the deer for them. And one of the most unique and frankly coolest artifacts made from Megaloceros material is an intricately carved dagger from around 7,000 years ago, recovered from a peat bog in Russia. But along with providing material for tools, Megaloceros may also have had a special, less tangible significance for humans. Some experts think
Liv looks exceptionally anxious to the racism show still. Yeah, that the negative effect on my psyche having to watch 2 hours of that.
that the frequent appearance of Megaloceros in cave art and in
That was the racism show. I have to say that I really did not enjoy the racism show.
unusual archaeological contexts, like deep within caves,
that was not
suggest that
already
his
clear.
antlers and bones could have been used in shamanistic religious rituals. So if these animals were so valuable to our species, then what happened to them? What went so wrong for Megaloceros? Well, as is the case with many extinctions, the precise cause or causes are still up for debate. The most popular hypothesis is known as the antler theory, and it places the blame on the very thing that made Megaloceros so fascinating and memorable. This idea was first suggested in 1830 by an Irish physician named John Hart, who thought that the massive size of the antlers must have required an equally massive amount of blood to grow and maintain. Once the antlers were shed, he thought there would have been such a rush of blood back into the brain that males may have suffered seizures or strokes. Another idea from the same period was that the antlers were so big that Megaloceros would have constantly gotten tangled up in trees or bodies of water, causing them to either starve or drown. But most of these theories predate the publication of Darwin's On the Origin of Species in 1859, so they don't take into account the concepts of natural selection and adaptation. So by the 1930s, most of these early hypotheses were challenged using allometry, the study of the relationship between body size, shape, and growth rate. And these studies found that the antlers of Megaloceros grew in proportion with the rest of their bodies, so it's not like the headgear could have gotten too big for them to handle. But that doesn't mean that those huge features still weren't a big problem. In the 1990s, a new version of the antler theory
Yeah, I guess these are basically just moose, if you think about it.
emerged, and it's one that scientists actually agreed with. This model suggested that Megaloceros required a lot more nutrients than other megafauna, and that might have contributed to their downfall. Because of their antlers, Megaloceros would need a consistent supply of both calcium and phosphorus in order to restore the nutrients that they lost during growth and shedding. So any slight decline in their food supply would have had an enormous impact on their ability to survive. In addition, the amazing size of the antlers may have made sexual selection very exclusive. If only the males with the very largest antlers were being selected, then the species as a whole might have suffered a fatal drop in genetic diversity. But if Megaloceros have been so successful for thousands of years, then why would its antlers suddenly have become such a drag? As with so many things, the demise of the Megaloceros seems to be ultimately about timing. During their heyday in the Pleistocene epoch, they thrived in extremely cold environments.
Also, if you want to see how my move is going, because I just got like all of my furniture and a lot of my clothes on, I guess that was late Monday. I took this today. So it's not, you can see, it's not going too well. That was before my thing came.
Often living through periods of glaciation.
But a lot of that is actually also because, yeah, it's damn bitch, you live like this. Yeah. Some of my stuff was like, I need an iron. That's the problem. Because I have to buy literally fucking everything. Where I need something and I'm like, oh fuck, I don't have scissors. I have to go buy scissors. God damn it. Or like I took apart my PC before I started streaming. That's one of the reasons why I was later, just to make sure like that I was like nothing broke in it. I didn't want to turn it on if something had like broken during the shipping. And I was like, I don't have a screwdriver. I have to go fucking get a screwdriver. So yes, an iron is on the list.
Followed by slight warming.
I'm not sitting on a suitcase. No, I have a chair. You can't see it because it's. But yes, I'm. There's no falling.
But in the late Pleistocene, as the climate started to change, Megaloceros populations became increasingly restricted to modern-day Russia. This is likely because the open grazing lands that had once sustained them were now turning into dense forests that the species struggled to survive in. And that brings the antler theory back into play. As the Pleistocene faded, Megaloceros, which was mainly a grazing species, lost its ideal environment for feeding.
You're right. I should get one.
Populations began to dwindle, especially given that males needed a lot of nutrients to support their oversized headgear. And to make matters worse, the newly forested environment may have made it difficult.
Yeah, it was a pre-built. My computer's a pre-built, so it was like it's very fucking compact. So nothing. There was no problem. There's nothing out of order or whatever, which is good. That is the one advantage of pre-builts. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that.
For deer with larger antlers to get around, which may have also displaced some of the population. So perhaps, because of the combination of high sexual selection and the dwindling population of large antlered males, birth rates began to drop.
But wait, that's different than graphics card, right? I have a 2070 Super if the answer is related. No, graphics process. Okay, yeah. The G is, yeah, okay, it's the same thing. It's a classic woman moment. I have a 2070 Super, which I've been told is good. I probably don't have to upgrade for a while, right? Because that's like as good as a 380. One of the reasons why I got a pre-built actually, is because like I couldn't find graphics cards elsewhere. Like only on the Alienware thing.
But the death blow might have been the hunting habits of our own human ancestors who likely had a taste for Megaloceros. For example, remains of Megaloceros from an early Holocene site in Russia show clear evidence of having been butchered. According to recent radiocarbon data from other remains found in Russia, Megaloceros had completely disappeared around 7,600 years ago. But since then, many more specimens have been discovered, including many that were fished out of Irish peat bogs, where the oxygen-poor environment kept the bones well preserved. And it's not just the remains that have been preserved for all of these years. Depictions of Megalosaurus in art and folklore throughout history have kept their memory alive as well. For example, Irish poet Seamus Heaney used the imagery of a Megalosaurus skeleton being recovered from a bog as part of his series of poems about the famous bog bodies of Ireland. And Megalosaurus also graces the
Oh, this is something I didn't realize. It's something I saw. I found this out when I was researching for the QAnon Anonymous episode about Atlantis. Because I saw some Nazi refer to a queer person with the phrase bog bodies. And I was like, oh, that's what one of the things that like Himmler used. His weird I can't remember the German word for it. The think tank wing of the SS that did like archaeology to prove that the Aryans came from Atlantis. Oh, this is fake. I'm sorry. I baited you. This has always been like that. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you for the. I'm sorry. Thank you for the one. I got your ass. There was this like Himmler used the discovery of like early Germanic groups like sacrificing people and throwing them in bogs like 7,000 years ago as evidence that like they executed gay people, which obviously is like just totally, it's literally made up. It's literally a bake. There's no actual substantive evidence for it, but it was used as evidence to justify like the killing of gay people in Germany, in Nazi Germany.
As part of his series of poems about the famous bog bodies of Ireland. And Megalosaurus also graces the Northern Irish.
But that's actually unrelated. But if you ever see a reference to bog bodies in like Nazi stuff,
Irish coat of arms to this day,
or it's
representing the
like
natural
weird,
environment of the
that's
country.
what it is.
Whether in body or spirit, the so-called Irish elk continues to capture our imaginations. And like our ancestors thousands of years ago, we continue to keep them alive.
Himmler was like a Polish shit poster. He literally is on that level. Like same down to like how much of a failure he was.
Stories and art, reminders of the time when we met this majestic megafauna. Thanks to this month's eontologists, Patrick Seifert, Jake Hart, John Davison Ing, and...
Okay, it's been 5 hours. It's pretty late. Hello, Proletaire. Sorry I'm leaving. I will see you all later. I realized I forgot it's later than I thought it was because my PC is still on Pacific time because I'm an idiot. Oh, Julian's streaming. I'll read Julian. Okay, goodbye, everybody.
All cops are bad cops.
McMatt, thank you for the 19 months. Rex for Vancouver, like specifically, I feel like I always when I don't have a specific. There's a really good sushi place, and I'm blanking on its name, so I'm sorry. I'm in Eastern now, which usually will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so 3 hours earlier, which is easier for me, and also I think people want that more. Okay, so sorry I do not have any recs. My mind is blanking. I'm tired. There we go. It's working. And I think I'll. Oh no, I'll be back on Friday. Right, I'll do Friday. Yes, we're still on Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah. Okay. You'll be able to catch streams. Well, I'll stream for a while though. Goodbye, everybody. See you later.